I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, February 12th, 2026. The time is 10:03 in the morning. We're having this hearing in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded, will be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.gov. This is the third of 8 agency performance oversight hearings that the committee as a whole is having this spring or winter. I think we're still technically in winter. Today, we will be hearing testimony in this order in the regarding the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, then the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, then the Office of Zoning, then the Office of Planning, then the Department of Buildings. Actually, I was just reminded the Office of Zoning has been scheduled to later in the hearing. Not exactly sure when. I guess I'll find out. I guess after the Office of Planning. After the after the Department of Buildings. So Office of Zoning will be at the end. As I said, this is one of the routine performance oversight hearings that the committee has. All the council committees are having performance oversight hearings this month. And I think a little bit into March. We do this as preparation for consideration of the budget for fiscal year 2027, which the mayor is required to submit to the council on April 2nd of this year. I have one non-government witness with regard to the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Skylar Dean. Is Skylar Dean here? Not seen Skylar Dean. Let's turn to John Potter, who's the president and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Mr. Potter, good morning. My apologies for our starting late, and you're participating virtually. So good to see you, sort of.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
So please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority and our board members representing the district, Orrin Posen, Michelle Higgins, Judith Batty, and Chris Bell. And I note that our chairman, Mark Unkefer from Maryland, is also joining us today. We thank the DC government for appointing such highly qualified members to our board, and we appreciate their service and their leadership. Mr. Chairman, 2 weeks ago marked the 1-year anniversary since the tragic mid-air collision near Ronald Reagan National Airport, which took 67 lives. Our deepest sympathies are with the families of those affected by this tragedy, and our thoughts are also with the first responders who answered the call that night, including teams from the District of Columbia. Excuse me, sir. We are grateful to Mayor Bowser and all those from DC who supported us during that very challenging time. As an official party to the National Transportation Safety Board's investigation of the accident, which is still underway, the Airports Authority is limited in our ability to discuss details of the incident or the investigation. We appreciate the NTSB's recently announced findings and recommendations to improve safety at DCA. Mr. Chairman, the Airports Authority is a major contributor to the economy of Washington, D.C. and the entire region, with thousands of jobs at our airports, including over 3,400 held by district residents. And we support millions of dollars in local tax revenue throughout this area, and spending in the district by millions of tourists and other visitors who arrive through our airports each year. Our airports served a record number of passengers last year, nearly 54 million, and we are building for future growth. We have over 50 airlines serving both airports, and we serve over almost 200 destinations with direct service, with major improvements underway to further enhance our customer experience at both airports. Among those improvements are new concessions, including district-based shops and restaurants, to give passengers a sense of place for Washington, D.C., such as the newly opened Eastern Market and Neighborhoods DC at DCA and the iconic Ben's Chili Bowl, which now has locations at both of our airports. At Ronald Reagan National, we are in the midst of a major improvement called DCA Reimagined, which is bringing new amenities such as expanded and upgraded restrooms, more comfortable seating and workspaces with chargers for phones and computers, and a new children's play area. We're also opening up a new concourse this year at Dulles International Airport, which is now America's fastest growing international gateway airport, with passenger growth expected to continue as United Airlines expands its Dulles operations. Also at Dulles, the Metro Rail Civil Line extension, which was built by the Airports Authority, is helping the environment and traffic congestion by taking cars off the road, in addition to giving DC residents a convenient and economical way to reach the airport. In addition, Mr. Chairman, our partnership with district agencies, especially the DC Planning and Economic Development Team and Destination DC, helped us recruit 2 new international airlines and 6 new international destinations to Dulles in 2025. Mr. Chairman, the Airports Authority is also engaged in many other programs, partnerships, and outreach efforts to benefit the district. We regularly sponsor and participate in events and initiatives aimed at informing prospective contractors and employees in the district about our opportunities, helping prepare local small businesses to compete for airport contracts with programs such as our Small Business University. That program, often in collaboration with local business schools such as Georgetown and Howard universities, has graduated nearly 200 district-based companies, a number of which are now Airport Authority contractors. Our partners in those outreach efforts include the DC Department of Small and Local Business Development, the Greater Washington Apprentice Network, the Washington Area Community Investment Fund, the DC Workforce Investment Council, and DC Public Schools. An example is an event last year at DC's Anacostia Arts Center, which we hosted with the Washington Area Community Investment Fund to educate more than 250 companies about our small business programs, our procurement process, and upcoming concessions and contracting opportunities. We also support the University of the District of Columbia's Aircraft Mechanics Certification and Aviation Maintenance Technology program, which is based here at Ronald Reagan National Airport. And we actively engage with DC Public Schools and district government agencies and business organizations to encourage youth in the district to consider careers in aviation. These efforts include providing guest speakers in classrooms, working with schools on curriculum development, and hosting career fairs and airport tours to show students the broad variety of jobs with great career paths that are available on our campuses. Mr. Chairman, the Airports Authority is proud to be a key contributor to the local economy, and we appreciate the strong support we receive from our partners in the district. We look forward to a bright future together and appreciate the opportunity to appear today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you for being here. I do have several questions, and I do have a copy of your longer statement. Thank you for that. I think I saw something in your written statement about the slots. The Congress added some slots. These would be beyond the perimeter. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes,
Are
Mr.
all-
Chairman. Yes,
Are
Mr.
all
Chairman.
are all the slots full? I mean, have they all been allocated and they're active?
Yes, they have. There were 5 additional slots added beyond perimeter, and they're active.
And there was something like 20 before that?
Yes, so we're up to 25 now, Mr. Chairman.
How is this impacting the operations at DC National? Is that a fair question for me to ask? I'm assuming it just makes it more crowded and just more congested.
Your assumption is correct.
I think I saw in your written statement that DC National is the smallest of the 3 area airports. That includes BWI. Is it smallest in terms of passenger load?
It's smallest in terms of geography. It's a little over 800 acres. When you look at the acreage that's not underwater, it's somewhere around 750 acres. So it's a very small parcel of land. When it comes to passenger activity, it's number two. IAD, Dulles Airport is now the top airport, followed by Ronald Reagan, and then followed by BWI.
Do you know the number of passengers offhand from last year?
From last year, it was somewhere around 24 million, 25 million. At IAD, it's 28 million, and BWI was just slightly below Ronald Reagan National Airport.
I seem to recall a few years ago, DC National was at about 20 million. Does that sound right?
It's grown progressively after COVID. Prior to COVID, it had been the larger of our two airports in terms of passengers. And right before COVID in 2019, Dulles Airport had overtaken it. Obviously, everything dropped after that. And so we've been creeping back slowly but surely. But yes, it has grown over the years. And, you know, it was as low as when I got here, it was around 15 million. So we've added 10 million passengers over in about a decade.
Well, it's great to have the business, but it's concerning the congestion. Roughly what percentage of businesses at the two airports is DC based as opposed to Virginia or Maryland?
I think we share that information. It's when in terms of businesses,
Yeah.
it's relatively low. Um, I don't have the percentage off the top of my head, Mr. Chairman, but we can certainly provide that to you.
If you would. And last year, I think last year, the year before, I guess you didn't testify last year because you were tied up with the after effects of the crash. So the last time you testified, there was some testimony with regard to efforts by workers to unionize at the airports. Maybe that was at Dulles, or maybe it was at both. Where is that now?
Well,
Meaning,
businesses, first of all, our employees are unionized, uh, and that's by statute. Uh, Employers on our campus, there has been a lot of organization and there has been a growth in the number of employees who are members of unions. And it's all over the map in terms of which employers are members of the unions. There's been a big growth in terms of the number of concession employees that are part of unions. And again, happy to provide details if you have a more specific question.
yeah, I know I'm not asking very specifically. As I recall, there was organizing efforts underway and some, how do I want to put this? The union organizers felt that there was some resistance, not from the airports authority, but just some resistance. Is there at this point any friction?
Well, I think there's always friction, but there's none that's that prominent right now, Mr. Chairman.
Let me ask you about the board membership. So the district has all of its members on the board appointed. Is
Yes,
that
they
true
do.
for Maryland and Virginia?
Yes, Maryland, Virginia, and the district are full. The federal government has 3 board members. At the current time, only one of those seats is filled.
Is everybody on the board getting along? You're probably going to say yes, but I always am concerned whether boards are getting along. Is this board working well?
I think they're working very well, very collegial group, very much focused on business and supporting the airports authority and making sure that we're living up to the expectations to contribute to the local economies and work with our neighbors.
Okay. Actually, it was just pointed out to me, the chair of the board is participating or is here online. Do you want to speak to this? Is everybody getting along?
Oh, we are, and we've appreciated, obviously, I just took over from Thorne Posen, who is one of the district representatives, and certainly set the standard for maintaining collegiality on the board.
Good. I think that's important. Thank you for that. Mr. Potter, are there any issues right now with USDOT? I'm thinking back a few years ago, I guess it was actually before the pandemic, when USDOT was very concerned and more involved. Any issues right now with USDOT or any of its component agencies like FAA? And when I say issues, I mean concerns that they have about operations.
Mr. Chairman, no, quite the contrary. I think they were very complimentary of, the Airports Authority, particularly with the way we handle the crash. And on a regular basis, they come out and they do this evaluation on an annual basis at both airports called a Part 139. And we have been very successful and get glowing comments from the FAA in that regard. So we have a very strong and good working relationship with DOT and with the FAA.
The University of the District of Columbia has a hangar, I believe, at National. Any issues with that?
No, we've upgraded that facility. There were some issues, Mr. Chairman, and we've worked with the university to upgrade their facility there.
I would ask you some questions about flights to National and noise, but I've been joined by my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, so I'm going to see where he goes with that. So, Mr. Fruman, do you have questions?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, and you are a wise man. So on the Fly Quiet program, Mr. Potter, thank you very much for coming to testify. Obviously, a lot of attention focused on this. You have the working group. I applaud you for having the working group on airplane noise. There was an announcement of a Fly Quiet program, but the Fly Quiet program looks like it's going to be an in-house program as opposed to using an outside expert. And in what way does the Fly Quiet program that you guys recently announced differ from what you were doing before?
Well, the Fly Quiet program is a very comprehensive program with lots of we use data. We actually, as part of the effort to put that together, we surveyed the Fly Quiet programs that exist around the country. And what we found out was, as you're intimating, is that much of what they've done, we already do. And so I think that, again, we have just issued that Fly Quiet program. We presented it in October. We're getting feedback from the working group, and we're evaluating their comments, and we're going to look to continue to enhance that program and our work when it comes to working with the FAA and the airlines to reduce the impact of noise as best we can and keep flights over the river.
So one of the things I think that folks in the working group had suggested was that I think that the outside consultant Vian that's often used in these contexts have data tools that can extrapolate noise impacts over the DMV region from the numerous noise sensors operated by MWAA. And I think there's a proposal to try to have them evaluate all of the data, which would then enable an identification of the noise hotspots, which then someday could point to things that might be done as remediation. Why not do that? Why not fund access to your noise data to Vianair to do the kind of analysis that the working group is suggesting?
So let me just say that our data is publicly available. It's totally transparent. We do not have any data that we keep to ourselves. And so the data is publicly available. And I know there's a proposal that our folks are evaluating that would bring in outside resources to help us. So I've asked them to do that. And to date, they've not made any recommendation to me. They told me they're going to continue to work with the committee. So keep in mind, this was just FlyQuire program was just issued in October, and we'll constantly look to enhance it going forward.
Okay, so I hear you. I mean, one of the things that had been asked for was a subject matter expert to be doing this in part of the FlyQuire program, and now it's an even more specific request. I hear you that the data is available, but then there's the question of funding Vianair in order to do the analysis. And what I'm taking from what you're saying is that possibility is on the table. You haven't made a decision. It's been a thing that has been requested, and your team internally is looking at it and will make a recommendation to you at some point. Does that capture it?
Yes, you did. That's a great summary. Thank you.
Okay, and just also to summarize, I would love to see this happen because we have it. It's an issue. It may well be, and I think that folks at MWAA believe that within the constraints of what the FAA will allow, you've done everything you possibly can. It's still not a great situation, and a clear analysis of the data could provide an opportunity to consider whether there aren't specific things that might be done that could make a real difference on the ground. So doing that analysis strikes me as a very important thing for MWAA to undertake, and I hope you will help support that through funding it through the FlyQuire program.
Thank you.
Okay. Does MWAA have any plans to supplement staffing at their noise control office, given that there's only one employee assigned to that office at this time?
No, we feel that we have sufficient staffing for the work that needs to be done.
And when did MWAA and DCA make the decision that DCA would be an American Airlines hub?
We did not make that decision. That decision was made by the FAA, and it was a product of a slot swap between Delta Airlines and American Airlines. Delta Airlines gained slots at LaGuardia Airport, and in exchange for American Airlines receiving some Delta slots at DCA. Again, that was not our decision. That was a decision by the FAA to allow that swap to occur.
And is the result no net increase in slots, just a different distribution of those slots?
It's a result of a different distribution of those slots, but I think you might be pointing toward, did it result in additional passengers at DCA? And the answer is yes. And the reason is because there was an upgrade of equipment that occurred at the same time. And so if you looked at it on paper, it would look like it created additional slots, but it didn't. It was a flat exchange, but there was an upgrade of aircraft using those slots.
And the upgrade of aircraft does that mean that we move to larger, heavier aircraft that can carry more people, which would be noisier?
The answer is yes.
All right. I mean,
And by the way, the airlines have the opportunity to continue to do that, and that is a function of the demand, the passenger demand for seats going between on different routes.
yeah, and I understand that you are in a situation where you're pretty constrained, and I get that. It still leaves us in a circumstance where we have considerable noise in specific areas, and so it calls for, in my opinion, kind of a relentless effort to come up with solutions to minimize that noise. I think we owe that to the region and our residents in those particular places. And everything that happens, and this isn't your fault, makes the problem worse. We allow for flights to farther away that use heavier planes, that when they take off, they make more noise. We swap slots and get to heavier planes that make more noise. Lots happening that's pushing in the wrong direction from my perspective that is out of our control. But what can we do to show that we're doing everything that we can to minimize the noise impact from national? And I hope it's clear, like, we're not going to go away. We got to try to keep improving this. What additional changes has the FAA made regarding helicopter routes in late 2025? How soon after an action is planned does the FAA make MWAA aware of a coming change?
Well, Councilman, after the crash, obviously there were changes that were immediately made to change the route, the helicopter route across the river from the airport. The helicopter routes are under review, and we look forward to hearing more about changes that will come about as a result of the NTSB report. And the report has not been finalized, but they had a public hearing on the recommendations, and we look forward to working with the FAA or observing what the FAA does in that regard. There's also a bill on Capitol Hill called the Rotor Act, which is very much going to address helicopter traffic around DCA as well as other airports throughout the country. So I think we all are. I'm certainly very encouraged by the fact that issues that had been ongoing of ongoing safety concerns at Ronald Reagan National are being addressed as a product of the NTSB report and by the FAA, and I think they're being very aggressive about it. So look forward to reducing any risk that might be out there from helicopters.
Okay, last thing on that topic is, to what extent does MWAA track helicopter noise?
We don't specifically track helicopter noise. We do have our noise monitoring systems out there, but we don't do anything specifically for helicopters. And I know that Congresswoman Ellen Holmes Norton has been a big proponent of over the years about helicopter traffic. I am aware, and I think you're aware, of the fact that some of this rerouting of helicopters is actually creating some problems for folks who were not under the flight path for helicopters in the past, who now will be, as helicopter traffic is moved further east away from the airport.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one of those things where we really need to keep a close eye on it to make sure that we're being fair to everybody. When you say that the helicopter traffic is moved further east from the airport, that isn't the thing that is affecting Ward 3 in the same way. There does feel like there's more helicopters in Ward 3, but it may be that this is hitting other people hard, and we need to be aware of how it's impacting folks. So with that, I'll turn it back to Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Potter, I had one other question. There's been some talk in the news about increased federal interest in Dulles, improving aspects of it. I don't know if that includes construction projects or I can't remember what those vehicles are called to transport from the main terminal to the mobile lounges. What can you tell us about where things are between the airports authority and the federal government with regard to new ideas for Dulles?
So let me just start out by saying we do appreciate the administration's interest in Dulles. We're working with the administration to review, as you might be aware, they went out and they produced a request for information. There was some 31 respondents who were making suggestions on how they could improve the experience, the customer experience at Dulles International Airport. Those proposals included ideas about how to eliminate the mobile lounges, how to improve the main terminal, how to improve the concourses, improve parking. And so we were very much involved and engaged with the Department of Transportation, the FAA, in terms of reviewing those proposals, as well as, and very most importantly, with United Airlines, and reviewing the opportunity to make enhancements to Dulles International Airport. The timing of it is good. Dulles International is growing. United has plans for additional growth. The Airports Authority had previously, prior to this effort, worked with the airlines and made an agreement to invest $7 billion over the next 15 years in upgrading the facilities and the customer experience at Dulles International. So again, we're at the early stages. It's been less than a month since the RFI responses came in, and we're working to, again, with all parties to review what was submitted and to see whether or not some of the ideas are viable and would be enhancements to what we already had planned in terms of our $7 billion program.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you've gotten some useful responses to that RFI and are going through those. And what wasn't clear to me is USDOT the only agency or are they the lead agency with regard to the feds and contemplating changes? And is the relationship on this very, very, very collaborative?
I would say the engagement is very collaborative, and yes, it's only the Department of Transportation, and obviously the FAA is part of the Department of Transportation, that are engaged with us.
Give me just a sec. Mr. Potter, I don't have any other questions for you at this time. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm hopeful you find that the District of Columbia with this oversight hearing is the nicest of the three states you have to deal with.
It's the only one I have to deal with.
I know, that makes us wonderful. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, you have a good day.
Thank you.
We're going to turn now to the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. Before we get to the executive director, we have three witnesses: Aaron Rogers, owner of Elevated Tours, Skylar Dean, and Malik Fitzgerald. If you are one of those, are you Mr. Rogers? Come forward, please. Let me just check on the other two witnesses. Mr. Rogers, why don't we start with you? And good morning. You have to hit a button in front of you. You're on.
Is that good?
Yes,
Okay, thank you so much. You let me know when I begin.
right now.
Oh, okay. First off, of course, thank you very much for everybody's time. My name is Aaron Rogers. I'm the owner of Elevated Tours. We are located at 2428 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, located in Ward 3. I guess I'll just start with who we are. The reality is I think any member of this office and any member who will be listening to this, if you literally go within 2 or 3 different people, my brand is pretty well known. Elevated is a DC brand owned by DC. It is federally trademarked, and we're very proud. When it comes to the 420 movement or cannabis, I think you'll find out who we are. And I'll also allow the 5 years of sales to show how economically viable and how important to the community that we are. I'm here because I'm trying to find amicability and amenability. Currently, I'm involved in a lawsuit. It is Elevated Tours versus City of DC. I'm here because I think there's within the legislative, executive, and judicial branches, I'm trying to seek the most amicable and amenable way that we can all work together so that my company can exist. We deserve to exist. I am the most, I learned a long time ago when it comes to the cannabis industry, you're no longer in cannabis, you're in compliance. I am under more compliance, under more regulatory authorities than any other company in this city. My issue comes down to zoning. We have a zoning issue. Specifically code 7-1671-.06A. It's with regards to the Guy Mason Recreation Center. At first they said, oh, you're within the 300 feet. And then of course, after surveyors that I got, it was determined that actually I'm 398 feet. Then ABCO came back and said, well, oh, just kidding. Unfortunately, due to that little code in a very thick book, it references that the rec center is commercial or industrial, and that rec center is zoned residential. The main reason why I'm here and that I'm seeking relief is because under the law of 2016 for zoning, Guy Mason Recreation Center does not fulfill that. They're not a residential. If you go to DOB, zoning, all of those things, what you'll find is it doesn't match the standards of the law, and under equal applicability of the law, I can't force them to do it. The only reason why I was rejected by ABCA was under those terms, because my problem is that I can't force them to change. If they're compliant, then I'm compliant. Never mind that I think the law should just say rec center, which you all have the power to do. But the actual, if they were zoned right, then I would be zoned right. And I don't know how it can be that if a government building is improperly or illegally zoned, that I'm held to the standard, therefore, that I'm illegal because they're not practicing. So I'm seeking zoning to please, and planning and Department of Boards to please just properly zone them. And I know the president of the rec center. It won't hurt them. It won't hurt their ability to operationally. It won't hurt them with regards to grants and money. And them becoming properly zoned will not negatively impact my beloved rec center. Oh, wow, that's all the time?
Well, you're actually signed up under all the other agencies. If you want to be one and done, I'll let you go a little longer.
I appreciate that. In addition to that, zoning itself has actually stated that I am actually under their interpretation and implementation of the law, that I actually meet their standards, and therefore elevated tours should be able to be there. And that's from the actual Department of Zoning. They also believe and have stated that ABCA, being a newer body, should defer to zoning to what the interpretation and the implementation of that law is. And so I'm asking that zoning also, it's overreach by ABCA to determine what is or is not under the exact codes because of these issues. That's why we have home rule. That's why we have a Department of Zoning. And so therefore I believe it's an overreach, and I'm asking that zoning, Department of Boards, and planning please work. There's an alternative way to us doing this through the judicial process. We don't have to go into courts and to find an amicable resolution. There are so very many that are available to us. And I'm asking that this board and perhaps your council please return my council's calls so that we can continue to further explore a better way to do business. I was a wonderful, wonderful business there in Ward 3, and I just want to continue to be able to do so. And lastly, I really appreciate everybody's time. And I thank you. I know that I'm over.
So I think you said at 24.
I was located at 2428 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, floor 2. There's 6 lanes of roads, 2 fences, and a home run netting between me and that rec center. I buy all those trash cans anonymously. IRS knows, I know, the rec center knows. They've also written a letter of support for me, as did the ANC. I'm wanted.
So
for
you're
this.
on the west side of Wisconsin Avenue?
I'm 2 doors down from Pearson's. I'm on the same side with Pearson's liquor store.
That's the west side of Wisconsin.
Right. And I would also bring up that I'm not a precedent. Everything APCA does in cannabis related is a precedent because it's brand new. So everything that they do, but to zoning, to the board, to everyone that's here today, this is just another day in the office. It's a
So
brand new industry. with new
Because
rules.
to you that you're within I can't remember, 300, 400 foot.
Well, ABCA is now applying that instead of the measurement being from me to the door, that the measurement starts at the property line because the rec center is zoned residential. Improperly, by the way. It's not a residential. By law, 2016, it's not. And so that's where it comes to. Originally, they had me to the door. Then when I proved that threshold, they came back and said, oh, wait, so sorry. And then pulled out that one little, it's literally 2 words out of the entire thing that makes it so that I'm not supposed to be there according to their assessment. But that's not according to this board's assessment.
Well, I think would you say this board's assessment, you mean the council? We
Well,
don't have an assessment, we have a law.
I'm sorry. Well, yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
Let me come back to you. We have another witness.
Understood,
Let me hear
sir.
from them. So don't get up. Well, I was going to hear from the other witness and then ask questions. Council member, you're hard on me and it's a difficult morning. Please proceed.
I'm sorry if it's a difficult morning. I want to be really quick because I just want to make sure that I understand it. That you are saying that if it was zoned as a rec center, zoned as public,
Commercial, yes,
that it would be to the door
correct,
and you would make it.
correct,
But because it's zoned residential, you're to the lot line or to the fence and you don't make it. And you believe that the zoning as residential is improper and should be fixed. And if it's improper and it were fixed, that you would then qualify.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I look forward to when you call me back, sir.
So let me suggest that what you do is, if you could put some of this in writing, I don't have your statement. If you could put some of this in writing, and I can ask my staff to look at it and get back to you. My office does do a lot of work with the cannabis legislation. So if we can look at it, we can give you a more informed answer as to what's possible.
I appreciate that, sir.
Sure.
And my attorney has actually been reaching out to your attorney, and if they return the phone call, they'll find we're very amicable and can also provide any answers.
Okay,
and everything.
now I don't have an attorney who would be responding to your attorney. I
The
just have
council
staff.
does.
Yes, but they're not the ones involved in this. So I'm suggesting that you reach out to my office, but
Oh, I will.
if you could have it in writing so that we can better understand. And then we can get back to you.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
I'm honored. I really appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Does that conclude me then for the day?
Yes,
You're wonderful. Thank you so much.
sure. I believe Skylar Dean is not here. Malik Fitzgerald?
Hello, how you doing? My name is Malik Fitzgerald. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I'm currently at work, but I was just here to say I'm a Ward 7 resident, been living there my whole life. On January 6th, our building where I live at was condemned and vacant. We was forced out to move in 5 days. We reached out to Ward 7 Council. No one helped us, assist us through our whole time. I'm currently homeless, and when communicating with them through email, they told me that they can't offer us nothing but go to a shelter. As a market rate paying citizen, the only option for me is to go to a shelter. That's mind boggling to me. So that's all I wanted to say amongst the Ward 7 Council that I reached out to about my problems.
Are you suggesting that DHS or Department of Building, somebody did something improper with regard to not helping you?
Yes, sir. So I'm actually a witness for the DOB as well. I have something to say about that, but I wanted to say something about the Ward 7 Council because we reached out to them. No one assisted, no one, gave us any help. They did tell us, I know after we were displaced, they gave us 14 days in the hotel. And when that 14 days was up, it was during the snowstorm, and they called us, they called and told us that we had to leave out during the 14 days was up.
You mean before the 14 days was up?
Well, when the 14-day came, it was a Sunday, which was during the snowstorm that just recently happened.
And they said, we don't
We
care,
had
it's
to go.
snowing.
Like they didn't do nothing for. So after I don't know who paid for. Was it DHS? They paid for 14 days in the hotel. After the 14 days, there was nothing else that they could do for us besides go to a shelter.
Can I ask you to reach out to my office? And I have a couple people on my staff, Destiny or Monique, who might be able to help you.
Yes, I would gladly like to. Yes, sir. I would. I could take down the information. Let me just could put it in notes. And
Tell
I
me when you're
can.
ready.
Where are you gonna give it to me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm ready, sir.
Okay, the office phone number is 202-724
202-724
and ask to speak to
8032.
either Monique or Destiny.
Monique or Destiny. Yes, sir.
I can't promise that we can solve your situation, but we can try.
Okay, no, I just wanted to bring some awareness to it because it just feel like, I just want to bring some awareness to it. That's all.
Sure. Now, you're also listed as witness number 49 under Department of Buildings. Do you still want me to call you then, or are we good for the
Oh,
moment?
I could get it. I mean, go now for them too as well.
Why don't you?
Okay, so on January 6th, I've been living at 751st Street my whole life. January 6th of this year, DOB and all these people came to the building to say that the building is now vacant and condemned. 700, the reason why 700 was vacant because they said 2 floors, the previous owner, Sam, added 2 floors to the building. The 2 floors been added to the building since 2015. So the reason that they condemned the building said because of the 2 floors was added. So we've been living in an uninhabitable building since the 2 floors been added. And like I said, they only gave us 5 days to get out. No one assisted us. No one called. And then also just yesterday, we've been out the property since January 11th. DOB called me because I had prior inspections. I called while living in there for them to come check on the unit, and they called me just yesterday to say they coming to follow up the inspection on the unit. So which means the building been vacant and condemned since January 11th, and you calling me yesterday to tell me you coming to inspect my unit. So it's just like and then for 5 years I have inspections for DOB coming and inspecting my unit. So how is it that DOB didn't know that the buildings was unlivable? And how is it that these buildings had 2 floors added with no government to stop it or to enforce it to be right.
What's the address again?
751st Street and it's 704. It's 700 and 704 51st Street are the two units. And the property manager was Sam Rogezone, and I'm quite sure you guys know about him because he's doing a lot of fraud things in the city.
What's the last name again?
Rogezone. I don't really know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's like RAJOOZAN, something like that.
Okay. And is that northeast or north or south?
Yes, that's northeast off of Nanny Helen Burroughs, right behind Pastor Stephen E. Young Church.
Yeah.
And so basically my whole thing is on the papers, it's saying they condemned the building because of the structure was added on. But we have been living in this building the added on structure since 2015. So how is it now that all of a sudden that the building is vacant and unlivable when nothing changed? We've been living under the same thing. But my whole thing is we only had 5 days to get out. No one gave us any help from the government, from DOB. Once they paid the 14 days for our hotel, we basically was on our own. And the building, if I might add, the building that we live in was like under rent control. It's a rent control building. And everyone that's been living there has been living there for like 20 plus years.
All right. I will ask the department about it. But reach out to, again, my office.
Yes, I will do. Thank you so much for having me on here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So we will turn now to Mr. Mercer, Clark Mercer, Executive Director, Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having me. Clark Mercer, the Executive Director of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, known as COG, and this month marks year 3 as serving as Executive Director at COG. So it's a pleasure to be before you today. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about COG's membership and what we do, highlights from 2025, and our goals for 2026. As you know, COG's membership is made up of the region's local and state elected officials and members of the area's congressional delegation. We represent 24 local governments, including the District of Columbia and jurisdictions in Northern Virginia and suburban Maryland, totaling nearly 6 million residents. And between now and 2050, the region is slated to add 1.5 million people and 1 million jobs. These 24 local governments were their own state. It would be the most diverse state in the country, the most educated state in the country, and would be 14th in the country in gross domestic product. Our elected officials and local government staff work on a network of boards, policy committees, and partnerships to provide input and policy direction on regional policies and plans. COG has 3 major boards, including the COG Board of Directors, the National Capital Region Transportation Planning Board, called TPB, and the Metropolitan Washington Air Quality Committee, otherwise known as MWAC. Our policy and advisory committees include the Climate, Energy, and Environment Committee, Chesapeake Bay and Water Resources, Human Services, the Region Forward Coalition, and the Food and Agricultural Regional Member Committees. These groups serve as advisory boards for the 3 main boards that we discussed a moment ago. COG also supports public-private partnership groups, including Commuter Connections and Clean Air Partners, and we convene many professional and technical committees of local officials, such as the Chief Administrative Officers, the region's planning directors, chiefs of police, fire chiefs, the housing directors, the chief equity officers. In support of these programs, every month, over 1,500 officials and experts organize through COG to share best practices and promote regional coordination. There's no other place like COG for this level of coordination in our region. Our elected officials, senior member, jurisdiction staff, and planners alike convene at COG to tackle issues that affect the district and our region as a whole. COG membership provides access to 130 in-house experts on a range of technical fields in transportation, the environment, land use, housing, public safety, and more. COG expertise saves members money through research, consultants, regional analysis, and publications. Being a member of COG ensures that the city's point of view is heard and your leadership is at the table. So in 2025, obviously that was a year of major change for the metropolitan region. We faced issues that went beyond jurisdictional boundaries, most notably the significant cuts to our federal and contractor workforce. In 2025, a few highlights. One, we produced more data and probably had more interaction with the press on the impact to our federal and contractor workforce than any other topic that we've tackled in recent history. We partnered with several groups across the region, including the district and several of your deputy mayors, to stand up talentcapital.ai, which the mayor helped announce in the winter here in the district, along with counterparts from the secretaries of labor in Maryland and Virginia. That's a one-stop job resource for individuals looking for career changes, retraining, reskilling in the DMV. It's the most complete job board that we have in the region. Talent Capital has been a success thus far, over 100,000 job searchers, most of them federal or displaced contractors, have come through the site to look for work or training. This week, we have graduated our first cohort of project management professionals, PMPs, from George Washington University. Part of the site and effort is to make sure if federal workers are coming out of the federal workforce and need to be reskilled or retrained, that they're connected with our colleges and universities across the region. We are hopeful that the Talent Capital will remain well-funded into the future. The district, through Deputy Mayor Kine and workforce dollars, have committed $200,000 over the next 2 years for the district's share of Talent Capital. And there are budget amendments and requests in both Maryland and Annapolis and in Virginia and Richmond with the support of Governors Moore and Spanberger to put up Virginia and Maryland's share of those dollars. In 2025, COG launched the only real-time crime dashboard of any metro region in the country. For many, many years, COG has produced a crime report. And one of the observations from members of the COG board is that data is usually dated, at least a year old. It takes the FBI quite some time to confirm that a major crime was in fact a major crime, that a murder was a murder or a rape was a rape. And when the data comes out, it is less useful to policymakers because it's already 12 months old. It also does not tell an accurate picture of what is happening in the region. So we worked with the chiefs of police and the sheriffs from the 24 jurisdictions to get a level of comfort with COG posting more real-time data. So rather than a year lag, it's more like 3 to 5 weeks lag. And it's an interactive site where folks can go and check out real-time crime trends. And you will see that the crime, as you are aware, has decreased fairly significant year over year. The MWAA presentation mentioned the mid-air collision in January in the Potomac. COG runs 28 separate public safety programs on behalf of the region. And one of the most notable programs that COG runs is the mutual aid agreement. Mutual aid agreement is what allows a public safety officer, an emergency responder, to respond across jurisdictional boundaries. So whether it's the swearing in of the president or President Carter's funeral or the mid-air collision or the January 6th insurrection from a few years ago, when you see a Virginia state trooper crossing jurisdictional boundaries into the district to respond to the Capitol, that is facilitated through the mutual aid agreement. And in January, in that mid-air collision, there were over 300 first responders from 90 different agencies at the local, state, regional, and federal levels. Command and control, liability, and all the tabletop exercises that go into such a response are facilitated through the mutual aid agreement. In 2026, I'll just touch on a few goals that I think are particularly relevant for the district. One, we were very happy to help facilitate last week a meeting between Mayor Bowser that was hosted here in this building with Governor Moore and Governor Spanberger. That was the first time in over 4 years that 3 principals had sat in a dedicated meeting to talk about issues of regional importance. And we hope that is, and we're confident that will be the start of more meetings between the three principals to talk about things like public safety and the use of the National Guard, metro and transit funding, our bridges, and our regional economic workforce. DMV Moves was an 18-month process that brought together all of the CAOs from the region, including Mr. Donahue from the district and Mr. Lee, your CFO, to talk about our region's transit needs. Obviously, Metro being a big player when we talk about that, but it includes several other bus operators, VRE and MARC. And the goal of DMV Moves was to articulate what is needed to maintain safe and reliable funding of the transit system. That report has been issued, and we are, it's now in the hands of the capable bodies, the council and the mayor here in DC and the general assemblies in Maryland and Virginia to try to solve the funding issues, particularly on Metro's capital side. But DMV Moves was a big effort in 25. It will continue to be one in 26. Ticket reciprocity is a ongoing issue for the district to make sure that the district's traffic enforcement is upheld in Maryland and Virginia. And I'm happy to report that there is a bill in Maryland this session which would allow their localities to enter into ticket reciprocity agreements. And there's also a bill in Virginia that would direct the DMV to work with the district and their counterparts in Maryland and produce options for entering into ticket reciprocity. And that report would be due, I believe it's either October or November. Part of that study bill also directs the DMV to look at the issue of titling vehicles in the Commonwealth of Virginia with out-of-state addresses, which is a fairly unique practice of the Commonwealth of Virginia and one that has a direct safety nexus. On economic development, we have been briefed by the Department of Commerce, the COG board has, and we will work this year to put together, the district has its own, it's called Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS. We are planning to work with the region, our 24 local governments, to produce a region-wide CEDS. When that occurs, the region can choose to apply to be an economic development district as designated by the Department of Commerce. 85% of the country sits in an economic development district, and it's a strategic advantage for any locality to be in one when they seek federal funding and go after big projects that the federal government has put out. I will give you an example. In the Biden administration, the district applied to be designated as a tech hub. Richmond was designated as one. Baltimore was designated as one. This region was not. One of the pieces of feedback was that there was not as strong a regional plan in applying for that designation. So becoming an economic development district can certainly help with that. Water resources and secondary water supply. In this last year, we were able to get the Army Corps of Engineers to put in for what's called a new start, which is difficult because the Army Corps does not like to permit new starts. And this is a 3-year look at how do we provide a secondary water source to the Potomac River. The Potomac River provides 100% of the drinking water to the district and to some of the surrounding jurisdictions. If something were to happen to that body of water, it would put this region in a pretty difficult position. So there's a 3-year study that we're working on with DC Water to look at what a secondary water supply might look like. We have a 3-part data center series starting at the end of February, going into the spring, looking at the data center industry and their water requirements. So one day will be devoted to kind of water resources. Load usage, how much electricity data centers use, where they pull from, what the impact is to the grid and JPM. And the third of the series will look at financing of data centers. How does the Commonwealth of Virginia tax them? How does Maryland tax them? And what kind of money can be generated through data centers, but also the impact to ratepayers, because with more data centers, we're seeing an impact on what ratepayers are having to pay monthly for their electrical bills. And then I will just close by saying our cooperative purchasing program is one that the district uses. I think all of our members can use it more aggressively, and this is regional purchasing of products that all of our members purchase. So think road salt or diesel gas, widgets that all 24 jurisdictions purchase. And when we can purchase them at scale, we can deliver savings for the taxpayers in all the jurisdictions. We have a new IT director at COG who is particularly looking at our cooperative purchasing for both IT software and hardware, which we feel pretty strongly is a ripe area for the region to do a better job of coordinating and driving costs down. And I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. First question is, do you have a prepared statement?
I do, half of a statement, and this whole statement I just gave will be transcribed and submitted to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gosh, there are a number of questions that I had. One of them had to do with WMATA, but you pretty much spoke to that. I appreciate COG's role in bringing the jurisdictions together as we work through the issue of increasing funding, reliable funding that WMATA can borrow against to continue state of good repair as well as some expansion. When I say expansion, I mean like automated train control, I think it's what it's called. I don't mean expansion as in new lines. You had mentioned ticket reciprocity. Will that require changes in the laws of the three jurisdictions, meaning Maryland, Virginia, the district, or can it be done through like an MOU?
That's a good question. We need all three states to be at the table and willing to work through this. That's what the study bill directs the DMV and Virginia to do, is to be at the table and figure out what can be done through an MOU and what would need to be changed in law. It gets pretty complicated pretty quickly, and I don't think the district has always had as willing a partner across the river as they need to figure out the details. So that's what the goal of the study bill in Virginia would be to come back and say this is the path forward on ticket reciprocity.
And who's leading the study?
Well, it's a budget amendment in Virginia that has not been passed yet, and it would direct the Virginia DMV to work with their counterparts across the river, and it would be facilitated through COG.
And my understanding is the governors discussed this last week. Governors includes the mayor.
It's my understanding, I was not in the meeting, but it's my understanding they did discuss the topic, and I've talked with their staff, so I know the governors have been briefed on the topic. I think there's more of a willingness than there has been in the past to engage on this and come up with a solution.
Over the years, COG has been very much involved in the Water and Sewer Authority, which we call DC Water, but it actually provides service in the region. Is COG involved at all with what's going on right now with the Potomac Interceptor?
Certainly aware of it, and certainly talking to all our regional partners about what the impact's going to be to the region. We had a board meeting yesterday, and Councilman Allen pointed out that he would like COG to make sure that they're engaged and with the regional partners and providing a report back to the board, one, of what COG's involvement is, and two, what the long-term impacts might be to the watershed, which we're doing and will certainly provide to you.
At this point, before you've done that analysis, does it look like there's something that COG should be doing?
I think a public awareness that this is going to have an impact that might last quite a bit of time. I think both the Virginia and Maryland have put out warnings about the water quality as a result of the spill. So I think one, an awareness, but two, I'm not sure above and beyond awareness what COG needs to be doing to make sure that the problem's addressed and fixed in a timely fashion.
Changing subjects, cooperative purchasing. So when you talked about that, you said that the district is participating, but you also said some of the jurisdictions could be utilizing the cooperative purchasing program more. Could the district be doing more?
COG can be doing more to build this program out, and certainly the district, I think, could be doing more to use it. So the notes that you have that we did submit, it looks like the district participates in the cooperative purchasing, the physical health and wellness program services, where they save $50,000 a year. Self-contained breathing apparatus, they save $38,000 a year. They participate in the chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosives equipment program, and the public safety planning, training, and exercise services. Now, those are ones that we know that the district participates in. We also have road salt and ice melt program, bottled water, diesel fuel, staffing services, electrical vehicle fire response equipment, subscriber radio systems, radioactive isotope ID devices, a pretty long list that the district does not participate in. The first few that I mentioned are pretty popular. Like diesel gas is a good example. If we can shave a penny or two off a gallon, that adds up when you buy tens or hundreds of millions of gallons of gas. So I'm happy to get our staff to give a more full report to you on what we think would be possible. I think it's one of the areas where COG needs to lean in harder and work more closely with our members. Once you get to the procurement staffs, it can sometimes get a little bit difficult for someone to, in their eyes, give up something that they are procuring and do something more regionally.
Yes,
That's not unique to the district.
yes, but the cooperative purchasing program is really just being able to by sharing the purchase, buying in bulk and saving money. So it's not much for the district other than to purchase salt to be participating in the cooperative purchase program.
Yep, it's in bulk for products that are very similar, and two, particularly in the public safety world, some of our members don't have the subject matter experts on staff to handle the RFPs, so it's very technical equipment that we leverage for the whole region and
Yeah.
can save big bucks on. So sometimes it's highly technical or very common items that everyone purchases.
Is a year ago, COG was very much attentive to what the impacts would be on the region from the federal workforce cuts. What is happening more recently with regard to COG and that issue?
Sure. Well, you're correct. It was surprising to me that it took as much time and as much emphasis just to explain to stakeholders, particularly outside of the national capital region in Richmond or Annapolis, just the number of individuals that work for the federal government and the fact that many of them live in Maryland and Virginia but work in DC or work in the other states. So we have a federal resource page which breaks down by census tract, congressional district, city council district, House of Delegates, Senate district, the number of federal workers. There are 320,000 federal workers that live in the Commonwealth of Virginia, between 60 and 70,000 district residents, and 302,000 Marylanders. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, there's over 400,000 federal contractors. So when you add up contractors plus federal workers, it's 25% of the workforce. We also model out how much money those individuals make by county and jurisdiction. So we'll look at the average salary of a federal worker, say in Charles County, and the average worker in Charles County. And by county and jurisdiction, there's a large gap with federal workers making more. And we model out what the impact is at various cuts to tax revenues. One of the things that we realized in 2025 is COG is really good at producing this raw data. And we have partners throughout the region that do a little bit better job of explaining what that data means. So we partnered with Brookings Institute. And Tracy Hayden Lowe was at our board meeting yesterday to talk about the DMV Monitor, which is a joint project between COG and Brookings, which takes all this raw data and many private sector data sets that Brookings and COG purchase to tell a fuller story. And it looks at everything from inflation, job loss, number of internships being offered, amount of capital investment and venture capital flow to the region, office new starts, office occupancy, housing new starts, to tell a much fuller story. And after partnering with Brookings, we've been able to get that message out to a much wider universe. So we'll continue working with Brookings on the DMV Monitor to tell that story.
And would you say the impact as of today is as bad as we thought last year, or?
I would say much of it's still unknown because the government was shut down for so long and Bureau of Labor Statistics have not put out timely data to tell us what's happened to the federal workforce. That's kind of number one. Number two, folks that took the fork in the road and in retirement from the feds, once you exhaust all of your benefits and are no longer being paid or collecting any sort of benefits, you can apply for unemployment. We have yet to see the totality of the number of folks that took the fork in the road. Certainly our local jurisdictions are seeing Local tax collections have taken a hit, discretionary spending. One of the statistics that the previous governor in Virginia liked to talk a lot about was U-Haul data, the number of individuals taking one-way trips in and moving to the Commonwealth versus the number of folks booking one-way tickets out of the Commonwealth. And 3 years ago, I think the Commonwealth was at number 7 in the country for folks moving into the Commonwealth. It then dropped 17 spots the next year, and this past year was 37th. So to the extent that someone looks at that data point and thinks there's value in it, the Commonwealth went from 7th to 37th in 3 years. So a lot more folks booking one-way tickets out. So I think it's been, obviously there's been a negative effect. There was an article in CNN today about, perhaps the full extent of the DOGE cuts at bay for the moment, and the president offering some regret for how the cuts to the federal workforce occurred. So, if the cuts stay where they are, perhaps it's not the worst case scenario. And I would just say the other piece, it's the folks that took the early buyouts, it's the individuals that were RIFed. But there's another piece here, which is complete relocation of agencies out of the region. Obviously, HUD was relocated from the district to Alexandria. Perhaps that's a wash for the region. It's certainly not good for the district. But I think if USDA, for example, moved 5,000 jobs out of the national capital region en masse. And so I think we're cautiously optimistic that we won't see any major agencies relocated en masse. And I say that the fear there, if you talk to some of our economic developers, they'll say, for example, that aerospace is one of the areas to diversify away from the federal government. Well, it's pretty well noted that Florida, Ohio, and Texas are actively courting the federal government to move NASA entirely to one of those respective states. So if that were to happen, I think diversifying into aerospace would make it that much harder if NASA was no longer headquartered here. And those are still unknowns.
Mm-hmm. Closer to home, what's the status of COG's headquarters? There was a few years ago thought that COG might relocate.
No, we are proud that 777 North Capitol Street is the home to COG. We had a finance note due on the building this past January, which led to some discussions with our co-owners. And we had 3 co-owners going into those discussions: Mission Square Retirement and ICMA. And after the refinancing, we have 2 owners of the building now: Mission Square Retirement and COG. ICMA has moved out of the building, but we refinanced and signed a long-term lease there at 77 North Capitol. And are actually renovating our 2 office floors. They're completely down to the studs now, 50,000 square feet, and we're in temporary space on the 9th floor. And we'll move back into our offices, and certainly we'll be invited for the grand reopening this summer. But we're proud to be, and we're actively marketing the square footage in the building that's available to partners, including folks in the district.
There'll be a ribbon cutting in the summer
I expect so.
with
Yeah,
the big scissors
I hope so. Yeah.
and shovels. Actually, I don't think you use shovels to cut ribbons, but
No, but we can get a shovel if you want one. It's all good.
what does the dues situation look like for the district at COG?
The dues, sure. So the district's dues for this year are just under 600,000. Now, that is not the total amount the district spends through COG. That is 16 million, split between transportation planning, homeland security, public safety, and environmental programs. We kind of break all of those out in what we submitted for the record. Many, if not the bulk of those, are federal pass-through dollars of programs the district runs. The money gets sent through COG, and then we pass it on to the district or provide some level of oversight. But dues are a little under 600,000, and those are tied to population. And our dues for COG account for 9% of our overall budget.
So for the current year, they're just under 600,000?
believe it's the current year. What my staff prepared was 589,000, and I'll double check whether that was last year's dues or whether that's what you've been billed for this next year.
Are the dues going up? That's another way of looking at this.
I'll break out exactly. If it is slightly, it also is tied to population. So if population increases or
Sure.
decreases, it goes up or goes down. And the dues went up slightly last year. Yes.
Is COG involved at all or looking at the regional impact of the commanders moving from Landover to the district? And I'm thinking transportation primarily.
No, we are not.
Is there anything you need from the district?
No, we appreciate your support. Really valuable partner, and we're grateful. Thank you.
Well, the region does better if we're all working together and also doing well.
Agreed.
I have no other questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Mercer, and I hope you appreciate that we had testimony about some other issues before you came to the table.
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to turn to the Office of Planning. I'm going to take just a couple of minutes. I have to do some communication here, and then I'll call witnesses for the Office of Planning. Sorry for the delay. We're going to turn to witnesses with regard to the Office of Planning. I have William Jordan. Alex Baca. Alex Baca is with Greater Washington. Cheryl Court with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. David Maloff. I'm told Judy Chesser is not going to be testifying with regard to Office of Planning. Carol Ayton. Rebecca Miller. Margaret Dwyer. Liz DeBarros, who's with the DC Building Industry Association. Martin Holmes. I think I will stop right there. So I have 3 folks at the table. So let me go back to the top. William Jordan. Mr. Jordan, you're signed up for both the Office of Planning and the Office of Zoning. If you want to cover both at the same time, I'll give you a little bit more time.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, please proceed.
Good morning. My name is William Jordan, resident of Ward 1 in Columbia Heights. Given the marginally legal 2019 comp plan rewrite and the recent passage of the Rental Act, the Office of Planning and a structural displacement war against DC's Black families should be defunded. OP has long abandoned neighborhood cluster planning and adopted a one-size-fits-all, where the goal of the agency is to simply act as a growth hype machine in order to attract big capital investors chasing cheap public land and financial subsidies under our new urbanist white privilege development regime, a function which is now obsolete, as the mayor and council have made it clear that the city, especially neighborhoods which traditionally have supported Black families, economic and social mobility are for sale. The director should be removed, most of the staff let go, except those fulfilling statutory requirements, who should be transferred to other agency. If OP is not going to function with integrity, especially in the era of Trump, who needs it? And I want to give a few examples. The Rental Act. The Rental Act was refined and passed based on made-up data, PR spin, and twisted logic. OP either had or should have acquired the data and studies necessary to make sense of the debate, but basically sat silent while parties made up data around courts and evictions. So where's OP's study on eviction? Developer Jair Lynch, which testified in favor of the Rental Act, indicated that investors are targeting to build units based on 1.5 family sizes of 1.5 people per unit, and people who are going to stay in the city for 6 months to 2 years. Where's OP analysis on what this will mean for our city? Office to residential conversions. What is the impact for employment, neighborhood, and family stability over time if your economy is designed to trade jobs and businesses for luxury apartments? Racial equity. I've participated in several calls and other engagement with OP officials. Their position is that racial equity, especially for DC's Black families, is achieved when forcing Black families to live in restricted, subsidized, affordable housing units near affluent white new urbanists. This position is a reflection of OSP's input from zoning orders and other places. So that's my OP. It needs to go. It's serving no more purpose. We got a one-size-fit-all zoning, and you might as well get rid of it. Take that money, since we got a $1.1 billion deficit come up, and let's fix it. On the zoning commission, I just wanted to say a few things. I've basically given up on the zoning commission, but the zoning commission over the last 10, 20 years has premised on the successful growth of transit-oriented public-private projects, such as those led by Chris Donatelli and Donatelli Development. Donatelli's model based on reporting from the Post and Washington Business Journal and others was based on a fraud. So we've taken the Donatelli model over the last 20 years, and it turned out that it was a fraud. Chris Donatelli admitted to mortgage fraud of over $100 million on a public-private deal. Other reporting has highlighted Donatelli and others' exploitation of the affordable housing programs to drive up the cost of housing at the expense of the public. Yet over and over again, the Zoning Commission has approved these types of projects, particularly text amendments, based on the integrity of the Donatelli model. I would get rid of the Zoning Commission, except I know statutorily we can't. But, if the council doesn't act and the city doesn't act, both organizations are defunct, especially from the perspective of racial equity. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Alex Baca?
Good, almost afternoon. My
And
name is
you're
Alex.
also listed
yes.
your Office of Zoning. Do you want to cover both with a little extra time?
Yeah, I'll do OP and OZ. I also have DOB testimony, but I can come back later for that. And if I'm not there for that, you don't need to call me.
Okay.
Um,
So I'm only offering OZ and OP.
Great, sounds good. Thanks. My name is Alex Baca. I'm testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as the DC Policy Director. On Office of Planning, OP began its rewrite of the 2006 Comprehensive Plan, which was amended in 2021 in March 2025. OP has since conducted outreach that can be reasonably considered high quality and has developed place types and proposed adding capacity downtown around metro stations and along bus corridors. It is unclear to me as to whether the place types and proposed growth scenarios were derived from the input received in response to OP's outreach, or if OP reached those conclusions prior to it. Reducing the number of mixed-use future land use map categories and proposing what amounts to transit-oriented development are reasonable conclusions. But an agency as sophisticated as OP, which until recently was committed to the fair share distribution of the production of market rate and affordable housing, and which exists in a region long known as a leader in TOD, did not need to conduct any outreach to come to them. Building more near transit should be the bare minimum floor of what the comp plan rewrite does. This is how land use regulations are going nationwide. In the past few years, Arizona, California, Maine, Maryland, Montana, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington State have legalized duplexes, triplexes, and in some cases fourplexes in single-family zones. Comprehensive plans in Seattle and Missoula, among other cities, have recently allowed up to 8plexes on single-family lots. OP has referred to Denver and Raleigh as models for its work, and some staff have said to me that in other cities that they've looked into, going from low density to a density that would enable middle housing citywide generated so much ire that it wasn't worth it. I think we are a much bigger deal than Denver or Raleigh, and though there will inevitably be vicious, painful, and time-consuming opposition to increasing density here, the majority of DC residents prefer building more homes to preserving neighborhood character. OP's outreach might not derive precisely the same conclusions as statistically valid public opinion research, because only the type of person who is predisposed to go to an open house is going to go to OP's open houses. Outreach will not divine what district residents want, only what those who show up desire. This is not to speak ill of OP's efforts or its staff, who are competent, well-intentioned, and do know that it will take more than some marginally taller buildings around metro rail stations and bus stops to build enough homes here that the sticker shock of home prices recede a bit in the public consciousness. It is an acknowledgement that residents, as a general matter, expect their elected and appointed officials to meet their needs. 63% would be less likely to vote for the re-election of a council member who voted against policies to expand housing production or housing construction, such as voting against reforming zoning rules or developing more housing throughout the district. I know better than most that we can rewrite the comp plan in 10 years, and I'm more likely than most to still be working on land use in the district by then. We punted a lot from the amendment process to this rewrite. Instead of taking steps to eliminate single-family zoning, we studied it, and instead of simply enabling greater density in Rock Creek West, we required that planning occur before any zoning changes there. These weren't fantastically crafted pieces of public policy, just fortifications constructed in fear of backlash, which will exist regardless. Gary Goodweather, Janice Storage, and Kenya McDuffie recently submitted responses to Gigi Wash's questionnaire for mayoral candidates. All three said they would mandate that OP produce a new draft comp plan if the agency's initial issuance does not legalize apartments in all parts of all the district's neighborhoods. We'd prefer not to have to ask our new mayor to return the comp plan to sender. Rather, we hope OP will realize, as we have, that the district's single-family zones, which mandate one unit with excessive side yards and setbacks, are restricting the production of the family-sized homes that their workshop and open house participants have said that they want and plan accordingly. On Office of Zoning, until recently, the district has almost entirely depended on the private sector to propose rezonings, which almost always means that it's developers in front of the Zoning Commission asking for land use changes for specific projects. This has fostered quite the unpleasant dynamic in which the prominent actors in development politics are private ones. The public sector should implement its own plans. So Gigi Wash has been pleased with the increasing frequency with which OP is submitting its own zoning text and map amendments to effectuate the 2021 amendments to the 2006 comp plan, which, as we all know, is not a self-implementing document. The district acting in its own interest does not, however, stop those who are opposed to greater density and more housing from opposing change. Such protests nearly inevitably include claims that not enough outreach to the community was conducted, but the only thing of the sort that applicants must do before submitting a zoning amendment is meet notice requirements. The Commission's racial equity tool is mere guidance and does not provide sufficient detail as to what outreach applicants should conduct, if any. We would like OZ and OP to specify what outreach applicants must conduct and to whom for zoning text and map amendments. The zoning code should be amended to include those specifications. The late-stage suggestions for outreach that some zoning commissioners frequently apply are functionally requirements for a case's approval are inappropriate and confusing. Applicants, whether they are private sector actors or the district government, deserve clear marching orders. Additionally, we would like OZ to outline rules of engagement for council members vis-a-vis the Zoning Commission and vice versa. Recently, some council members, at the behest of another ostensibly pro-housing group, weighed in on ZC 2506, which purports to smooth some pathways to building alley dwellings. Council members Alan Henderson and Robert White submitted testimony in support of this case. We have concerns with this. Per the Home Rule Act, the executive is the district's chief planner, and the Zoning Commission, a quasi-judicial body, is charged with preparing, adopting, and subsequently amending the zoning regulations and zoning map in a means not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan for the National Capital Area. Councilmember participation in zoning cases could lead to prerogative hypocrisy, which we think is a bad thing. We're worried about this and hope that OZ would clarify what weight council members are or are not given for some of its commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baca. Cheryl Court?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I just want to summarize my submitted testimony. First, I just want to say that I have worked with DC Office of Planning, and I find them very professional. I actually appreciate the different kinds of workshops and different kinds of outreach that they have conducted on important planning efforts like the Rhode Island Avenue corridor study and the kind of many times that we've been at the Zoning Commission for things like the Wisconsin Avenue upzoning to implement the Wisconsin Avenue Development Framework. And so I really appreciate all of the work that they're putting into it on the zoning side and on the planning side. And I just wanted to make one note is that we want to encourage Office of Planning to keep on going in the direction that we need to do more opportunities to increase housing that doesn't get bogged down in long drawn out fights, which is why we have so little housing production in, say, like Ward 3 and so little affordable housing in Ward 3, and that we need to do better. We need more housing, we need more affordable housing, and we need to make the process work better. And in addition to things like looking at the appeals bill, we also need to move forward with a sort of form-based approach to providing better design controls inside of the zoning. The Office of Planning has moved towards doing that, but we think that that approach needs strengthening. And we've talked to OP about this, and we want to continue to encourage them in this direction. We think will resolve a lot of conflicts to do to translate that community vision from the, say, the Wisconsin Avenue development framework into clear zoning that everybody can be confident is going to achieve the goal, achieves the vision that's been set out in that plan. And so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Court. David Maloff.
Yes, council member, if I may, I'll include DOB in this.
Okay, I didn't make that offer to Ms. Baca, but okay.
Thank you. Dilapidated and in need of refurbishment. At OP, HPRB, HPO, historic preservation is withering on the vine. Plus, at DOB, urgent review and reforms are needed. In both cases, to protect the public safety, property values, and our history. Honorable Chairman Mendelson and council members, I am David Maloff, past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations. Much of what I recommend today, citizens have testified about repeatedly for the last 4 years with little, if no, reform. For those watching this testimony, if you are thinking about buying an abutting home in DC, especially one with a jointly owned shared party wall, and especially in a DC historic district, then I feel you should think twice for now until these agencies are both reformed. If you are a current resident owning a single family abutting home, or even worse, one with a shared jointly owned party wall, especially in a DC historic district, then I think the city government as it applies to homeowners of all sorts today is uninvestable for new buyers and residents. If you are a candidate running for ANC, DC council, or mayor, I dare say reforming the dilapidated historic preservation apparatus at OP and the broken DOB, which is neglecting its public safety obligations, may be winning campaign planks in your platform. If you are a beleaguered homeowner voter concerned about the issues or having experienced these agencies' brokenness firsthand, as I have repeatedly, then I encourage you to vote on reforming and refurbishing DOB, OP, HPRB, HPO in the DC city government. These issues affect all residents. Yet again today, I have 7 respectful asks regarding both DOB and OP, HPRB, HPO. Immediately move DOB and the historic preservation apparatus under the Deputy Mayor of Economic Development to the city administrator. DEMPED is conscientiously destroying historic preservation, and DOB is eliminating safety checks and balances, in effect making residential development in our city more dangerous. Both history and safety are clearly endangered. Regarding OP's historic preservation, number 2, allow HPO to again enforce and inspect it on its own, not under DOB's thumb. Number 3, remind HPRB and DC Historic Preservation Act that it still lives. Feel free, free it today, free HPRB and residents from calculated benign neglect by OP and I think the deputy mayor. As it stands, historic preservation has ceased to have any meeting in DC currently. Regarding DOB, for the full council committee, I ask you again to support my call for an immediate arm's length internal review of all aspects of the Department of Buildings, residential permitting and inspections for DC Construction Code 3307 projects that are deemed dangerous. Reinstate the neighborhood notification program as it was under DCRA in full to protect unwitting, at-risk abutting neighbors confronting dangerous construction that pops up next door. Reinstate the construction codes coordinating board that was summarily disbanded just 2 days ago as an arm's length board, not as an opaque DOB captive entity. It's been blown up and it's not even in Mr. Hanlon's testimony today why that was done, what he's going to do with an opaque operation writing code and who's funding it. The V Street Northwest property collapse that resulted in Mr. Edgar Cifuentes Lopez death 2 days before Christmas, 13 months ago, continues to trumpet an official DOB permitting and inspections record full of deficiencies and omissions. After an astounding and unacceptable 13 months and counting, DOB has yet to issue final, corrected, written public findings demanded by the very capable ANC 1B. In management's testimonies on January 30th, sir, before you, much was left to be desired by DOB. Director Hanlon's testimony again today doesn't say anything about blowing up the one talented independent code writing entity we had. OP and DOB need to audit staff and financial needs in this budget cycle to get protecting residents' life, investments in their properties, their physical safety, and historic preservation back on track cost effectively. So it is high time for the mayor, the next council, and our ANCs to reform and refurbish what is currently a dilapidated DOB and historic preservation functions in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff.
Thank you.
Carol Eaton.
Good afternoon. I'm Carol Ayton. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City regarding oversight of the Office of Planning. While I'm focusing on the Office of Planning, I will be talking about also involves the independent, so-called independent zoning commission that basically functions as OP's agent. We have frequently cited this as an issue in our oversight testimony and have advocated for many years that the zoning commission have its own substantive staff. We still think this is an important issue and essential if they are going to be actually acting as an independent entity. However, today I will address 4 issues. Development of the new comprehensive plan, which is called DC 2050, OP's inadequate community engagement, DC's lack of action in protecting federal historic properties, and addressing priorities like affordable housing and racial equity. DC 2050 is being developed using a newish form-based planning tool called place types. DC has prided itself on being a city of neighborhoods, touting their diversity and special characteristics. Place types is a tool to homogenize DC. Distinctions where historical and cultural are viewed as inequities because every neighborhood doesn't have the same ones, and everything is very worrisomely generic in the place types framework. And there's a vagueness that in the definitions of place types that begs the question of who's going to fill in the details. We hope the council and individual council members will learn more about it. We recommend that the council hold a hearing or roundtable on place types planning framework to examine who would benefit and who would lose, and to consider whether the council wants to steer OP away from place types in the new comp plan. Community engagement. The new framework also appears to eliminate the area elements, which have been a staple of the existing comp plan. The area elements are what brought people together, the residents of their own communities, to articulate their aspirations and set direction. They're the most significant vehicle for community engagement, actually bringing people who live in the area together to discuss what they would like to see happen. The key here is discuss, not put a sticky note on a display board and be asked where should development happen, put a dot there, and that's it. Early in each of the 10 area elements, after a description of the area, there's a section entitled Planning and Development Priorities, describing the different needs and aspirations for that area. These were defined in workshops and actual dialogue with the residents in the planning area. They are thoughtful expressions of future direction. They were deleted in the amendment process initially and then restored after objections, but diminished in a comment afterwards that they were no longer relevant. We continue to believe that the mechanisms used by OP fall far short of meaningful community engagement. Historic preservation. In its role as the State Historic Preservation Office, HPO has been noticeably silent on concerning the president's unprecedented assault on historic federal buildings that enjoyed legal protection by virtue of their listing on the DC Inventory of Historic Sites. Their intention to dispose of or demolish buildings from Southwest to St. Elizabeth has been extensively covered in the press. No comments from any DC officials. Lastly, we think that some formal evaluation should be done on the successes, failures, benefits, and shortcomings of the current comp plan. It would be most informative to at least examine it, considering the stated priorities for affordable housing and racial equity. What can be done to strengthen the next plan to address what we assume will be continuing priorities? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayton. Rebecca Miller.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. DCPL has long partnered with the Historic Preservation Office to tell the histories of our unique and diverse neighborhoods. Recently, we have been working collaboratively to develop a more complete story of Washington's residents through the context studies and underrepresented communities and topics such as affordable housing for the African American community. These studies, funded by the National Park Service, help identify priorities for historic protection in traditionally underserved communities and provide a foundation for broader public education. DCPL continues to be concerned that HPO does not receive the financial support it requires to be successful through OP's budget. Funding for several staff members come from the National Park Service's Historic Preservation Fund and other agencies such as DDOT. The majority of HPO staff's work is regulatory, meaning reviewing projects and processing permit applications, and is essential to enhancing our city's economic and cultural vitality. Continuing to underfund this office and relying on federal funds for HPO staff salaries could be detrimental to the city's historic preservation program in years to come. In addition to HPO funding, DCPL is concerned that city leaders are impeding the DC SHPO's role in reviewing and exercising its signatory authority of federally owned properties. At the end of 2025, the General Services Administration notified the DC SHPO of its intent to invoke an emergency clause at the St. Elizabeth's West Campus programmatic agreement. This clause, intended for catastrophic building failure, was put forward under the guise that the vacant buildings posed a security threat. DC SHPO had 3 days to respond. No response was sent, leaving the advocacy to the National Trust for Historic Preservation and DC Preservation League. One of GSA's justifications for demolition is the lack of objection from the DC SHPO. This campus has been a subject of planning efforts for 2 decades. Thousands of staff hours have been expended on this consultation. Historic preservation professionals do not proactively just sit back and allow significant historic buildings to be demolished, especially when they've worked on their protections for decades. We can only surmise that direction came from administration to not respond. Enforcement remains a critical problem. Illegal construction is even more challenging to identify and control. HPO works with the Department of Buildings on these issues, but both agencies rely on complaints of vigilant neighbors who are frustrated by the lack of reliable follow-up on these violations. DCPL was surprised to hear at the roundtable 2 weeks ago that the chief building official, Nicole Rogers, wasn't aware that HPO no longer had enforcement officers. Ms. Rogers stated that DOB would work with HPO, their sister agency, to develop a process for enforcement in historic districts. Now that HPO no longer has its own enforcement team, DCPL implores the city to devise a new strategy to combat illegal construction and violation of the property maintenance code, which too often results in demolition by neglect. DCPL has testified for years about these interrelated enforcement issues. Because of the difficulty in achieving meaningful progress, the lack of reliable enforcement remains a key threat to the character of our historic neighborhoods and quality of life and safety of residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Margaret Dwyer, she's online.
Thank you. Margaret Dwyer for Ward 3 Housing Justice, an affiliate of Empower DC, focused on creating more affordable housing in Ward 3. Thank you for hearing us. Through various administrations, OP has promoted development projects with inclusion of a small amount of middle-income housing through forms of inclusionary zoning. This trickle-down playbook has failed to make an appreciable dent in the affordable housing crisis in Rock Creek West. The inescapable truth is that without planning and targeted intervention, increased supply will not produce housing that is affordable for low-income households. Low-income housing is built in other wards through the Housing Production Trust Fund, but this has only been invested once in Ward 3. It seems that the district housing and planning programs have been too siloed to come together and plan a Ward 3 for all. This year, OP has moved from a parcel-by-parcel strategy to a corridor-long upzoning model evidenced at Connecticut and Wisconsin avenues that upzones without any plan and no provision for housing for households earning less than 50% of MFI as actual policy. This is exclusionary zoning, and it will one day be seen as the latest iteration of other exclusionary tactics historically used in Ward 3, such as forced displacement, redlining, and covenants. OP has historically opposed basic improvements to IZ, and now we understand that there are plans to weaken IZ Plus to ensure that it is more responsive to the developer-friendly refrain that greater provision of truly affordable housing would mean that projects wouldn't pencil out, and that truly affordable housing at equitable levels would be the poison pill that would kill projects, no matter how generous the density bonus provided. In fact, truly inclusionary zoning could be quite benign. It could be collaborative planning for land use that dedicates space, public subsidy, and private investment so that everybody benefits. The true poison pill is zoning that proposes that major swaths of the city be redeveloped with no provision for housing affordable to more than half of the city's households. We understand that OP is following mayoral direction in all of this. What we don't understand is where the council is in providing some counterbalance. This body has oversight duties on this agency. Who do you want to build housing for? Where is your insistence that every proposal put forth by OP center racial equity or embed deeply affordable housing and true wealth building possibilities for Black households through home ownership and small business support in every proposal? We call on you to use all your power to ensure that the district stops baking in inequity and instead plans for and centers equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, sir, I submitted it. Do you want me to email it directly to you?
There's a way of submitting it on the hearing management system.
Yeah, I did that. I'll do it again. Thank
Do
you.
it again, please.
Mhm.
I'm going to pause a moment before I recognize you.
Mhm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I know.
Sorry about that. Mr. Barros.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe I can do all three agencies in under 4 minutes, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros. I'm the CEO of DCBIA, the DC Building Industry Association. I'm a proud Ward 7 resident. DCBI is a leading voice of real estate development in the District of Columbia. We work daily to address the economic and physical challenges of building sustainable projects and communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at the committee's performance oversight hearing for the Department of Buildings, Office of Zoning, and Office of Planning. Over the years, DCBI and our members have collaborated with Department of Buildings on refining digital platforms such as Project Docs and Certify, reviewing guidance on projects involving IZ, and providing input on legislation affecting both DOB operations and our members' projects. That ongoing collaborations has been invaluable in advancing practical solutions-oriented reforms. We also commend this committee and you, Mr. Chairman, in advancing the Vacant to Vibrant Act this past year. The passage of that act was an important step in ensuring that the exemption timelines are fair and practical, particularly for properties actively under construction and engaged in the appeals process. By preventing properties from being prematurely designated as vacant and subject to higher taxes, it helps reduce unnecessary appeals, supports redevelopment, and encourages continuing investment in the district. We are particularly also grateful to your committee's ability to quickly respond to the expiring legislation in Vacant to Vibrant, the Residential Building Permit Classification Emergency Amendment Act, which was passed by the council recently. It was subject to appropriations and are not in effect. And we hope to continue to work with you and your staff to ensure this critical section of the timely reclassification conversions is funded in fiscal year 27. Turning now to the Office of Zoning, I must highlight a persistent and significant concern among the development community. The current appeal system is discouraging developers from pursuing planned unit developments, PUDs, even when the projects would deliver higher density, more housing, and greater community benefits. The current appeals process is easily exploited by parties with no real stake in the project, creating delays and additional costs without contributing to the public interest. As a result, many are deliberately designing projects to stay within the as-of-right limits, leaving significant development potential and public benefits of PUDs untapped. The need for reform is underscored by recent housing trends in the DC region. Between 2014 and 2020, the region issued an average of 25,500 housing permits annually. Post-pandemic, from 21 to 23, that number increased only modestly to 27,000 units per year. And in 2023, permits fell to just 23,500 units. By contrast, other metro areas in the Southwest saw permit issuances rise by 25% or more over that same period. Within the regional context, the district's share of new housing declined sharply. In 2023, DC accounted for only 15% of the regional permits compared to 28% in 2022 and an average of 24% in the 5 years prior. These trends reflect regulatory uncertainty, lengthy appeals, and structural disincentives that are discouraging higher density development. For these reasons, DCBI strongly supports the Zoning Decision Appeals Amendment Act, which would introduce clear timeline for decisioning issuances, establish clear standards for review, create mechanisms to discourage frivolous claims. We recognize that this legislation is not a silver bullet. It will not on its own reverse the district's housing challenges or restore our regional competitiveness overnight, but it is an important piece, much like the Rental Act and Vacant to Vibrant, that moves the district closer to a more predictable, balanced, and growth-oriented regulatory environment. We encourage the committee to work with us and other stakeholders to fine-tune this legislation and address the issues. Sustained collaboration will be critical to the district's as we confront the housing and economic challenges, and we stand ready to work with DOB, zoning, OP, and other district agencies in this committee on solutions to bring a long-term fiscal benefits and encourage sustainable development in the district. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. You're welcome. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Barrows. Martin Holmes, is he here? I believe he's not here. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions. Ms. Miller, remind me, HPO used to have one enforcement officer, Inspector Cherry,
So
and then it went to two?
they had two field inspectors, and Ms. Cherry she's the original enforcement officer, and she does a compliance at this point.
Okay.
But I don't know whose budget she's under. That would be a great question for Office of Planning.
So she's a compliance. I'm not quite sure what that is.
That would be a great question for them as well.
And so there used to be her plus two inspectors,
Yes,
and now there's no inspector.
correct.
The failure of the SHPO to respond, was that only with St. Elizabeth's or some of these other historic properties?
We haven't had an experience on other properties. It was specific to St. Elizabeth's. But for the other federal dispositions, the SHPO has been represented online.
Has been?
Has been, yes. Mhm.
Okay. And Ms. Baca, you
Yes.
still here? I did not get this rules of engagement for council members.
Mm-hmm. I think it would be really helpful for Office of Zoning to clarify, possibly more for the zoning commission members of it, what weight or not council member input has on zoning cases. I've noticed a tendency of some of the commissioners being very desirous of council member input. And that's fine. Members of the public can submit comment. Council members can submit comment. I don't love that they do. I'd rather keep that totally separate, but that's more of a personal preference. But I do worry that zoning commissioners sometimes see a council member weighing in on something and take that to mean that they should or should not approve a case. And even when that is happening for like a case that I want to pass, I'm still uncomfortable with it, right? Because it sets up this different dynamic where it just seems like the council member's opinion is more important. And that brings us a little bit too close to a councilmanic prerogative, which is not something we're super comfortable with. So it would be nice to have some clarification from OZ on how much do council members' voices matter as a reminder to the commissioners? Are they on par with members of the public or not?
Well, let me, so at any rate, you're not saying that council members should not comment?
I would prefer that they didn't, but I am not saying that they should not. I don't think that there's a way to prevent them from doing that.
Well, I would note that council members participating in zoning and BZA cases goes back to 1975.
And like I said, I don't think that I can fully say that like just because it is my preference that I don't think they shouldn't, but that's not an ask that we're making. We're asking for OZ to clarify what kind of weight their voices have relative to public witnesses.
Okay. I think I'll leave it there. I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you for your patience. It's unusual for me to be interrupted like this, but there's stuff happening.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you. Continuing with the list, Parissa Naruzzi, Executive Director of Empower DC, Deidre Brown, who is Vice Board Chair, Northwest Opportunity Partners, CDC, Nancy McWood, Scott Roberts, Anna Tejbloom Evans, Carrie Vaughn with Building Bridges Across the River, Skylar Dean, and that's it before we get to the government. I take it everybody who's here is Marissa Neruzzi, Deidre Brown, Nancy McWood, Scott Roberts, Anna Evans, Carrie Vaughn, Skylar Dean. I'm going to take a time out again while we're trying to get everybody. Parissa Neruzzi is not here, so we will see Miss Brown, Deidre Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Deirdre Brown, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Northwest Opportunities Partner, CDC. This testimony will be both for the Office of Planning and the Zoning Commission. Let me be direct. We're building a new form of exclusionary zoning right now in real time. We're planning neighborhoods where the grocery workers, child care providers, and home health aides who serve our community every day, people making $18 an hour, have no place to live. For years, the Office of Planning has pursued a developer-friendly approach with token affordable housing through exclusionary zoning. The results speak for themselves. Look at Ward 3's recent major developments: Wardman Park, City Ridge, Upton Place, Residence at Mazda. These projects created 2,618 new apartments, but only Just 233 were affordable through IZ. That's under 9%. Even worse, OP's own numbers show these IZ units are out of reach for most Black households and anyone making less than $75,000 annually. A full-time worker at $18 an hour earns about $37,500 a year. The current system offers them nothing. Now consider the Wisconsin and Connecticut Avenue proposals. If equity mattered, affordable housing requirements would scale with density as it increases. Instead, OP caps IZ plus 125% additional density while authorizing increases exceeding 200% in Friendship Heights. We're handing developers enormous public value, the right to build much bigger buildings, and asking for almost nothing in return for our communities. Here's what concerns me the most. Without deliberate action, market rate development alone won't create housing for low-income families in Ward 3. Other wards have used the Housing Protection Trust Fund to build affordable units. But until very recently, with a loan for 93 senior apartments, Ward 3 had received zero Housing Protection Trust Fund funding. Are our housing and planning agencies really so disconnected that they cannot coordinate to plan truly inclusive neighborhoods? OP has had chance after chance to strengthen these requirements. They opposed extending IZ to downtown developments. They fought against lowering income thresholds. They resisted higher affordable set-asides on public land. And now they're studying whether IZ plus discourages development. I think we can all guess where that study is going to end. One more thing. Transparency matters. OP has held an ArcGIS 3D license for over 3 years. This technology lets residents actually see proposed changes in 3 dimensions. It's standard worldwide. Yet OP keeps showing us flat designs that make it nearly impossible to understand what's being proposed. Why? We need the council to require OP to use these interactive tools for all framework and small area plans. This brings me to the council's role. You have oversight authority here, so I'm asking directly, who do you want housing built for in this city? When will you insist that every OP proposal push racial equity at its center? When will you demand truly affordable housing? And when will you champion wealth building opportunities through homeownership for Black families? Ward 3 has a painful history, forced displacement, redlining, and restrictive covenants. If we approve these rezonings without requiring housing for low-income residents, future generations will look back and recognize this moment for what it is, another chapter in that same exclusionary story. The real poison pill isn't affordable housing requirements. It's planning that rebuilds entire corridors while excluding more than half of DC households by design. You have the power to change this, and we're asking that you use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a second before I call the next witness. Yeah, sorry about that. Ms. Brown, I do have your written statement. So thank you. Next would be Nancy McWood.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy McWood, a 30-year resident of Cleveland Park and a former 11-term ANC commissioner. I'm going to talk about OC's zoning proposal for the Cleveland Park Historic District on Connecticut Avenue. But first, I want to remind the council of OP's performance and its efforts to rezone 16th and U Streets in Ward 1. There, OP proposed upzoning from MU4 to MU10, 148% increase in density. Maximum heights would be 110 feet, including penthouse. The property was surrounded by portions of the Stryver Section Historic District and the 16th Street Historic District. After intense public interest, OP asked to reopen the Zoning Commission record to request a revised map amendment to provide a transition of densities because it was concerned about the potential height and density of future development under MU10 relative to the immediately adjacent RA2 residential zone. What OP requested is retention of the existing zones, height and density limits, and an 80-foot buffer on 2 sides of the lot. The Zoning Commission approved and the revised map amendment. We have very similar facts on Connecticut Avenue and Cleveland Park. The surrounding area and the commercial area are in a historic district with adjacent R1B and RA1 zones with no heights permitted above 40 feet. Current base zoning is MU4, just as it was as 16th and U. For Cleveland Park, OP proposes MU8A with additional height up to 90 feet, including penthouse and a residential FAR of 5.0, when medium residential density is listed in the comprehensive plan as no more than 4.0. This would be a 150% increase in density and a 500% increase in height on lots with existing 15-foot buildings and 350% increase where there are 20-foot buildings. Unlike the very deep buffer OP proposed for U and 16th Streets, OP proposes not even 1 foot of setback or step downs, even though it showed illustrations of these typical zoning buffering devices in the development framework plan. OP proposes going from 60% lot occupancy to 100% lot occupancy, and its claim of a rear yard requirement is applied 20 feet in the air, so there will be no benefit at ground level. Just as it did in the Ward 1 case, OP told the neighborhood that there was only one zone that complied with the comprehensive plan designation when there were multiple zones, such as MU5A, that would not be inconsistent. Why is it that the Office of Planning finally agreed to retain MU4 restrictions as an 80-foot buffer at 16th and U, but under very similar circumstances in Cleveland Park, it is offering no buffering and displays total indifference to our historic district and low-density neighborhood? Cleveland Park was an overlay district that converted to neighborhood mixed-use zoning in 2016. One of the purposes of those zones is to encourage a general compatibility in scale between new and older buildings. The Cleveland Park NMU's purpose is to limit the height of new buildings and encourage a scale of development and a mixture of building uses that is generally compatible in scale with existing buildings. The OP proposed zone is still an MU zone, but the purpose statements on scale and height have been eliminated. When the council revised the FLUM to authorize medium residential density in Cleveland Park, was it your intention that the existing scale and height should no longer be considered? Is there some reason that our very low density is being ignored by OP when it supported strong transitions to low density at 16th and U? I've heard the need for housing is the reason for such intense zoning in Cleveland Park. Rock Creek West has produced 3,600 new housing units since 2015, according to Open Data DC, which is almost 3 times the Rock Creek West goal of 1,260 units of new housing. I say that my time has expired, so I will stop with this sentence. There are ways to maximize affordable housing, and that goal is not inconsistent with zoning development standards that use scale, height, buffers, and transitions to lessen the impact of big buildings on top of or next to smaller buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McWood. Scott Roberts.
Very good. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson. My name is Scott Roberts, and I'm a resident of the Bloomingdale Historic District who is speaking on behalf of the DC Historic Districts Coalition, the DCHDC. The Historic Districts Coalition is an informal alliance of individuals and organizations representing Washington, D.C.'s 37 neighborhood historic districts and other individuals and organizations interested in the city's historic preservation, including residents of potential future historic districts. The Historic Districts Coalition has identified 3 issue areas to highlight this year. Once again, HDC would like to point out the success of the city's Historic Preservation Ordinance. The nearly 50-year-old Historic Landmark and Historic Districts Protection Act has made DC a national and international leader in historic preservation and urban planning. Since 1978, the well-crafted ordinance has shaped the city's built environment by protecting hundreds of historic landmarks and thousands of buildings and structures throughout the city's vibrant historic districts. The designation of landmarks and districts has not only protected DC's best architecture, design, and engineering, but also has led to the recognition of Washington's diverse social histories, from important individuals to neighborhood and community culture. Through the Preservation Ordinance and its regulations, DC has held developers and architects to a higher standard of design that has made DC a place where people want to visit and live. First, thus, in light of the new challenges at the federal level, local preservation or efforts have taken on a renewed importance. It is crucial that the DC Historic Preservation Office and Historic Preservation Review Board, their professional work and independent actions continue making to be supported by office holders and policymakers. Therefore, HDC continues to advocate for full membership on the 9-member Historic Preservation Review Board. As of right now, there are only 5 active members on the mayor-appointed and council-confirmed board. Secondly, HDC continues to promote the success of the Historic Homeowner Grant Program, which is administered by the HPO. This grant program is critical in addressing affordability issues by providing eligible homeowners with financial support for maintenance and repair projects. Given the grant program's importance, the HDC asks the DC Council to fully fund the program. Additionally, HDC encourages the expansion of the program to include multi-unit buildings such as condominiums and co-ops. The current legislative and regulatory language does not provide eligibility for multi-unit buildings, even if they're located in a historic landmark or located within a historic district. There's clearly a need for this, as many condo and co-op owners throughout the city are seeking financial assistance and have reached out for support. Thirdly, the DC HDC would like to highlight the need for any enforcement of historic district design guidelines in the city's neighborhood historic districts. Violations of these design guidelines occur regularly, and typically it is the historic district residents who are responsible for reporting these infractions to the Department of Buildings, which is supposed to correct infractions in coordination with the HPO. The Historic Districts Coalition is especially concerned about the enforcement in the coming year, considering HPO no longer has in-house inspectors, and the Department of Building lacks inspectors who are trained to enforce historic requirements. This enforcement gap undermines the purpose and integrity of the historic review process and the work of the Historic Preservation Office. Thank you for providing me time to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Anna Evans?
Yes, I am here. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to testify. My name is Anna Evans, and I am testifying on behalf of the Cleveland Park Historical Society, but also in my capacity as a private resident of Cleveland Park for the past 33 years. I am here to voice my concern with a change that would allow buildings in the historic district with no provision for compatible with the existing built environment. Please do not tell us that we are somehow protected because new projects would still have to go through HPO and HPRB approval. The point of good zoning is to give people an idea of what is allowed and proper before they spend money on plans and approvals, to say nothing of what I have heard today about the lack of any enforcement. Of course, CPHS and I support the need for more affordable housing in DC, but what the Office of Planning is proposing has less to do with affordable housing and more to do with allowing developers to maximize their potential for profit. The most expedient way to add the stock of affordable housing is for the city to take a hand in construction itself and, if necessary, subsidize rents. There's a tremendous amount of new construction in our area, and as we have heard today, only 9% of that has been affordable housing. There are vacancies up and down Connecticut Avenue, and we see no softening in prices. To continue to proceed this way, asymptotically approaching the goal, we're guaranteed to never reach it. I would urge the Council to ask OP to come up with more creative solutions to the challenge of increased affordability. There is an aesthetic component to my objection. Why destroy something of historical significance to create more of the same? DC has over the last 20 years created a number of apartment house canyons. Low-lying residential neighborhood buildings in the human scale are a distinctive feature of our city and one we should treasure and protect. In this, I make common cause with the first gentleman to testify today, Mr. Jordan. CPHS has published a design guideline for the development along the Connecticut Avenue corridor, which takes into account protections of what is there and allows new buildings and increased density. As a minor point, I also object to the way OP has supposedly obtained residents' input. Every presentation to the public seemed to have a predetermined outcome. The design proposals we were shown at a presentation at the Cleveland Park Library showed setbacks and set downs, more appropriate design. OP's proposal does not include any of these features. The official record was closed before the questions were answered and our concerns properly addressed. We respectfully ask the Council to require OP to revise its proposal to support the district's commitment to historic districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could submit that.
Yes, I tried. There was some server problem. I will get it to you today.
Great, thank you. Carrie Vaughn?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I have relatively uncontroversial comments for you. Just to quickly explain who I am, I'm a resident of Ward 3 and I work for Building Bridges Across the River, which is in Ward 8. I'm the director of the farm program and we run a small farm on our property and also support a number of other farms in Southeast DC. And we give out free produce weekly. I'm basically here to highlight that the Office of Planning has a food policy division and that its work is incredibly important and effective. I'm grateful that DC has prioritized funding and effective staffing of the food policy division. So I really want you to make sure that the city continues this work. Let's see, the director, Caroline Howe, leads the Food Policy Council. So I am a member of the DC Food Policy Council. I'm the chair of the Urban Agriculture Working Group. And Caroline steers all of us that are members of this council. That includes restaurant owners and composters and food pantry managers, urban farmers, people who manage school lunches, farmers market managers, and so on. You can imagine this is a really disparate group of people and we don't often have occasion to meet. But much like yourselves on the council, we have common goals. You know, we want to feed people safely and efficiently and equitably. We don't want people to go hungry. We want our children to be fed healthy food. We want everyone to have access to grocery stores. So here we are, all of us, we're all on the same page about this, you, me, everybody, but we have different perspectives and we have different needs, and that's really a big deal. And so it's important that the Food Policy Council gets us all together to work on this together and helps us get research so we understand what best practices are and what avenues we could follow. The Food Policy Division is doing a really great job with the very small amount of staffing that they have, and we really want to maintain that staffing and that great work that they're doing. And I have some specific examples in my written testimony, but I'll just stop it there since, you know, you're obviously busy.
Thank you, Ms. Fawn. Skylar Dean, who I think is not here. All right. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I have a couple of questions. Ms. McWood, the essence, first of all, Ms. Nancy McWood, you were signed up to testify for both Office of Planning and Office of Zoning. Did we cover both with your testimony?
No, I will submit something later for the record on the Office of Zoning, but I won't be testifying on that today.
Okay. The essence of your testimony is that Office of Planning had inflexibility with regard to 17th and U, or 16th in U, and subsequently changed its position. And it has inflexibility with regard to the historic district at Cleveland Park on Connecticut Avenue. Why aren't they showing the same consideration that they did with 16th in U? Am I getting that right?
That's a good summary. Yes.
And then also, you had near the end of your statement that you maybe didn't get to, that there are ways to maximize affordable housing that are not inconsistent with zoning development standards, but that's not what's being explored.
Proposed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me to expand on that?
Just for 30 seconds.
Okay. As many people have mentioned, what Rock Creek West is missing, what Ward 3 is missing is affordable housing. It's not market rate housing. We've well exceeded our goals from the mayor's housing equity plan. We will never get there, though, in terms of reaching our affordable housing goals without public funding. It's been demonstrated that IZ will not get us there. And for Cleveland Park, what OP is proposing is IZ plus. That will bring us to 18% of affordable housing set aside based on an increase of 125% density. Well, the density that's being proposed for Cleveland Park is greater than that. It's 150%. So why isn't the Office of Planning proposing a greater set aside? This is a customized zone. OP can do whatever it wants. It is increasing the height allowance for the zone it's proposing. It's increasing the FAR for the zone it's proposing. Why not increase the amount of affordable housing set aside and or deepen the income eligibility requirement so that there could truly be more diversity in Cleveland Park? There would be enormous support for that in Ward 3. There's a narrative that's been told for years that Ward 3 is antagonistic to affordable housing. That is not true. As I told you in the beginning, I was an ANC commissioner for 11 terms. That was never my experience. I've testified before the Zoning Commission numerous times. I've gone to OP and had numerous meetings about trying to increase affordable housing on matter of right projects under large tract review. Nothing has worked. Nothing has budged them. So I think the narrative needs to switch, that the obstacle here is the Office of Planning and the Zoning Commission. It is not the residents of Ward 3.
But you just said they're proposing to increase the height or the density by 150%. But I thought you also were objecting that they were proposing too much density. Or was it too much
I am,
height?
but the two are not in conflict. You can decrease the density and or you can put in buffers and setbacks, which are typical zoning devices to try to mitigate the impact of density and larger buildings adjoining much smaller buildings. And you can increase the amount of affordable housing set aside. If the set aside is going to align with 125% density increase, then reduce 150 to 125. But at the same time, the Office of Planning could be proposing, let's lower the income eligibility so that we enhance the possibility that Black households in the city could be eligible for the IZ housing that is going to be produced. But over and above that, and this goes directly to the council, Mr. Chairman, there has to be Housing Production Trust Fund investment in Ward 3. If you look at all of the areas, all the planning areas that exceeded the mayor's housing equity goals for affordable housing, you'll find that Ward 7, Ward 8, they exceeded it by over 200%, what their affordable housing goals were. How did they do that? They did that because they get the bulk of the Housing Production Trust Fund money. Ward 3 and the other areas that did not reach their goals on affordable housing receive either no HPTF funding or very little and inconsistent amounts of funding. There is a linkage there. Public investment matters when it comes to affordable housing production.
All right, that's helpful. Let me I had one other, not for you, but for Mr. Roberts. Your first request was full membership on the 9-member board. I just checked because the council, the committee of the whole and the council just approved 3
Yes,
appointments.
we're happy to see that.
So at this point, there's 1 vacancy out of 9 members.
Yes. We're just encouraging that the HPRB always have a full complement of members.
All right. I think I'll leave it there. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. I'm going to apologize again for all the interruptions. In fact, one of the interruptions was to tell me that I should apologize for all the interruptions. I mentioned that there's stuff going on. I suspect many of you know. The Senate is voting this today on the disapproval resolution of our tax decoupling, which could cost the district over the life of the financial plan about $700 million. And so there's stuff happening. The Senate vote is scheduled for, I'm told it's happening now. I'm probably going to be interrupted a few more times. I think that there's going to be a meeting that I have with the mayor and the attorney general. So at any rate, that's what's going on. I apologize for all the interruptions. I'm sure it's frustrating. I'm doing my best to try to pay attention. And I do have written statements from almost everybody. So I have something I can look at later as well. So thank you all for your patience. And if you're not patient, well, thank you anyway for putting up with this. So that's going to complete all of the witnesses except for the directors. So I'm going to turn now to Anita Cozart.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're waiting for me. That's a mistake. Before you start, let me just get this out of the way. Where are we with, there's still 1 vacancy on HPRB.
So this is a great public service announcement. We are seeking members to fill out the complement of HPRB members. If you or someone you know is interested in this public service, please reach out to the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments. You can also reach out to me directly.
And this is a public member?
Yes.
So it doesn't have to be an architect or architect?
Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me just check. This is a public. It's a public member.
Yes, I saw that communication, which means that anyone who has some interest, but not necessarily expertise in historic preservation is qualified.
That's correct.
All right, that gets that question out of the way. I have your statement and please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff of Committee of the Whole. My name is Anita Cozart. I'm the Director of the DC Office of Planning. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to share with the committee OP's accomplishments during fiscal year 2025 and the beginning of this fiscal year 2026. OP's mission is to plan for the long-term growth of DC, working towards a future where all residents can thrive regardless of income, race, age, or background. In FY25, OP advanced Mayor Bowser's growth agenda, focusing on attracting and retaining residents and fostering economic activity. This work included engaging with residents to envision DC's future, delivering projects that strengthen neighborhoods across the district, reducing regulatory barriers for property owners, and sharing the stories of our residents. On March 3rd, 2025, Mayor Bowser launched DC 2050, the district's first comprehensive plan rewrite in nearly 2 decades. Since then, OP has heard from over 4,600 residents to learn why they love DC and what they envision for its future. This feedback reflects what many already know. Residents deeply value DC's diversity, culture, history, walkability, transit, and public spaces. People told us that in 2050, they want to be safe, and they want DC to be safe, affordable, and diverse. Overwhelmingly, those we've engaged with have emphasized that housing is their top priority, with strong support for housing that accommodates a variety of household types and income levels. Residents have also expressed a desire for greater access to everyday essentials close to their homes, like grocery stores, parks, recreation, and transit. OP has taken a multifaceted approach to engaging residents, meeting people where they are, making it easier to share feedback, and showing how input is shaping DC 2050. To date, OP has hosted 7 community workshops with 500 participants, convened focus groups with 250 attendees. We also connected with over 2,000 residents through various events across the city. Online workshops on DC and surveys on DC2050.com have reached 2,500 people. A key priority for OP has been engaging residents who have not traditionally participated in comprehensive planning efforts. Earlier this month, OP awarded grants totaling $75,000 to 3 community-based organizations: the Coalition, Prospering Places, and Many Languages, One Voice, to raise awareness of DC 2050 and gather feedback. At our most recent community workshops in November 2025, OP introduced DC 2050's approach to the future land use map and shared options for how and where the city can grow. Residents voiced strong support for adding housing near metro stations, along frequent bus routes, and in downtown. Looking ahead, OP will host our next round of community workshops at the MLK Library on March 18th and 21st, where we will present a draft future land use map informed by community input we have received to date. OP will release a draft of the comprehensive plan for public comment in September 2026. We project final submission of DC 2050 to the council by June 2027. While OP is working with residents to shape a citywide vision for 2050, we are also advancing projects that strengthen DC's neighborhoods today. In FY25, OP continued implementing the Downtown Public Realm Plan, the Downtown Action Plan, and recommendations from the Gallery Place Chinatown Task Force. We awarded $1.9 million in Streets for People grants to attract residents, workers, and visitors to downtown and encourage them to stay. In the Downtown DC bid, the grant funded a series of events and arts installations at Anthem Row at Gallery Place. This included artworks like the Prism and a record-breaking giant mistletoe. Over the grant period, Anthem Row saw a 22% increase in visitors, and partnering businesses reported $67,000 in direct sales of food and beverage during events. In the Golden Triangle bid, grant funding supported the Art Avenue public exhibition along Connecticut Avenue, as well as events and infrastructure in Farragut Square. Art Avenue included 13 sculptures, 4 murals, and a digital guided walking tour. In the first 3 weeks of the exhibition, 200,000 people walked along Art Avenue, representing a 9% increase in foot traffic. In FY25, OP Also developed updated streetscape guidelines for Chinatown in consultation with ANC2C to ensure future investments like the Capital One Arena create a cohesive streetscape that reflects the neighborhood's cultural character. OP has been working closely with district and federal partners on repositioning federal land and buildings, including at Poplar Point and the RFK Stadium campus. Transformative opportunities along the Anacostia River. In February 2025, OP, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, and the National Park Service launched an environmental assessment and master planning process for Poplar Point. This effort will unlock the potential for 110 acres to be redeveloped into a mixed-use development with new community amenities, stronger connections to the surrounding neighborhoods, and preserved natural spaces. Completion of the master plan and environmental assessment will enable the federal land transfer to the district to be finalized. The RFK Stadium Campus Project will reimagine 180 acres, creating more than 6,000 homes, a new Commander Stadium, world-class parks, a regional sportsplex, hotels, restaurants, retail, and other neighborhood amenities. In the coming months, OP will host a walking tour and public meetings on the district's master plan for the campus, which will guide land use, building design, the street network, parks, and open spaces. The master plan will also inform land use and zoning for the portions that are subject to zoning. For both Poplar Point and RFK, OP will release draft master plans for public comment in the summer of 2026 and submit the plans to council in the fall. OP has advanced planning efforts for neighborhoods citywide and is focused on turning recommendations into reality. In November 2024, the council approved the Ivy City Small Area Plan. In follow-up to that plan, OP developed more detailed recommendations for improvements to Oakey Street to make the neighborhood more accessible to pedestrians and transit riders. In follow-up to the Pennsylvania Avenue East Small Area Plan, which was adopted by council in November 2024, OP advanced a zoning amendment that added more density and opportunities for housing along the corridor. OP completed a zoning amendment to implement the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan, which was adopted by council in July 2022. Also in Ward 3, OP is advancing 2 more zoning amendments for Connecticut Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue. The zoning changes in Ward 3 will add the potential for 10,000 new housing units, about 2,000 of which will be affordable. OP is committed to supporting commercial corridors across the city. In January 2025, the Historic Preservation Review Board adopted the Anacostia Historic District Commercial Corridor Design Guidelines, which provide guidance for the newly designated portions of Martin Luther King Avenue and Marion Barry Avenue. In November 2025, OP released the Rhode Island Avenue Northeast Planning Study, which aims to support existing businesses and to attract new businesses, create gathering spaces, foster a comfortable pedestrian environment, and expand housing options for all income levels. OP collaborated with DEMPED, the District Department of Transportation, the Department of Small and Local Business Development, and the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities to identify actionable recommendations to be implemented this year. On March 10th and 11th, OP, in partnership with the Urban Land Institute and the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, will host a panel of experts in planning, design, and real estate to create a development strategy for the portion of Rhode Island Avenue between 13th and 15th Street Northeast. Our partner agencies are also advancing recommendations this year, including grants for businesses along the corridor and a transportation study. In December 2025, OP released the Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant Vision Framework for Public Realm Design, which outlines practical strategies to improve the public spaces in these 2 distinct multicultural neighborhoods. We worked with community partners to identify ways to make streets, parks, and plazas more safe, welcoming, and better able to support everyday life, local businesses, and community culture. In the first quarter of FY26, OP launched a land use and market study for H Street Northeast corridor to guide policies that strengthen retail diversity, foster mixed-use development on opportunity sites, and create public spaces that invite visitors and enhance residents' experience of the corridor. In follow-up to the Nanny Helen Burroughs and Pennsylvania Avenue East small area plans, this fiscal year, OP is partnering with community organizations to improve commercial kitchen space, to promote food access and entrepreneurship, enhancing public spaces and hosting events to catalyze economic development and support local businesses, and install signage that honors historic people and places of Ward 7. OP continued our longstanding historic homeowner grant program, which supports low to moderate income homeowners who need assistance making repairs to their historic homes. In FY25, we completed 2 grant-funded historic home projects totaling $150,250. And last month, we awarded 3 additional grants for home projects to be completed in FY26. Supporting homeowners and maintaining their properties is critical to keeping housing affordable in the district. In FY 2025, OP advanced several zoning proposals aimed at expanding housing opportunity and reducing regulatory barriers. Our proposed alley lots amendment would allow more homes to be built in alleys citywide. The RA1 text amendment would allow by right redevelopment of row homes and apartments with 4 or fewer units, eliminating the need for special exception review. Lastly, OP submitted to the Zoning Commission a first of its kind omnibus text amendment to remove housing barriers, clarify regulations, align with comprehensive plan policy, and ease administrative burdens for homeowners, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and advisory neighborhood commissioners. Together, these proposals will cut red tape and provide more flexibility in the zoning regulations to advance the district's priorities. We anticipate that these amendments will be adopted by the Zoning Commission in the spring of 2026. A core part of OP's mission is to elevate the history and culture of DC's communities, especially those who have been underrepresented. OP completed its second year of the Commemorate DC program, which was developed to support goals of the Diverse Washingtonians Act. This program provides technical assistance to communities to develop design concepts for new monuments and memorials, honoring Black Washingtonians outside of the monumental core. In FY25, OP partnered with communities in Wards 5 and 8 to develop concept design for commemorative works recognizing Sterling Brown and Wilhelmina and Calvin Rolark. These designs were reviewed by the Commemorative Works Committee. On February 17th, OP will host an event at the Lamont Riggs Library honoring the legacy of Sterling Brown and sharing an overview of how that commemorative work was designed and the community engagement process that informed it. In celebration of World Pride, OP released an online interactive map highlighting sites important to queer history in the district. We also partnered with the Rainbow History Project and the DC Preservation League to host walking tours exploring the LGBTQ+ history in DuPont Circle. OP conducted historic context studies with support of the National Park Service to add to our knowledge of communities that have not traditionally been well represented in preservation. In May 2025, we released a Latino context study, which informed updates to the National Register listing for the Mount Pleasant Historic District, and supported landmark designations for the Rosemont Center, the Latin American Youth Center, and the Sacred Heart Church in Columbia Heights. We are currently developing a study on the role historic homes have played in providing affordable housing for Black residents in the district, which we expect to be completed in June 2027. Additionally, last week, OP awarded grants totaling $250,000 to support the stewardship of historic African American cemeteries. Through this program, Woodlawn Cemetery Perpetual Care Association and the Black Georgetown Foundation at Mount Zion Female Union Band Historic Memorial Park Cemetery Cemetery will receive funding for improvements, preservation work, and education activities. In closing, I would like to thank district residents and stakeholders for engaging with OP over the past year. I commend our excellent staff for their dedication to advancing the many projects I discussed today. To learn more about OP's work, please visit our website, planning.dc.gov, or call us at 202-442-7600. To participate in the comprehensive plan rewrite, visit dc2050.com or email us at dc2050@dc.gov. My thanks to the committee for the opportunity to share OP's work today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Let's see. Thank you for your testimony. I have questions from witnesses. From listening to the witnesses' testimony, I have questions prepared for the hearing. I think I'll start there. Last year, the agency had a reduction in force of 2 staff. I'm thinking that was related to the inspectors at HPO.
That's correct.
So how is the agency dealing with historic inspections with the reduced manpower? I don't mean that the inspections are historic. I mean that this is inspections related to landmarks and historic districts.
Sure. So we do, as was mentioned, we do have a staff person employed at OP who helps to manage the flow of the enforcement actions that are happening in historic districts. That's Ms. Cherry, who was referenced before. We also, one of the functions she also has is to coordinate with the Department of Buildings around activities or reports of activities that need to be looked into or inspected.
So somehow that doesn't sound like that's adequate.
So what I take from the testimony today is that the coordination that's been happening between the Office of Planning and the Department of Buildings on this is something that we have shared, amongst agencies, and that there may be a lack of public understanding of how we're coordinating now. And so one of the things that we're going to continue to do with Department of Buildings is to kind of formalize the approach that we'll take and find a way to make sure we're sharing that with the public. So there's clear understanding of roles and responsibilities and how inspections are being covered.
So what is that going to be with Department of Buildings, an MOU?
We have an existing memorandum of agreement. It's something we'll, look into modifying as necessary. Some of the practices may need to be in the memorandum of agreement. Some of them may just need to be practices that we have that we daylight and make clear to the public.
So that sounds to me like we, the government, got rid of the 2 inspectors. There's been some collaboration. It's clear that there needs to be some clarity around the what is happening to inspect historic properties where there's allegations of illegal construction.
That's a fair summary.
In your budget variance chart, that's the pre-hearing questions, you noted $53,000 in overspending on fringe. This seems high for an agency of your size. Was this a result of salary lapse or what? Why would fringe be too high?
Let me see if I can get back to you on that question during this hearing. If not, certainly I can provide a written response.
Okay. This will be more relevant when we have the budget before us. You touched on these planning studies you're working on. The Poplar Point Master Plan was supposed to be completed in 3rd quarter, according to last year's questions, but it has been pushed. meaning going from third quarter to fourth quarter. Are you confident that these plans can be completed by the end of the fiscal year as the comp plan work ramps up?
Yes.
That was a simple answer. Give me a sec. I know you touched on this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Where is OP at on the RFK master plan, especially considering all of the items that are still in flux? For example, metro operations and potential expansion have not yet been settled on. The Sportsplex keeps moving locations in subsequent submissions. New district assets such as a fire station and the stadium design just went to NCPC to include a possible tunnel, which could affect public facilities. So can you say more about where OP is on the RFK planning?
So it's actually quite helpful that these conversations about infrastructure and civic facilities are happening now, and that they have funding associated with the planning, so that when we do a master plan, we can account for what those needs are. It's also important to understand that the master plan is going to get most specific as it relates to land use, zoning, and urban design. And we feel like we have the inputs that are necessary for that in terms of the sets of uses that are expected there. So it's really about arranging them appropriately and thinking about what the ultimate goals are as it relates to each of those uses, and thinking about, to your point, around the infrastructure that's necessary for fire, public safety, all of those kinds of things. A master plan is a great place to bring those things in. And we have real-time information that's being considered at the federal level, that's being considered at the local level.
I have said privately, and I will now say publicly, my understanding is that the comprehensive plan land use map is going to have to be amended in order for the stadium to be built. Because the comprehensive plan right now calls for, I think it's either open space or very low density, like maybe residential. In any event, the comprehensive plan, arguably, I'm going to say arguably because I don't want to be supporting any legal trouble here, but arguably the comprehensive plan is not consistent with the stadium development. So I believe there needs to be a comprehensive plan amendment. That ought to happen quickly so that then action can proceed with a zoning amendment. Where are we with the comp plan in terms of RFK? Or I could phrase that differently. Is the executive thinking it's just going to wait until it submits the comprehensive plan next year to deal with RFK?
So you're right that the future land use map does need to be amended in order for zoning to be put in place. One approach would be to wait for the comprehensive plan to be adopted by the council next year. I would say that there's a desire, and I'm sure you share it, to see if there are other approaches to make that happen. Make something like that happen this year.
Well, let me be very clear. I would like it to happen this year because, as you know, the comprehensive plan, when it's before the council, it takes a very long time. Could be a year, which means if it's submitted, when are you planning on submitting it? In June of 2027?
Yes.
If it takes a year to adopt, that would be 2028. Only then could a zoning application be filed or a PUD application or anything. No, because it has to then be mapped. So there has to be a mapping of the site. And then after that, whether or not the commanders need zoning approval, we don't know. So if it takes them 3 years to build or 2 years to build, and I think the stadium is supposed to open in 2030. I need some help here.
So can I just say that we're committed to finding a solution that works faster than that
Well-
timeframe, and yes.
It helps that the chair of the committee as a whole, which has purview over the comprehensive plan, is saying you would like to see an amendment this year so that the map change can take place. And then after that, if zoning approvals are needed, that can take place. Otherwise, they're not going to meet the 2030 deadline. And this chairman is not going to move the comprehensive plan in like 2 months or 3 months. I just don't want to. I'm looking around. People aren't going to be happy with that. Can I be any clearer?
You are very clear, sir.
I'm out of time, and I was going to ask about the ballroom. I'll do a second round for me at least. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Director. And I will jump in. I want to lift up some of the questions I heard from our friends at Empower DC. What is the status of implementing the racial equity plan, specifically 1.3 to track key performance indicators tied to racial equity?
So what we're doing is the Racial Equity Action Plan timeline concludes this year, and what we're doing internally is we're developing how to report out and track those items. And so our staff are from the work that we've done during the period of the Racial Equity Action Plan is documenting those things so that we can share publicly what the progress has been on that. So that's work that we're going to be doing through this calendar year, and so the public can expect in 2027 to see reporting of the progress as it relates to all of the items specifically and inclusive of 1.3.
Okay, and what are the standards for planning, evaluation, and engagement behind changes to the future land use map?
So one of the tools we're using around that is racial equity impact assessment. I know the council is very familiar with that, given the council's committee around that. And so we're using that as part of the sets of questions that are related to that. The sets of data analysis that's related to that is informing our work there.
Okay. And we would be able to expect that by next year as well?
Yes.
Understood. And when we say next year, is that like January of next year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In your testimony, you note that grants were awarded to 3 community-based organizations to raise awareness of the comprehensive plan, DC 2050. To gather feedback. How are these organizations gathering feedback, and how are we ensuring that they're doing a sufficient job of soliciting input from diverse perspectives across the district?
Sure. So as part of this was a competitive grant process, we set forth expectations around reaching communities that have not been deeply engaged in the comprehensive plan to date and putting forth strategies for how you would do that. And so these organizations have background and connections into communities where, frankly, our data says we haven't been able to have those individuals participate in our workshops, fill out our online surveys, or otherwise engage with us. While we have been making inroads in terms of going to where communities are, the festivals that they're having, the community-based organizations, events, there's still more work to be done, and working with these organizations that have built relationships over decades. That's something that we as an agency will learn from, and the accountability measures are just even in our grant agreements about here's what you said that you would do in your proposal, and that's baked into the grant agreements. So that's the accountability.
And to clarify, you are still accepting feedback?
Feedback on DC 2050
Yes.
overall, absolutely.
And for how long?
We'll be accepting it through, certainly through all of this calendar year. There'll be an opportunity for some very detailed feedback because we'll share the policies in addition to the maps and other diagrams in September of this year. And then we'll have a public comment period that will happen until the end of December of this year. Following that, we'll have to synthesize all that comment and provide that to the council, in which case the council will have a public process around it as well.
And the chairman touched on this a little bit, but as it relates to the RFK Stadium and the master plan, once the plan is submitted, what are next steps?
Once the master plan is submitted. Part of the next steps for us is to start working on what the zoning proposal would be in anticipation of having a land use map that is amended according to that master plan.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that for the sake of time. In your testimony, you noted that your office put forth recommendations for council approval for Oakey Street as part of the Ivy City Small Area Plan. In fact, we just had a meeting with the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development and Planning with businesses in Ivy City. And something that struck me is that that area plan assumes certain things that may not necessarily come to reality right now in terms of development of housing and an influx of residents. So can you just give a status update, not so much on the plan, but how we're thinking about our new reality and how we might pivot from what the expectations were in the plan?
So one of the things in terms of what we can do near term is do some identifying how spaces that are in this kind of transitional between housing and industrial and commercial uses, how public space can knit them together and how public space can create safe environments. That's something that really came up a lot during the development of the small area plan. And so that's a near-term and lasting thing that we can do, even while it's not necessarily clear that the influx of housing opportunity may not come for some time. There's still a need for residents who are there and have been there to have public spaces that are welcoming, dignified, and provide them with a way to get to their everyday needs, right? So that's a near-term piece that does not stand in the way or can be kind of that bridge while other development anticipated.
Understood. The small area plan identified that roughly 30% of Ivy City residents are at risk of displacement. And that is a big concern I hear from the commissioner and others in that area to say, sure, we want development and investment in our community, but we don't want it to come at a cost of residents who have long called Ivy City home. How can we work together to build on the small area plan, expand recommendations to address that concern so that residents who live in Ivy City now can stay there?
Yeah, I think part of it is really trying where we can to get more specific about kind of the recommendations that are related to kind of stabilizing housing, right? There are some in there related to kind of preservation of existing housing affordability and making sure that we're looking at the funding streams that we have and making sure that they're making their way to Ivy City. So I think that's a key part of it. It's not necessarily a land use or zoning or urban design piece, but certainly the pieces that I talked about related to public space, I think when we bring them in concert with one another, that can be helpful both in kind of that immediate need around risk of displacement, but also, you know, the sense of belonging and representation in the community.
Okay. And then I wanted to come to Rhode Island.
Sure.
I'm really excited to be working with you and your team as we think about how do we invest and revitalize that corridor. There are any number of recommendations in the planning study that your team led. Where are we with taking action on those recommendations?
So some of them, well, one, for our role, we're going to be advancing the specific recommendations that are around kind of 13th to 15th through that technical assistance panel. It's just a chance to like really drill down and really have a shared understanding of what's possible and likely and what it takes to make and catalyze that kind of redevelopment opportunities. So that's one piece. And then farther east on the avenue, there's a few things that are going on. One is really thinking about how can kind of Great Streets programs and work the DSLBD does, how can that support those businesses along that avenue to continue to thrive. And then at the other end of the avenue, there's work that's going on, trying to work with National Park Service and others around the Gateway area. Yes. And so making sure that those areas that we can have some kind of agreement that allows that to be a much more welcome to the district in the spirit of
and hopefully investment in the budget.
Sure.
I know you, in the plan, it references these as short-term recommendations. Those actions you're referencing now, should we expect them this year?
So the investments from DEMPED and DSLBD, that's this fiscal year. The work right there at 13th and 15th to deep dive in terms of what we think is possible there, that's going to happen in March.
Nice.
With some a report that can be publicly available later in this calendar year. I can follow up with you about the date on that. And then the Gateway piece, that's work that the Deputy Mayor is trying to lead immediately.
That's exciting.
It is exciting. I can't promise a time frame on that. That's the only thing I can get back to you about that time frame.
I see the chairman is distracted, so I'm going to take a privilege of one more question, if that's okay. And I recently attended a meeting, and one of the concerns that continue to percolate is that there are more and more matter of right decisions coming out of zoning. And obviously, you all are influencing that. And the concern is less the development in itself, but that residents are boxed out of those decisions. ANCs, longtime residents are boxed out of those decisions. Can you speak to that? As someone that is pro-development, especially along our transportation hubs, I still strongly value and am in favor of soliciting feedback from residents, hearing from them, the work that you've done in Ivy City and in Rhode Island and other places. The concern I hear from residents, though, is it seems as though we're moving away from that commitment as a city. And again, this is what I'm going to ask zoning, but can you speak to that from your perspective at the Office of Planning?
Sure, it's a good question, and it does merit a lot of it merits some discussion. So what I would say is that we at the Office of Planning really are responsible kind of for sharing what is the collective vision for development across the city that is really customized and specific to Rhode Island Avenue, to Ivy City, to Upper Wisconsin Avenue, to Connecticut Avenue, downtown, Georgia Avenue, and laying that out for people to see. Those who want to invest, whether it be a homeowner who wants to develop an accessory unit, whether it be a business owner who's trying to understand how they could potentially expand or partner. All of that is part of information to be sharing. And a piece, and we, in order to develop that vision, we do extensive engagement to really document what is most important in each of these areas. And that is through our small area plans, our development frameworks. Those are what really represent what the priorities are as it relates to developments. And so these are things that if there is any discretion that is needed for a development project to move forward, this is what informs what we say to the Zoning Commission or the Board of Zoning Adjustment. This plan that was engaged and where it had this many residents and stakeholders engaged with, prioritize these things. And so this development ought to
So what I'm hearing you say is you are doing that engagement on the front end.
We're doing that
to
engagement.
inform the recommendations that you're passing on to zoning.
That's right.
And that is helpful for, I think, residents to hear. Still, though, I think we can do a better job as a city of that balance. And this is, again, feedback I have more so for zoning, that it worries me that we're going to get too far away from engaging residents in the process. But thank you for your engagement here. Thank you for your commitment on projects important to Ward 5 and just being responsive as a district agency.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. So, Ms. Cozart, I was about to ask you, while the White House claims that the proposed ballroom project is exempt from historic review under the law, there are obviously historic preservation concerns surrounding the project. Has HPO been approached at all by the federal government or the White House to discuss preservation issues?
Generally or specific to the ballroom?
Specific to the ballroom?
No.
Generally?
Generally, yes. On properties that they are, on their property inventory.
With regard to the Cone Building or the Robert C. Weaver Building or the Department of Agriculture South Building or the Hubert Humphrey Building?
I think almost yes to all of those. Yeah, general discussions about those buildings, yes.
I want to take that further. What does that mean, general discussions about the buildings?
So as the federal government, particularly GSA, has been thinking about their inventory, they've certainly approached our HP staff. They've approached our development review staff, just trying to understand what is, what the expectations might be should they dispose of some of those to the private market. And what are the expectations as far as review under zoning? Are some of these properties zoned? What is the, what would be the process as it relates to if they went into the private market and had to be considered by, projects had to be considered by the Historic Preservation Review Board or HPO staff? That's the kind of general nature of the questions.
Who's the State Historic Preservation Officer?
David Maloney.
Okay. At the end of 2025, GSA notified HPO or the SHPO of its intent to invoke an emergency clause in the St. Elizabeth's West Campus programmatic agreement. This was put forward under the guise that vacant buildings posed a security threat. The HPO had 3 days to respond, but no response was sent. Why?
No response was sent because the nature of the request for the response, we'd been on the record about the value of the buildings. And so that record stands.
Well, yes, but there's a process that requires a response and no response was given. Was there direction to not respond?
We thought it prudent to let the record stand.
Does GSA understand that?
We should hope so, given how we had communicated with them over the years about the nature and the importance of the buildings.
Well, my understanding is one of GSA's justification for the demolition is the lack of objection from HPO. So I hear what you're saying, which is that you all have been on the record in the past. What I'm pressing you on is that you had 3 days to respond, as I understand from this agreement. This agreement, which includes the clause which whoever it is in the federal agency, I guess is GSA, sought to invoke, I think without justification or without credibility, I'll put it that way. So following the process, HPO didn't follow the process and is relying on something that's outside the process, namely prior statements?
I would argue that the prior statements were in the process and we were in the spirit of collaboration. And so those points of view should be honored and should stand.
Do you know if there's litigation over that right now?
Not, our council's not aware of litigation related to that.
But there's still a process, and as I said, GSA is claiming that the lack of objection from HPO. Would you be willing to communicate in writing to GSA that they're misconstruing HPO's position or the SPO's position? I probably should say the SPO because that's more formal.
So I guess I would like to see the justification or the information saying that they feel justified in ignoring our previous positions because there wasn't a response to this. I'd like to see that prior to making a determination about further communication as it relates to it.
I would think that maybe this hearing is sufficient basis, that at this hearing, it came up that GSA has said that demolition is justified in part by the lack of objection from the State Historic Preservation Officer. And just to be clear, OP's position is and has been that, I should say HPO's position is and has been that these buildings have value, et cetera, et cetera. That this discussion is sufficient basis to send such a clarification in writing to GSA so that it's clear that they should not be saying what we're hearing they're saying. Yes, I'm putting you on the spot.
I appreciate your point of view and guidance, Mr. Chairman.
I do think that this is important far beyond this committee and far beyond just the Preservation League, that there are many other national historic preservation groups that are concerned about what's going on with historic preservation and the federal government. There was testimony with regard to Cleveland Park that was kind of concerning to me, that there were two aspects to it. One is that OP's original position with regard to 16th and U, which I thought was 17th and U, their original position was very similar to what its current position is with regard to Cleveland Park, but OP ultimately showed some flexibility, which it's not done with Cleveland Park. So that's kind of disturbing to me, the lack of flexibility. And then also that there are many strategies for getting more, not just housing, but affordable housing west of the park, and that OP is sort of limiting its options. You heard that testimony?
I did.
Can you respond?
So what I would say is that as it relates to kind of the design guidance that was referenced, that design guidance is included in our report that's available. Our report's case 2509 for Connecticut Avenue. Exhibit 119 includes guidance around setbacks and step backs. For Wisconsin Avenue, case 2513, Exhibit 129 includes that guidance that's available on OZ's website. And so that is guidance that came directly from the development frameworks for both Connecticut Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue, both of which were public processes. And so that's, I guess, what I would say about that. There are limitations to what's in the scope of OP's agency and authority is around land use and zoning and urban design, as we've discussed. There are complementary investments that the city makes and needs to continue to make in order to have both preservation of affordable housing and new development inclusive of affordable housing. It's a challenging fiscal environment, we know, and only is getting more challenging. And so my response would be that it is a whole of government approach that needs to happen, and that we, by making sure that there's more capacity for additional housing, that's a big part through our land use recommendations, again, that are customized to specific places, that is a part of the role in our sliver of the government, and that we need to continue to layer that and coordinate that. Can we do that better? Sure. We're going to even have to do it better given kind of the fiscal constraints that are ahead for us.
Give me just a second. Did you want to add anything, given that consultation?
Just to confirm that we'll follow up about the fringe amount that you flagged. It had to do with kind of one-time separations. And so we'll follow up in writing with you related to that. So it's not a recurring kind of thing. It's a one-time kind of thing, but we'll provide you the details and justification around that.
Okay, I was hoping that consultation had something more exciting like the White House ballroom. Sorry, I'm disappointed. Give me a second. Councilmember Parker.
I wanted to talk about New York Avenue, the infamous Montana Triangle. In the last comp plan, it was clear that the vision was for mixed-use development to add much more housing there. That is a vision that Ward 5 residents embrace. As of late, it seems as though there is a push to pivot from that and to revert back to what I would say is treating Ward 5 like a dumping ground for industrial land use. Understanding that the market may not be in a place to deliver the mixed-use development that was envisioned as part of the comp plan, what is the Office of Planning's vision for that corridor that can embrace that spirit versus what it seems as though the temptation is to say, yes, let's build another warehouse? Or I've heard like, oh yeah, the city could use X. Can you speak to that?
Sure.
And the tension that exists there.
Yeah, I mean, the tension that exists, the tension that exists is that the projects, when we have a vision that we've put forward as a district of where we want to go, and when it has kind of, and that area has kind of a mix and some flexibility to allow for one or more of those uses. And so the tension that exists is when you have a project that leans much more into one of the uses and not like embracing all of the uses, that we have a framework plan, and we also have a set of, and we have a zoning designation. And does the zoning, is the zoning not inconsistent with a comprehensive plan? And that is what we have to go and provide analysis on for the zoning commission.
I'm clear that if we revert to significant PDR use, that would be inconsistent with the vision for that plot of land.
So it is not consistent to have just exclusive PDR use. It's not consistent with that vision that's in the New York Avenue framework. The balance that we have to have is with the PDR, the zoning that's there in place right now. And so those are the two things. You have the tension of what proposal goes in front of the zoning commission and weighing the analysis and what our kind of vision is there.
I got it.
So that's the
Two
challenge.
things I would just say there. I want to be clear on the record. On behalf of Ward 5, we don't want a parking lot. We don't want another bus terminal or warehouse that is used for industrial use only. That has been a long fight for both my predecessor and the community and me, that we've been trying to move away from those uses. And I know you know this very well, but I'm making it clear because there's currently an effort to revert away from this vision of mixed use development there, or just heavy PDR industrial land use. It's also worth noting GW Hospital seems to have purchased a significant plot of that land there on Montana Triangle, which is a positive development. And I think signals we should be moving more towards that mixed use vision versus reverting back to the days of empty bus lots and parking lots. So I just think inconsistent is the word you mentioned. As a government, we should be consistent. And last thing I would say on that point, if you talk to the residents, if you talk to community leaders, they are very clear. When I hear from government officials, sometimes their vision for what's good for the city is not consistent with what residents are saying. And that goes back to what we were talking about before. I worry that we're too often getting away from direct engagement and input from residents. My last question, for the sake of time, because I know we have to move on. And of course, I've lost my place. Poplar Point, I wanted to come here. Poplar Point along the Anacostia has 110 acres that can be redeveloped. In your testimony, you mentioned that this will be a mixed-use development. Are there plans to include housing in that space?
So that's to be determined. It's certainly one of the uses that's looked at. There's natural areas that are part of that, commercial space, and housing is one of the things that has been discussed as part of our engagement with the public.
And then last question, you also stated that the federal land transfer won't be finalized until the master plan and environmental assessment is done, which began in February. Your office plans to submit the master plan to council this fall.
Yes.
I understand. Is there an estimated completion date for the environmental assessment?
Just 1 second, I may have that. For the sake of time, let me send that information to you because I'm not.
If you can
seeing
follow up
here.
with the committee as well as me, that would be great.
Sure.
And I'll end it there for the sake of time. But thank you again, Director, for your testimony.
Thank you. Oh, that's what I need to say. So one of the things about the environmental assessment is that we're coordinating with the National Park Service. We are doing our best to, in some ways, the release of that EA is at their discretion. And so that's something that we're having to navigate. So far, it's not presented a major issue, and we hope that it will not. Should it, we will certainly.
So I imagine the expected completion date may be dependent on whatever happens with
their clearance,
Yes.
allowing it to clear. Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Mhm.
I have no more questions for you. But we'll
Thank
see
you very much.
We'll see you when we have the budget.
We sure will.
And maybe we'll have a comprehensive plan amendment by then. Thank you, Ms. Cozart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to turn to Department of Buildings. I just want to remind witnesses that there may be some disruptions, but we'll see what we can get through. So turning to the Department of Buildings, there were several people who've testified already, and so I'm going to skip them. Farah Fossey, who is tenant organizer with Empower DC, Andrea Chapman, who is community organizer with Empower DC, Susanna Lume, staff attorney, housing law unit at Legal Aid DC. Rebecca Miller, executive director, DC Preservation League. Jushelle Powell. Is Ms. Powell in the room? Okay. I guess we'll stop right there. Let's start with Ms. Is it pronounced Fossey? Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson. My name is Farah Fossey. I'm the Community Development Director at Empower DC and a Ward 4 resident. Empower DC uses community organizing to advance racial, economic, and environmental justice, including housing justice. We work with renters from across the city, but primarily wards 5, 7, and 8. These residents have identified unsafe and unhealthy housing conditions as a major cause of displacement and affordable housing loss, and have identified needed changes in our tenant power platform. I want to thank this committee and the Housing Committee for both sustained oversight and your recent focus on improving DOB's inspection and enforcement process with a focus on repairs. I also want to appreciate Keith Parsons, Director of Strategic Enforcement, for working with us. Tenants had a productive meeting with him in the fall and are looking forward to upcoming meetings. In the past years, we've seen incremental progress at DOB, greater transparency with the dashboards, efforts at addressing staffing shortfalls, and progress with inspections. But this progress must be sustained and accelerated. DC's housing code is meant to protect residents from unsafe living conditions. The code is only meaningful if enforced promptly, transparently, and with a focus on residents, the people living with the housing conditions. In FY25, DOB for the first time achieved 50% abatement in a year. This is progress, but it's not a good standard. We're talking about known cited violations of DC law, where only half are being fixed within a year. Abatement should be measured in weeks. To that end, I want to urge DOB to prioritize use of the Nuisance Abatement Fund to make life-saving repairs when a housing provider fails to. This is a tool we already have, but in practice, it's largely used for minor issues. At the urging of tenants, DOB recently used this fund to repair water heaters in 6 buildings at Benning Park. This directly improved the lives of 50 families and allowed the property to begin a stabilization process that is now benefiting all residents. This meaningful investment, though, is not part of DOB's practice. The council should direct DOB to expand the scope of direct abatements, use special assessments to recoup funds, retain collected fines and liens in the Nuisance Abatement Fund, and scale the fund to address serious health and safety violations. At the same time, DOB must expand proactive inspections to ensure violations of the housing code are identified without relying on tenant complaints. The council passed and enacted the Proactive Inspection Program Act of 2023, but it needs to be funded this year. DOB should expand collaboration and referrals, including to tenant organizing groups like ours. When cases are serious, we'd like DOB to call us, and DOB needs a formal method to escalate cases to OAG. As a next step for serious cases, I urge the council to support the STRONG Act to fix the tenant receivership process, but very importantly, make sure that the tenant receivership fund is funded. Similarly, Nuisance Abatement Fund needs to be funded with a starting amount so that it can actually become a revolving fund. As you'll hear today, DC renters are here to be part of the solution. Families don't want to live with unsafe or unhealthy housing conditions. Of course, at times there's a problem tenant, but we can't make policy based on one tenant. What we need is policy that really is responsive to the majority of renters and is looking to fix poor housing conditions. Thank you for your continued oversight. My written testimony has additional recommendations.
Thank you. And I have your statement right here, so it's very helpful. Thank you. Andrea Chapman.
Yes, good morning. My name is Andrea Chapman. I'm a community organizer at Empower DC. As my colleague mentioned, we have our Tenant Power campaign, and we released our platform, which the council and DOB have a copy of. And I would just like to highlight some of the other priorities that we brought up in that platform that we would like for DOB to consider in their strategic enforcement plan. First, DOB must improve its inspections, reports, and tracking system. 40% of tenants Empower DC spoke to did not receive a post-inspection report, causing them to be confused about abatement and resolution after an inspection is completed. DOB should ensure reports, including re-inspections for which reports are not currently issued, are accessible and provided to all tenants and/or advocates in a way that works for them. That includes phone, email, or online, or other methods. DOB inspectors should also follow up with tenants to ensure that landlords are complying with abatement timelines through in-person inspections, or at least checking with residents if the owner said the issue was abated and marked it as such online. DOB can improve communication and transparency and therefore trust with residents during inspections and enforcement by making it possible for tenants to follow the process. We appreciate the DOB public dashboard, which has a lot of useful information on outstanding code violations, but tenants are unable to see next steps or any enforcement actions that were taken by DOB. Residents should be able to follow the inspections and enforcement process for any code violations in their housing, including through automated text, similar to tracking a package. The landlord's violations tool of the dashboard should also be more accessible to tenants, and it should be more regularly updated to show a case status, scheduled reinspection dates, if the landlord has marked the violation as abated, or if a case was referred to OAH, and fine collections. Tenants have repeatedly told Empower DC they don't always know whether DOB is working to encourage the landlord to fix the violations and what steps could be taken if an infraction is not fixed within the allotted amount of time. Our platform includes simple and affordable actions DOB can take to improve this. For example, DOB can work with tenants and community organizations and attorneys to provide language accessible tenant-facing educational materials that describe the inspections and enforcement process. We have more details about topics on that are included in my written testimony, which was submitted today. And these materials should be supplemented by inspectors that are trained to proactively note all violations, including ones not originally identified by tenants, and proactively ask tenants if there are other violations in the unit or common areas. Inspectors should also ensure that there is no landlord interference or concealing of problem areas by landlords. We also ask for property-wide inspections. This is something I brought up in December. We've been working at a Ward 7 property called Benning Park, and we asked DOB for a property-wide inspection for this property so we can ensure that tenants were home and that inspectors could get in. And it just ended up being this long process where inspectors were going back to individual tenants instead of just doing the entire property at once. And then I just also want to bring up mold inspections. We need a proper process. Right now, there's no real way for the city to enforce mold. So we just ask that this officially be moved under DOB and funded properly. We ask for $3.83 million in the next fiscal year. And then lastly, as my colleague mentioned, we would love to see those quarterly meetings with tenants. We had that great meeting in September of last year, so we want to see that continuing because there's a lot of feedback that tenants could continue to provide, especially as they're working on this plan. And then I'll end just by saying that
You keep saying you're nearly done and you are over your time. So,
Okay.
and I don't have your statement, although I think you said you sent it today. I'm reminded, apparently there's some difficulty with our hearing management system, HMS system, uploading the testimony. So,
okay, I literally just want to say that landlords have been, saying repeatedly that a lot of these issues are on tenants, that people are not paying, but we're meeting a lot of people that are paying and that have literally been dealing with the conditions and continuing to have to suffer through this slow process. So we just need a better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susanna Lumiere?
I'm actually Brianne Palmer standing in for my colleague, Susanna. Thank you so much, Chair Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify today. As I said, my name is Brianne Palmer. I'm Director of Policy Advocacy for Legal Aid DC. I represent the views of the attorneys in our housing unit. In short, DOB's complaint-based inspection process identifies housing code violations in a timely manner, but DOB does not actually enforce the housing code in a timely manner. Tenants in our client community report that DOB inspections are conducted, but landlords never make the required repairs. Based on DOB data, landlords submitted proof that they abated emergency housing code violations within 30 days in just one of the 4 quarters of 2025. In 2 quarters of 2025, only 25%, or 1/4, of emergency housing code violations were abated within 30 days. Many of our clients live for years or months in unsafe housing conditions because landlords ignore repair requests until they are denied rental payments at a bail hearing in landlord-tenant court. One elderly client of ours, an immigrant with mental health vulnerabilities, lived for months with a kitchen sink that leaked and created a breeding ground for cockroaches and insects, an unsealed window in her bathroom, a door that did not lock, and more. This client used a bucket under her sink to collect dirty water, dumping it into her bathtub over and over again. Lacking a lock on her door and having an unsealed window in her bathroom worsened her mental health, leading her to lose her job. Her landlord did not repair any of these egregious housing conditions until legal aid stepped in and represented her in a non-payment of rent case. DOB must timely enforce housing code violations so tenants don't live in these conditions for months on end. This will also reduce the backlog in landlord-tenant court, shortening timelines for non-payment of rent cases. How can this happen? DOB's enforcement system must include timely penalties. In contrast, DOB has used its discretion to reduce fines and increase leniency for landlords. This committee should therefore curtail DOB's discretion in the enforcement process. Between October 2024 and February 2025, DOB reduced fines for landlords from almost $3 million down to just $16,000 through DOB's alternative resolution process. We understand some of the logic. Reducing the fines could incentivize landlords to actually abate terrible housing conditions, which of course benefits tenants, but DOB reduces fines based on vague mitigating factors, which is a metric that has room for wide and uneven discretion. DC landlords owe more than $40 million in unpaid fines, with just one property alone owing more than $1 million for terrible housing conditions. But DOB dismissed that one property's fines because they did not properly serve the landlord with their notices of infraction. DOB has declined this very committee's past recommendations to fix their faulty service in favor of working with landlords informally. It's clear that this system is not working. The fact is that DOB is reluctant to prosecute notices of infraction to the full extent of the law. This committee should implement the following reforms to tighten DOB timelines, require proper service of notices of infraction to landlords, and reduce DOB's enforcement discretion so that tenants do not continue to suffer without remedy and landlords are not rewarded for ignoring the law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Did you submit your statement?
It's forthcoming. Our attorneys are finishing it up right now.
Okay. Jushel Powell.
Good afternoon, DC Council. My name is Jashelle Powell, and I'm a Ward 7 member, resident. I am here as a member of Empower DC to support our tenant power campaign for better housing conditions. DC needs to strengthen the Department of Buildings inspections and enforcement process to better hold landlords accountable to the housing code. First, I ask the council to increase funding for Department of Buildings to hire and train inspectors and to properly fund its proactive inspections and enforcement program. I have lived in buildings that have faulty wiring, cracked foundations, damaged rooftops, mold, and have experienced how these major issues continuously being ignored or covered up has sent residents to the hospital right before the cemetery. In July of 2023, my mother moved to Ward 8, where they placed her in a faulty unit, even though this building just invested $87 million for upgrades and repairs, but still had serious housing code violations. A month after, on August 7th, my mother died from carbon monoxide poison, which was coming from the heating and the air conditioning unit. The landlord never disclosed any existing violations to us, and these conditions cost my mother her life. Following my mother passing, I contacted Department of Buildings to have the unit inspected and was denied an inspection because my mother was deceased and no longer lived in the unit. But the issues remain, risking the health and safety of other DC residents. How would Department of Buildings address this? The DC Tenant Bill of Rights says landlords must disclose certain housing code violation reports to prospective tenants, but landlords often fail to disclose or fix violations before moving new tenants in. To make sure landlords are following through with their requirement, Department of Buildings should create easy to understand information for renters that describes how inspection and enforcement work, how to access violations that are grouped by property owner, and what a tenant can do when there are violations, like what my mother faced. Department of Building should Also coordinate more property-wide inspections so that issues are discovered and dealt with more completely. Inspectors should be trained to note all violations, including in common areas. The city needs to invest more time and energy into Department of Buildings inspections and enforcement process by improving inspector training, strengthening disclosure requirements for landlords, and coordinating property-wide inspections. I ask the council to consider our recommendations because residents' health and very lives are at stake. Thank you for allowing my testimony, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. I don't think I have questions for any of you, but I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember White.
Thank you. I've been following the hearing, but I did want to make sure I came up for these. I appreciate your testimonies, and some of them I've heard before and have reached out to you all, and I am going to be asking DOB some questions about enforcement, proactive inspections, inspectors, so many of the things that you all raised. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Denise Hunter L., Nathan Hunter L., Shay Pasha, Beatrice Evans. Okay. Barbara Kalo. Jan Baker. Eden Harris. Vicki Lawrence. Janet Phoenix. Chuck Elkins, who's an ANC commissioner. Martin Holmes. Preston Taylor. Dorinka Kamlenovich. Cheryl Woodland. Funke Idowu. Jeffrey Levin. I think I'll stop right there. So I think at the table we have Denise Hunter L.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Good morning, council members. My name is Denise Hunter L., and I am a Ward 6 resident. I am here today as a member of Empower DC and as a part of Empower DC Tenant Power Campaign. DC. I'm not used to reading off of paper. I just normally reading from my heart. DC need to strengthen the housing code and enforce. I don't want to read off the paper. I'm gonna read from my heart.
I will be mindful of the clock.
I like for DC to strengthen their code violations against the landlords due to the simple fact of everything that is going inside our building. Our building is gone from worse to worse. We used to be at Bennecourt's apartments where we had so many code violations, mouse, people coming in the building doing drugs, people getting killed by the dumpster from where we used to live at, and it was terrible. Me and my husband and my son had to move to Capitol Vista's apartment, where it's like a repeated cycle. Now the trash chutes are overflow with trash. Building inside the stairways, you had paint or plaster that is actually peeling from the ceiling. You have mold that's starting to form in other people's units, in which we went into our neighbor's apartment and she actually had water running down inside of her bathroom closet. And it's causing mold and floors, and the floors are starting to come up. Several people that we know that's inside our building always let us see what's going on inside of their building because we was doing security for Capitol Vista Apartments. But I was doing security for Capitol Vista Apartments. That gave us a chance to see everything that's going on around the buildings. We have pictures that from everything that's going on in the building, a bit from office doors being left open with people, money orders sitting down on tables, and the people from the office never close the doors to make sure things are safe. We done came across other rooms when other people were sleeping in the screening room like they was at home. We had one person in the living room, not the living room, but in the inside the lobby, sleeping, and actually had his legs up on the couch like he lived in the lobby. We had to clear the building out for the people that was in there. We even caught people doing things that they shouldn't have been doing up inside the bathroom. The building is like, from building to building, things are getting worse, and now they are targeting my son. My son moved upstairs when he was staying with us down inside the Capitol Vista. Now they got my son going back and forth to court trying to say that my son does not pay money and it's from what's his name?
I need you to wrap up.
Okay, but they're trying to take my son to court and everything, and right now my son is putting his money into escrow, but Capitol Vista and all these other apartment complexes need to be dealt with. They need to enforce better things for people with low income and help us out, please.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter L. Nathan Hunter L.
Good morning, DC Council. My name is Nathan Hunter L, and I'm a Ward 6 resident. I am a member of Empower DC, and I am here today to support Empower DC's Tenant Power campaign. The city needs to better enforce the housing code. As my wife mentioned, we are dealing with conditions, issues, and mismanagement at Capitol Vista Apartments. These conditions include mold, pests, and doors that are not secured. The management company currently has no maintenance workers to address these issues, and now we are dealing with our water supply possibly being shut off because of the property outstanding water bill. My wife and I moved this property due to the unsafe conditions we were experiencing in Benton Court in our previous home, but instead of finding relief in a new home, we are facing similar conditions, issues, and neglect from management. Tenants should not have to keep paying rent and moving around the city in search of better conditions while landlords and management companies profit with no real consequences. I encourage the council to consider our recommendations included in Empower DC's Tenant Power platform. I'd especially like to highlight our recommendation to strengthen requirements that landlords disclose certain housing code violations to new residents. I also ask that DOB make its landlord violation tool more accessible so tenants can more clearly find violations grouped by property owners. DOB should also provide more educational material on how to use the landlord violation tool. This would be helpful when searching for new housing, so tenants don't end up moving into unsafe homes. DOB enforcement process should also include ways for the agency to revoke basic business licenses for landlords who repeatedly fail to keep their properties up to code. We cannot sit back while slumlords run properties into the ground and are not afraid of consequences. Something must change. I ask the council to consider our recommendations for stronger enforcement of housing code. Thank you, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter L. Shafiqua Pasha is not here.
It's Shafika, not
All right,
Shafiqua.
I'm sorry. Let's proceed.
It's all right. Good afternoon. So Department of Buildings created in 2022 as a branch off of DCRA, but why? As they are no better of quality or value than they were. It appears that like DCRA, they too are unconcerned with the quality of living in the urban communities. While they do come out and do brief scans of the unit, not the building, that as they categorize as an inspection, it is truly of no benefit. They have a director, John Hanlon, who openly admitted on their official website that he is not the smartest person in the room, but happens to be surrounded by experts. allowing websites, apartment lists, etc., to falsely advertise these properties, allowing these properties to get repetitive NOIs, but are able to renew and obtain new BBLs. That makes absolutely no sense. 2 meetings were held in the past week concerning that new stadium, which is also directed by John Handling, but nothing regarding the housing conditions. You all have put someone who has openly confessed to not knowing what he's doing behind one of the district's major projects. All of you do not care about the tenants, the constituents, just people in general, until it's time to get back in those seats and to remain in those positions. We gave you all y'all jobs, the landlords, the council members, the mayor, the president. Yet y'all don't give a about us until you need those jobs again. We pay your rent, we pay your mortgage with us paying our rent. But as soon as we don't, you put us out. There are no rights for the tenants. These tenant rights, they don't exist. They're not implied. It's just to throw us off, to make us seem like we have powers, we have rights. No, we don't. No, we don't. The housing laws, those are more suggestions than laws because they're not enforced. Their responsibilities aren't required. They're just, suggestions. Oh, you should do this, you should do that. So, they don't do it. And then they have a whole savings account that you call escrow that when they decide to do their jobs, they still get paid. Oh my God, like that's insane. That's insanity at its best. And I can see why they're operating like that because they're in a win-win situation. They never lose, ever. So with that being said, I think that their, requirements, responsibilities, and all of that needs to be changed. Like we're still living in the 50s when we're in, 2026. Nothing's been changed since then. Since you first created the laws, they've been that. They haven't been increased, modified, changed, nothing. So that's all I have to say. But shout out to the Department of Buildings. I call them the Department of BS. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Pasha. Beatrice Evans is online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Beatrice Evans, and I'm a native of DC. I live in Ward 7. I'm also the president of the Triangle and Milestone Senior Builders. I've been a tenant for over 50 years, and now I'm a member of Empowerment DC. I give DOB a F because they play a large part in the housing arena, and I've seen no accountability or follow-ups. For example, the residents at 1106 and 1112 Eastern Avenue, Ward 7, has had multiple code violations so severe that a tenant had to be moved to a different unit. The building was sold a few months ago, and the new owners, who have not been identified, have told the residents who've been there over 40 years to relocate by March of this year. They really gave them a poor offer and little assistance. My neighbor called me, I called Daniel, and we called our ANC, and our Civic Association president, as well as others. And what I'm asking is that they stop or delay this inhumane, forceful displacement of my neighbors. And I'm here today making sure that my neighbors have a voice. It's happening too much, this displacement. We just heard Mr. Fitzgerald testify earlier what happened to him on 51st Street. DOB needs to enforce those fines. Just heard the lady say over 40 million you dropped because of a technicality. Will you drop 40 million from us for a technicality? And my neighbors also were denied their TOPA rights. They weren't even given notice, and I know they qualified for it. And we deserve better protection and more accountability because we are the backbone. I am a long-term tenant, and I also concur with Mr. Wilson Jordan, what he was saying. Thank you for your time and attention, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Barbara Kalo? I thought Ms. Kalo was here. I don't see. All right, we'll keep going. Jan Baker. All right, I believe we tried to let her in as a panelist and she declined. She has another shot while we still have this panel. Eden Harris, I believe, is not here. Vicki Lawrence. Janet Phoenix. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chairperson Mendelson and other members of the committee and staff for listening. I'm testifying today really to continue a dialogue and really appreciate the efforts of the Committee of the Whole to reform housing code and enforcement in the District of Columbia. I think I last met with you, Chairman Mendelson, in May of 2022, just before the new agency was stood up. And I know that these challenges that many of the previous people who have testified are bringing back to your attention are difficult problems to solve. My reason for being here in part is that I continue to see children being referred to my asthma home visiting program who are living in rental housing and facing conditions like pest infestations, rodent infestations that are damaging their health and continuing to send kids to the emergency room in the hospital. And so I will keep coming back until I'm no longer being referred children who are living in those circumstances. I think that in part, the issue is that the Department of Buildings really cannot alone tackle these housing issues. But even if you just focus solely on housing code enforcement, looking at a way of effectively prioritizing the housing for inspection and for these notices of infraction or violation is what's really needed so that you can maximize scarce resources and be more effective as an agency. I think that, it was certainly helpful that a public health analyst was placed at the agency, but I haven't seen an effort to really take a look at the health data and incorporate that into a strategy that would prioritize housing. Building-wide enforcement has been raised by others. It continues to be something that's not really being implemented in the agency. And so we're really not seeing a plan and a strategy that could allow for effective enforcement. I also think that coordination with the other agencies that are involved, like the mold inspections, elevated blood level data that's collected by CC Health. There should be a way of integrating this information so that you can see whether the housing code enforcement is making a dent, particularly for high-risk residents who have pre-existing health conditions, and use the information that the other agencies are collecting to really better target these scarce resources. I think there's an opportunity with the current interest in rodents to really start looking at a pilot that would coordinate the efforts of these agencies by focusing on rodents, having a point person across the agencies who could really create a model for better coordination to improve housing conditions. And I appreciate an appointment that I have with your staff to discuss the budget implications of that recommendation that's coming up in a week or two. So thank you very much. And I look forward to continuing this dialogue, and I'm willing to respond to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Phoenix. And did you submit a statement?
I did submit a statement last night.
Okay, we've had some problems uploading them. So thank you. Chuck Elkins, Commissioner Elkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your recent report on DOB enforcement made some excellent recommendations for what the department should do regarding illegal construction. I want to make some suggestions about additional tools and assistance I believe the council should give the department so it can run an effective enforcement effort. I have to say, as an aside, of course, if DOB issues permits to bad actors, as it does now, the strongest enforcement in the world can't prevent all the damage they can cause. But regard to enforcement, let me begin with the department's own data. Last year, DOB conducted over 6,000 illegal construction inspections. This is an alarming number. It means an average of 17 complaints come in every day, 120 each week. But this 6,000 figure is just the tip of the iceberg. As you know, the department does not have a proactive inspection program to identify illegal construction. These 6,000 inspections therefore represent only those cases which residents observed and chose to report. Many violations are simply not visible from the sidewalk or go unreported. We can therefore reasonably conclude that we have an epidemic of illegal construction in the district. But unfortunately, complaints are just the first step. What happens next is where the system really breaks down. DOB reports it is currently enforcing 2,600 active stop work orders. I can't believe enforcing is the right word here. I think the department means it's issued 2,600 stop work orders that remain unresolved. They report they're also tracking 2,200 unabated violations. By reaching all the way back to fiscal year 2021, the department claims it has obtained abatement of only 64% of the violations that specifically involve damage to adjoining property or unsafe working conditions. Think about that. More than 1/3 of these dangerous violations remain unabated. This isn't just an epidemic. It's like the Wild West out there with no sheriff in town. My testimony mentions what some other cities have done, but let me say, Mr. Chairman, I think when DOB was created, I believe the council had a reasonable expectation that the newly created strategic enforcement officer would conduct a continuing analysis of all DOB's enforcement shortcomings. Unfortunately, I believe the implementation of the reorganization has gone astray. If I'm correct, the department's strategic enforcement office, Keith Parsons, has less time to think broadly and strategically because he also has to run two of the department's major programs on a daily basis, the code enforcement for residential housing and vacant and blighted buildings. He apparently does strategic thinking in his spare time, and he has come up with some workarounds, although some of the witnesses today would say some of those don't work correctly. In addition, it appears he has little authority or encouragement to do the strategic thinking for a legal construction enforcement program where we have this chronic non-compliance. In conclusion, let me just say, Mr. Chairman, I would urge you to sit down with Director Hanlon, have a heart-to-heart conversation. I hope you can convince him that rather than celebrating these embarrassing statistics, he should admit he has a serious non-compliance problem and he needs to take responsibility for fixing it with the council's help. Right now, he and the department blame everybody else and don't hold themselves accountable for this mess. One place to start would be either to free up Mr. Parsons from his day-to-day supervisory responsibilities so he can focus entirely on strategic enforcement across the entire department, or hire a dedicated person for this role, ideally someone who's run a successful enforcement program, perhaps in the federal government. One way or the other, this non-compliance situation needs to be fixed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Martin Holmes, I believe is not here. Preston Taylor. Darinka Komlenovich. Cheryl Woodland. Funke Idowu. Jeffrey Levin. Are you Mr. Levin? Levine. Why don't you proceed? Is your last name spelled Levine?
We lost the E when we came over the the big ocean, so it's pronounced Levine but spelled without an E.
Got it.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, thank you. My name is Jeffrey Levine, and I've been a resident of the District of Columbia for nearly 40 years. My day job is mortgage finance. On the side, I'm a small housing provider. I testified before you on December 5th, 2025. I will not repeat that record. I'm here today to make one point about the Department of Buildings and how a complaint-driven enforcement system operates in practice. In my previous testimony, I referred to my experience as the owner of a property located at 105 6th Street Northeast a 6-unit building that has been vacant for over 5 years, actually closer to 6, other than for one tenant whom I believe has manipulated the system in an attempt to financially benefit. Since April 2020, based upon complaints made by this one tenant, the Department of Buildings has issued over 200 violations at that single address. Put plainly, that works out to about 1 violation every 12 days. For years, tied to one remaining tenant in an otherwise vacant building. In November 2024, 18 violations were issued in a single day, 18. On November 26, 2024, the same plaster code was cited 6 times in one inspection. No enforcement system was designed to achieve compliance should function this way. Enforcement should lead to correction and resolution. When it becomes repetitive instead of corrective, the system becomes overwhelming and punitive, making compliance impossible. Such a system requires review. I commend Director Hanlon for the reforms outlined in his report. I'm here today to express my concern and implore the committee to ensure that there is an internal trigger when enforcement reaches this level of volume and repetition. Because if over 200 violations in a mostly vacant building does not trigger internal review, what does? I respectfully request that this committee direct the Department of Buildings to conduct a formal case study of 105 6th Street Northeast, examining the volume, repetition, cost, and outcomes, and to publish publicly what went wrong and how it will be prevented. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
That address is 105 6th Street Southeast.
105 6th Street Northeast, Mr. Chairman.
How many 200 violations?
I count 224 violations. I've been working kindly with somebody in your office sitting to your left, and he's assisting me with getting the violations. Some of the challenges is the FOIA. There are 2 FOIA people in the Department of Buildings, only 2. And I have requested a lot of FOIA stuff. I'm still waiting for FOIA stuff. It's very disorganized, Mr. Chairman. I'm not here to discuss that. So that's something that I think could improve as well, but that's not the message.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Jan Baker, I understand is here.
Hi.
Online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
All right, awesome. Good afternoon. My name is Jan Baker. I am the Proud Tenants Association president of 2M Apartments in Ward 6. I'm here to represent our building, but I'm also here to represent all of the tenants in DC. I want to thank the community of the whole for having us today, God, for allowing me to have an apartment in Power DC, as we are a member, and the staff and offices of Chairman Mendelson, Trayon White, Councilman Robert White, Councilman Charles Allen, our ANC Ahmad Abu Khalaf, the Office of Attorney General, the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs, Community Relations, and Tenant Advocate, because these are all resources that have tried to help us over the past couple of years. I like to do things in a way where it's positive, negative, positive. That's like a hamburger of feedback. So I want to say that the DOB is doing well when it comes to Ferdinand Gamboa, Inspector Peter Ngozi, even Keith Parsons. We met with him in the fall, and I know that he has his heart in a good place and wants to make some change. I specifically want to thank Jason Williamson of the DOB. This person is an inspector at the DOB, a manager, and he has called me on the weekends, after hours. I feel like that is a type of commitment is needed at the DOB, and I'm making a recommendation to have weekend hours, late night hours. If you have people coming into 9 to 5, they should be able to work from 12 to 8, because when inspections need to be done, not everybody has the type of job that you can have a shift work. You have to get PTO just to do inspections, and then the DOB will say the tenant tenant was not home. Well, guess what? If you come after hours, all we're asking is maybe on the weekend or a couple of times a week, have late night hours so that tenants can show the DOB what's going on in the apartments. I want to speak directly to Chairman Mendelson and also Councilman Robert White, because you both have been to our building. On December 8th, we had a fire in the building, and Chairman Mendelson came and saw that he walked in the door. There was no security was on their phones. There was nobody at the front desk. The apartment, the leasing office should have been open, and it was not. The phone was ringing off the hook. We went to the loading dock. The garbage was going to the ceiling, and when we walked the halls, you saw nothing but baseboards on the floor from the fire, and the building looked in complete disarray. I hate to tell you that 2 months later, it still looks like that. Why is that allowed to happen? I'm calling out the department's Office of Strategic Code Enforcement, and I'm calling Director Hanlon to the fire because this is inadequate accountability. There is no reason why Advantage Capital, which is a $4 billion company that has $4 billion in assets under management, taking 60 days to fix apartments. Specifically, those who are affected in the fire, yes, they started to get work done the next day on December 9th, but for 60 days, they have lived with all of their floors stripped. That means it's cold, and that means that all of their materials have been put to the side. They couldn't have a proper Christmas, and their Pepco bills were increased by 128% because of the drying machines and things of that nature. That is not the fault of the tenants. Also, on January 21st, we lost heat and hot water for 7 whole days. And we only started to see movement when we were on the news, when with Channel 7 and Channel 9 came to our building. This is unacceptable. What it feels like is like gentle parenting. You ever go to Target and you see a kid throwing themselves on the floor, ripping everything, causing chaos, and they go, "Oh, Johnny, you're gonna get a timeout," or maybe you need some ice cream. That's what it feels like, because these landlords are getting away with murder and they are not implementing any of the rules. They are taping up baseboards. They're doing lipstick on a pig type of recoveries, and there's no enforcement. It is unacceptable. Think about a pilot that is piloting a plane and did not have sleep and hot water and a good shower for 7 days. Would you want to get on the plane of a pilot who did not have great sleep? That's what we're dealing with. You've got people who are working hard, using ovens to heat their apartments. It's unacceptable. What I'm asking for is for the Department of Buildings to scale the nuisance abatement fund, the money that is used for emergency repairs. There's no reason why in an extreme cold, my building should have went 7 days without heat and hot water. Unacceptable. There should be money for emergency repairs, and the landlord should be held accountable. The Rental Act asks for pay to play for your rights. Tenants must pay the full rent even if the housing is uninhabitable. Why should tenants be paying full rent when they haven't had heat and hot water for a week? That is 25% of the month. How is that fair? Why would we still have to pay rent? And we also don't hear from our landlords. They don't communicate with us. My mother passed away the day before the heat went off, and I spent the entire time that I should have been grieving and doing funeral arrangements, dealing with the Department of Buildings, communicating with Chairman Mendelson's office, Chairman White's office. Thank you for reaching out, but it shouldn't require me to be all the way far away from home, handling the situations that the landlords should be
Ms.
Mm-hmm.
handling.
Baker, you're 2 minutes over your time.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't know if you submitted a statement because we're having difficulty getting them. Did you submit a statement?
I will try again.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor White, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Chairman. I'm appreciative of everybody coming to testify, and I want to make sure we get to the Department of Buildings because folks are raising issues that I want to make sure we can raise with the agency. So thank you all very much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. You all are excused, and those of you who are online, thank you as well. I'm going to continue with the witness list. Waby Jones, Mommy Preston, Ann Lewis, who's founding president of City Wildlife, John Haker, Parissa Noruzi, Melinda Frevert, Elizabeth Purcell, Arthur Slade, Patrick Cawthorn, Megan Browder, Laura DeJager or DeJagger, Laura DeJagger, I think I will stop there. So I didn't pay attention to who's virtual and who's present. Waby Jones, Mommy Preston, Ann Lewis. Please proceed.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Ann Lewis, and I'm the founding president of City Wildlife, and I'm also an architect. I'm here to comment on the performance of the Department of Buildings during the past year. First, the good news. As improvements to the building process, I would like to commend Dr. Hanlon for these improvements and his proactive communications with the building community. Last year, on behalf of City Wildlife, I went through the permitting process for an outdoor deck we wanted to build for our animals. Despite my apprehensions, I found the process to be generally smooth and the staff courteous and responsive. We obtained our permits, had no trouble with inspections, and received our final clearance quickly. The deck is now in use, helping to save our animals' lives. Thank you, Director Hanlon, for these improvements. At the same time, wearing my City Wildlife hat, I'm here to discuss DOB's implementation or lack thereof of the Migratory Local Wildlife Protection Act of 2022, also known as the Bird Bill. This act was passed unanimously by the Council in December 2022 with an implementation date of January 1st, 2025. The law requires that most new buildings or existing buildings that are replacing most of their glass be bird safe. It will save the lives of countless birds that migrate through DC during spring and fall migration seasons. The FY 2025 budget contained a one-time allocation of funds as requested by DOB to implement the law. And the law is explicit that it goes into effect whether or not regulations are issued. Yet more than a year later, we have no evidence that the law is being applied, and the requests for information from DOB staff have gone unanswered. This is regrettable since glass collisions kill up to 1 billion birds each year in the US, and since our Lights Out program has documented more than 6,300 of these bird victims in the small areas we monitor in DC. Several construction projects on the books, including the RFK Stadium project, the 11th Street Bridge project, and possibly a large therma project at Poplar Point, all include large areas of glass that will kill birds unless designed to be bird safe. It's imperative that these designers understand and comply with the requirements during design, because changes late in the design process, or even worse, after construction, are considerably more expensive than including bird-safe glass in the first place. The costs of compliance from the beginning in a construction project are relatively small, between 0.1% and 1% of total construction costs. And as more projects come onto the market because of increased demand, these costs will diminish. We ask that the council look into what's happening with this law and why it's not already being enforced. The implementation funds were appropriated. The law didn't require regulations for implementation, and many people are concerned that each day of delay is inconsistent with the council's unanimous support of the law and costs the lives of our valuable birds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. And thank you for your advocacy on this issue. John Haker, who I believe is online.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, Janice Lewis George, I'm a Ward 4 resident, and the council members for the opportunity to testify today. I'm testifying on behalf of Sierra Club DC, which has a strong relationship with the DOB, having worked with them on net zero building standards, building code updates, and other programs. My oral testimony today will focus primarily on the redevelopment of the RFK site, including the construction and operation of Commander Stadium. The DOB has a critical role leading the redevelopment of the site. Sports fans are excited to see their team play in DC in a new state-of-the-art stadium. The initial renderings by HKS Architects present a beautiful modern facility that blends well into the city aesthetic. The new stadium should also be a state-of-the-art sustainable facility, a shining star of the sports community for protecting the environment, climate, and public health. We appreciate that Director Hanlon previously offered to provide our contact details to the commanders. We've not yet received any outreach from the commanders. We therefore respectfully request that Director Hanlon organize a meeting between the commanders and environmental stakeholders to discuss plans. I'd like to touch on 3 points on the RFK site in my oral comments. First, the RFK Campus Redevelopment Act passed by the Council last September stipulates that the commanders follow the LEED Platinum certification standards of the U.S. Green Building Council. We applaud the Council for including this in the legislation and for the commanders for agreeing to it. The LEED Platinum requirements include full operational electrification, 100% use of renewables, and a zero waste operations plan, among other things. The DOB has a crucial and instrumental role in helping to ensure the commanders meet or exceed the LEED Platinum requirements, both in the construction and operations of the new stadium. Second, we need the stadium to be zero waste, a standard that many NFL stadiums and sports arenas across the U.S. have already adopted. This includes a resource recovery room for sorting materials for reuse, composting, and recycling, reusable cups and foodware, which fans typically accept and appreciate, and water bottle refill stations throughout the stadium, among other zero waste measures. Third, Sierra Club views the RFK site along the shore of Kingman Lake, fed by the Anacostia River, as a linchpin in the environmental recovery of the Anacostia. Approximately 2/3 of the 177-acre site is in the Anacostia floodplain. Developers can either protect the floodplain, which prioritizes preservation and restoration and reduces flood risk to communities, or use best practices through engineered solutions. These include construction of a stormwater vault and rain cistern, incorporating permeable pavements, rain gardens, and bioswales to reduce stormwater runoff, and maintaining vegetated buffer zones along watercourses to allow for natural processes to work. Lastly, I'd like to highlight a recent non-RFK issue. I understand the mayor has dissolved the Construction Codes Coordination Board and killed the pending code update. This means approximately 6,000 hours of time by members of the board and their technical advisory group members to update the building code has been tossed aside. We consider this a brazen disregard for the work of the experts in this field who work so hard on the code. For RFK, the DOB should work closely with the commanders to ensure protection of the environment, public health, and the Anacostia River. The Sierra Club would welcome the opportunity to further engage with the DOB and commanders' leadership to share our ideas and help troubleshoot solutions. We further describe our proposals as well as
Mr.
some broader
Haker.
issues for DOB in our written testimony we'll be submitting. Thank you again.
Sure. I was about to cut you off because you're over your time. Thank you for your testimony. Parissa Naruzi, I believe, is not here. Melinda Frevert or Freevert is here virtually, so you're next.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, good afternoon, Chair Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Melinda Freevert. I am the president of the Dorchester Tenants Association. RTA dates back to the 1980s and was recently revived after one of our neighbors lost her arm and nearly her life in a horrific elevator incident on Friday, September 26th, 2025. That crisis galvanized over 200 of our neighbors to sign a petition to our management company, Borger, to address the safety issues that residents have documented for years with our building's 3 main elevators, from getting stuck between floors to sudden drops, grinding sounds, and doors closing before residents can enter. Both this accident and our experience with the Department of Buildings since has led us to be so concerned as to testify today. After the incident, residents requested that DOB come to inspect the other two main elevators in our building as they use the exact same sensors and the doors have been known to close despite legs and arms being stuck in them. In fact, a neighbor told me the morning of the accident, "Be careful, that one is known as a body chomper." An inspector came on October 16th, more than 2 weeks after the incident, and told the neighbor who was present for the inspection that DOB would also send an elevator specialist to do a more detailed inspection of the remaining elevators. To date, we have requested but still not seen an elevator inspector on the property. It has been over 4 months. On New Year's Eve, I witnessed a nearly identical incident happen in one of the remaining operating elevators. A neighbor in a wheelchair was not fully inside the elevator. Her legs were still in the door, but the door kept attempting to close on them. I was terrified that I was about to watch my neighbor lose her legs or worse. I requested a DOB inspection as quickly as possible. When they came, what concerned me most was that the inspector said she hadn't heard anything about the previous elevator taking someone's arm. She was not an elevator specialist. Our building has experienced other condition issues. During this time, I called DOB to make sure I directed residents who wanted to make a complaint to the correct subdivision. I was on hold for over 90 minutes with DOB's inspection division. I finally gave up and tried the online chatbot. Twice I was told after waiting several minutes that no one was available. In the end, all I could do was file an illegal construction complaint. Throughout all of this, our building management has been dismissive and derisive. We have been told these elevators are safe and have never been cited for violations or fined. I was told that the incident on New Year's Eve was user error. We have been told the city government will do anything to charge the owners more money. Our best defense against this type of ownership and management is a well-staffed, knowledgeable, and independent DOB. I have seen little to no evidence of that in the past 5 months. If this is what our tax dollars are going towards, I demand a refund. We urge the council to investigate DOB's staffing, independence, and expertise further. Waiting over 90 minutes with still no contact on the phone is unacceptable. 4 months after a dismemberment with still no elevator specialist is unacceptable. We need stronger elevator safety codes. We are also concerned about the current practice of building owners paying third-party inspectors to conduct elevator inspections for their city certifications. Inspectors know where their bread is buttered. We strongly recommend this practice be brought in-house with dedicated city experts who can't so easily connect their paychecks to building ownership. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any matters to discuss, I can be reached at the contact information in my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Purcell, are you with us online? Oh, okay. Arthur Slade, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson, Councilmember White, and members of the committee. My name is Arthur Slade. I serve as the Vice President of AFSCME Local 2743, representing employees at the Department of Buildings. The safety of our members at DOB has been brought into question over the past several months due to the reactive measures implemented by DOB management. On October 28, 2025, a conduit pipe fell from the 6th floor to the 5th floor, which was an occupied workspace for our union members. On December 10th, 2025, a contractor from a third-party construction crew triggered a fire alarm, causing confusion during the evacuation process to our members because of a reactive implementation plan by DOB management. I'm also here today to raise serious concerns about the agency's internal practices that directly impacts the ability to deliver its mission. One example involves the Permit Wizard program, a customer-facing system designed to streamline the construction permitting process. This initiative is central to improving efficiency and accessibility for the public. Yet the agency has relied on staff to lead this program, performing duties such as technical oversight, policy interpretation, and program management without aligning those responsibilities with the appropriate position classification or resources. In fact, an office desk audit conducted by DOB's own HR specialist concluded that these duties correspond with the CS14 project manager role, not the lower level classification currently assigned. Over the past 2 years, we have seen a troubling pattern. Employees are being assigned critical, high-impact responsibilities without proper recognition, classification, or support. This is not a minor administrative oversight. It is a structural failure that creates operational risk, undermines public trust. This misalignment is not just an internal HR matter, it has real consequences. Operational risk, workforce instability, lack of transparency. Local 2743 calls for the council to take action. Require DOB to submit a workforce alignment report within 60 days. Mandate an independent audit of DOB's workforce planning and program oversight practices. Direct DOB to establish formal processes for monitoring critical programs like Permit Wizard. These steps are essential to restore confidence in DOB's operations and ensure that the agency can meet its obligations to the residents and businesses of the district. These measures will assist DOB union employees with the compliance and enforcement of building codes within the district. These are critical to ensure safe construction techniques, which were highlighted by several district residents during the illegal construction practices during the Committee of the Whole's Performance Oversight hearing conducted on January 30th, 2026. Thank you for allowing my testimony, and I'm available for any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Patrick Catherine?
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and Councilmember Robert White. My name is Patrick Cawthorn. I'm a DC resident of Ward 8. I'm testifying on behalf of the Children's Law Center, who believes that every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Children's Law Center appreciates the recent progress that the Department of Buildings has made on conducting inspections. Recent figures we saw indicate that there have been 8,000 more inspections this year than in the previous fiscal year. That said, despite the improvement in inspections, it unfortunately remains true from our practice experience that DOB is not yet performing at an acceptable level when it comes to protecting district residents and promoting a healthy built environment. Children's Law Center continues to have a robust housing conditions practice, as many of our clients continue to reside in housing that is not up to code. We have in the past submitted testimony that includes many possible approaches to address this concern. I've gone into greater detail on that in my written testimony that will be submitted shortly. But I'd like to focus my remaining time today on the Nuisance Abatement Fund. And first, I'd like to describe what the Nuisance Abatement Fund is and what it is not. The Nuisance Abatement Fund allows DOB or its contractors to conduct repair work to correct code violations. Repairs conducted by DOB are paid for through the Nuisance Abatement Fund. Importantly, these are not handouts to landlords. Property owners affected are required to repay the full cost of repairs. And if repayment is not made, the district may place a lien on the property for the amount of the costs. DOB has reported to this committee that its property liens are recovered at a higher rate than fines are that are imposed by OAH, and liens are always an option as well. We suggest focus on the Nuisance Abatement Fund because it presents a clear path for DOB to accomplish one of its ultimate missions, ensuring a safe and healthy built environment. Money spent from the Nuisance Abatement Fund goes directly to remediate code violations, while money spent on code enforcement adjudications at OAH indirectly attempt to promote compliance. This is the most effective tool available because it ensures that hazardous conditions are fixed. The alternative enforcement, that's code enforcement at OAH, relies on the imposition of fines to incentivize property owners to make repairs. That process is inefficient and limited. I speak to experience in saying that I'm a former employee of DCRA in their Office of General Counsel, and I brought these types of cases at OAH, and I know how difficult it can be to bring those cases and the many factors that go into it and that slow that process down. So while DOB currently makes some use of the Nuisance Abatement Fund, it could be used to a much greater extent. We recommend viewing both the fine adjudication process and the Nuisance Abatement Fund as viable options, but rebalancing the current approach to make greater use of the Nuisance Abatement Fund. Doing so is more efficient and will relieve stress on the overburdened OAH adjudication process. I'm over time, so I'll stop there, but thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Sure. Have you submitted your statement? I don't have it, but again, we're having difficulty.
I've submitted the one I read, but I have a more in-depth written testimony that will submit as soon as I can.
Great, thank you. I believe Megan Browder is not here. Laura DeJager?
Good afternoon. Thank you to the council members and your staff. My name is Laura DeJager. I'm here as an individual and as president of my tenant association. I think, I guess my main concern is that having more inspections or a larger number of inspections is not helpful if it doesn't lead to actual abatements instead of just fines that landlords never pay. In my building, tenants are too often made worse off by contacting the DOB, because even if the inspectors find violations, the landlords don't fix the problem, and then tenants are identified as troublemakers. Tenants understand that the Department of Building is stretched thin. So I would like to encourage council to make changes to make sure that inspectors' time is used well, and that inspections lead to abatements and not just to fines that will never be collected. The Department of Buildings needs to have better communication with residents before and after inspections. New tenants frequently don't know that there even is such a thing as a Department of Building, what constitutes a housing code violation, what the process is for requesting an inspection. Landlords in DC are required to post all manner of signs on on a number of topics like fair housing, and should be required to post signs listing common housing code violation and informing tenants of their right to contact the DOB about them. Tenants need to be kept in the loop after inspections. I understand that the Department of Building can't re-inspect every unit, but allowing landlords to submit video evidence without seeking tenant confirmation facilitates fraud and cosmetic cover-ups. My landlord has been caught submitting photos and videos of smoke detectors and appliance in vacant units and submitting them as if they were for the units that led to the infraction. My landlord has simply painted over water damage and mold instead of repairing it and sent videos of that. I've personally been pressured to assist maintenance in recording deceptive videos of my kitchen sink and appliances. This is a very significant hole in enforcement that has a simple solution, which is to simply notify residents and give them a chance to confirm before NOIs are closed. City Council needs to consider incentives for abatement beyond fines. Landlords should be required to disclose unabated NOIs to prospective tenants, along with all the other disclosures regarding fees and things like that, before they submit their application. We have too many instances of our landlord essentially laundering housing code violations by forcing the people who complained out and then just re-renting apartments with cockroaches, rodent infestations, mold to unsuspecting tenants who didn't get to view the unit who view a model unit and then move into another unit and find that it's a mess. Let's see, sorry, last one. I think that landlord and property management companies that fail to meet minimum housing requirements should not be issued new business licenses and should not be able to renew existing licenses. These rules should include property management companies, because those are the people who are truly on the ground committing the neglect, and it's currently way too easy for landlords, especially private equity landlords, to evade detection by abusing corporate form. Tenants facing eviction should, because they lawfully withheld rent due to code violations, should be given preliminary hearings before they're required to pay rent into the registry. Tenants who do everything right and follow the process that City Council and the city government set up should not be required to spend years in landlord-tenant court, racking up legal fees and paying their full rent into the court registry. Let's get these cases resolved and out of landlord-tenant court, which is too crowded as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager. Have you submitted your statement, or will you?
I'm going to.
Great, thank you. I don't have any questions for you, Councilmember White.
Thank you. I've been trying to avoid questions so we can get to the agency. And let me apologize. I'm going to have to switch to virtual after this panel so I can continue to be engaged here, but I also do have an evening obligation. But one clarifying question, and Ms. Yeager, thank you. You actually made a recommendation somebody else made earlier that I didn't agree with, and then you gave some examples, and I understand it differently now. Mr. Slade, one of the things you mentioned was employees being assigned essentially high-level roles without proper supports. Can you give an example or to help us understand that better?
Well, within my testimony, which was submitted, hopefully you were able to get a more in-depth look as I cover some of the highlights. The situation I'm speaking to is a particular employee that was doing management duties and essentially doing management duties which were confirmed through a desk audit. So in order for, I think several witnesses have provided the application process for making sure you get the permitting process. This individual is spearheading that particular process and trying to align district residents with streamlining that process of getting the permit and getting them in the pipeline to get the construction process started. So you have an individual that's doing duties above their pay grade, which is specifically outlined within this collective bargaining agreement between AFSCME and the city, has been confirmed through a desk audit and is not getting the support from management and pretty much all, in so many words, training management on the usage of the permit wizard. So I guess that's the extent to which I'll go into now. We've had discussions with the agency, and we're kind of at an impasse at this particular point in time.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who testified. I've taken plenty of notes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. County Gilliam, who's with AFSCME Local 2725. Gregory Skurlock, Quanisha Crawford, Justin Zhang, with Save Chinatown Solidarity Network, Susan Shore, Eve Hamilton, Tanganyika Belton, Christine Brown, Peter Wood, Skylar Dean, who apparently signed up for every agency and has not been here for one of them, any of them. Janavi Jenganath, he's a legal fellow at Empower DC. Salim Adolfo, who's an ANC commissioner. Vera Watson. Getting many people, no. Caroline Hennessy, Program Director of Tenant Services at Housing Counseling Services. I'll stop there. County Gilliam, is that you? Excellent.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is County Gilliam. I serve as the president of AFSCME Local 2725, and I am here on behalf of my members employed at the Department of Buildings. I want to be clear, Director Hanlon should be removed as the director of the Department of Buildings. Under his leadership, my members were subjected to unsafe working conditions inside their own workplace. A fallen metal object penetrated an occupied workspace. A later emergency evacuation revealed that basic emergency preparedness systems were not functioning properly. These were real incidents affecting real employees during normal duty hours. For an agency whose mission is safety, that record is unacceptable. When employees are exposed to unsafe working conditions and emergency systems fail, the agency charged with enforcing safety has failed in its core responsibility. That raises an even bigger concern. Director Hanlon should not be entrusted with oversight of the multi-billion-dollar RFK Stadium redevelopment. If he cannot ensure safety and preparedness inside his own agency, he should not oversee a project of that magnitude and public risk. But this is not only about Director Hanlon, it is about oversight. Chairman Mendelson, oversight must be exercised, not performed. Agency directors appear before this council regularly, yet labor concerns are often met with limited questioning and little meaningful follow-up. You were personally notified by my office about these failures affecting my members. Documentation was provided, the facts were clear, there was no response, no follow-up, and no intervention. Silence in the face of documented safety failures is not neutrality, it is inaction. There's also a broader issue. There appears to be an assumption that because some district employees do not live inside the district, labor can be discounted politically. That assumption is short-sighted and dangerous. Labor is not isolated. Labor is actively networking with residents, community leaders, faith-based organizations, and working families across the city who care deeply about fairness, public safety, and working conditions. By sidelining labor's concerns, this body has weakened the will of voters who expect leadership that reflects working people. We saw this with Initiative 82, where voters spoke decisively and this council chose not to honor that mandate. And this is not just about safety incidents. It involves broader labor concerns across district government. Workplace conditions, staffing shortages, retaliation, pay equity, unbalanced labor and gag laws, and the ability of workers to withhold their labor under certain conditions. Let me say this plainly. When oversight becomes shallow and labor is treated as expendable, that is not governance, it is abandonment. So the record should reflect two conclusions. Director Hanlon should be removed and should not oversee the RFK stadium redevelopment. And this council, starting with its chair, must take labor oversight seriously. Silence is not neutrality, it is a choice. My members deserve better, district workers deserve better, working class people deserve better, and this city deserves leadership that respects the people who keeps it running. I stand ready to brainstorm solutions, exchange ideas, and provide recommendations to help this body recenter itself towards the people who place you in office. I'm available for any questions if needed.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliam. It would help if I had a copy of your statement.
It's uploaded. I don't know if y'all don't have access to it, but I uploaded two different statements.
Okay, we'll look at it. Thank you. Gregory Skurlock,
Yes, good afternoon.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and members of the committee. My name is Gregory Skurlock. I'm 72 years old. I was raised and born in Washington, D.C., and a proud graduate of Theodore Roosevelt High School. I've served the district government faithfully for 43 years before retiring in November 2024. I have been a resident and a tax member of the district nearly my entire life. My wife, Vanessa Skurlock, age 69, was also born and raised in Washington, D.C. She attended Immaculate Conception Academy in Northwest, and she served as a civil servant for more than 35 years before retiring from the General Service Administration. Together, we raised our 4 children, all educated in D.C. public schools and private schools, including Wilson High School, Archbishop Carroll High School, and Gonzaga College High School. We share this background to demonstrate our lifelong commitment to the District of Columbia as residents, taxpayers, and public servants. We are writing respectfully to request your assistance with an extremely serious, distressing, and time-sensitive matter. While our circumstance and situation is complex, we're certain that other longtime DC homeowners have faced similar hardship. On the morning of January 7th, 2025, our home of more than 34 years, located at 4351 Varnum Place, Northeast, tragically caught fire. Although we were fortunate to escape with our lives, we lost everything that we owned. The damage was so extensive that the insurance company declared the property a total loss and required that it be raised. We were unprepared for the long, expensive, and confusing process that followed. As we attempted to navigate the raise and rebuild the process, we sought the assistance through the Department of Buildings website. We contacted an expediter. After paying him, we received minimal service, forcing us to seek another expediter. The permitting process alone took more than 6 months and cost us more than $6,000, largely due to utility-related requirements. During this time, we spent countless hours on the phone with various Department of Building staff members. While each person was kind and sympathetic, we repeatedly were told that the issues that we were talking about or calling about was not in their lane, and that we should wait our turn like everyone else. Unfortunately, when dealing with insurance companies, waiting is not an option. Several weeks after the fire, we submitted a vacant property form to DOB website, indicating that the property was vacant because it was burned down and would be rebuilt. An inspector visited the property and shortly thereafter deemed the property blighted, which was beyond our control because of the fire, resulting in a Class 4 category, which significantly increased our property taxes. Most recently, we learned that our mortgage company paid nearly $60,000 from our escrow account to DC Tax and Revenue because our property was classified as Class 3 vacant real property. Our view of the tax bill shows that the total amount for 2025 was $34,379.50. We respectfully request that your office investigate this matter. We have been diligently working with the architect firm, but the process has been challenging. Plans submitted in October 2025 were denied due to building code issues related to a new build versus a rebuild construction.
Mr. Skurlock,
Yes.
you're way over your time. Why don't you just read the 4 points, which are the four bullets request?
The 4 points that you want.
Oh, no. 4 points that we request. Very good. We specifically request your assistance in reviewing our vacant property tax classification and ensuring any overpayment is correct. Help navigate DOB's permit and plan review process to ensure expediting process to meet permit approvals. Facilitating coordination with utility companies and DDOT to prevent further delays. Exploring any available relief exemptions or expedited pathways for a disaster-affected homeowners.
We only have 8 months left.
All right, I have your statement. I can't promise that we can solve this for you, but we can try to be of help.
Well,
So
yeah,
we'll
time
see
is
if we can follow up.
Yeah, time is of essence. We have about 9 months to get through this process, or we will probably be faced with homelessness. So we thank you very much for your
Thank you.
listening and cooperation. All right.
Thank you. Kanisha Crawford? Justin Zhang, who's online.
Hello. I'm actually right outside the building, but I can share my testimony right now. Good morning, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and the council. My name is Justin Zhang. I'm an organizer with Save Chinatown Solidarity Network. We're a volunteer-based organization that advocates for the working class and long-term residents and businesses in and around Chinatown. So for those that are not aware, Museum Square is a 10-story apartment building in Ward 6, housing dozens of Black and Chinese senior citizens, many with mobility and other health issues. For 2 months, all 5 elevators in Museum Square were in disrepair, leaving elderly residents trapped inside or forcing many of them to climb up several flights of stairs. Even simple tasks like going to doctor's appointments and buying groceries became safety risks. Let me be clear, this is not simply neglect, this is abuse. Bush Companies has been abusing the residents of Museum Square for several years at this point. Tenants regularly live through undignified conditions and receive punishment that is both cruel and unusual. The single elevator that they have bothered to repair breaks down regularly, and regularly broken AC systems mean that senior citizens sometimes face unbearable heat in the summer. List goes on. Over the past month, I've heard folks saying, if we just fine them more, they would have to fix the problems. And while I really wish that could be the case, Bush Companies has 148 unresolved violations, totaling over $146,000 in unpaid and unabated fines since November 2022. And over 30,000 of those are fines owed since this past November. And this is a dream come true for the real estate lobby, and it's the inevitable result of mixing abusive landlords with regulatory loopholes and sloppy enforcement mechanisms. In the past year alone, there have been multiple incidents, one from which you heard from the Dorchester apartment, that were easily preventable situations that caused harm to many tenants. The tenants at Museum Square, they've submitted complaints. They've gone to court. They're exercising their TOPA rights to negotiate a long drawn out building sale. And they are also here to testify in front of the committee today. They've acted with urgency and have exhausted every possible avenue to improve their situation. And now all we're asking is for DOB and this committee to do the same. Luckily, we did not come here to beg you for answers. DOB's budget contains $7 million allocated to the Nuisance Abatement Fund, which I think a gentleman mentioned earlier today. In life or health threatening situations, DOB has the authority and to take summary corrective action for situations that include violative conditions involving a life or health threatening condition, or as determined by a code official. The court order for emergency pairs issued by DC Superior Court states that the lack of a functioning elevator in Museum Square's apartment building creates a life safety hazard. Furthermore, there is continuing potential for immediate irreparable harm. Bush Companies ignored this court order for over a month. And the statute, if the statute and the courts are as clear as day that DOB has the power, authority, and funding to directly fix this situation, we just don't really understand what the holdup is. And they keep saying that we don't typically consider broken elevators as emergencies, but let's use common sense. If anybody, let alone a senior citizen, is trapped inside their apartment for 2 months, that's a life-threatening emergency. There is really no fining our way out of a landlord that clearly has no conscience or intent to follow any rules without proper enforcement. So DOB is now telling us that they're considering the use of the Nuisance Abatement Fund after a month-long public pressure campaign. But if it were their grandparents or grandparents, this wouldn't even be there would be no consideration. This issue would have been solved months or even years ago. So if we're allowing life-threatening decisions to be dictated by precedent and procedure rather than our morality and common sense, the price that we're going to pay in the future is going to be measured in human lives. So we're asking the council today to do everything in its power to ensure that the Nuisance Abatement Fund is used immediately, and to use these powers immediately the next time there is a full elevator outage at a building like Museum Square. We've also submitted a draft of emergency legislation to Councilmember Allen's office that closes several loopholes in the property maintenance code, provides interim protections for tenants like temporary housing and assisted access, and makes it even clearer that total elevator outages should be considered emergencies and triggered usage of the Nuisance Abatement Fund. And we're happy to share this draft with any office that is willing to approve upon and introduce it to council. And we know that's still not enough. I know I'm probably over time. So we have a one-pager that we can leave with you that has a list of all of the loopholes that are clearly outlined in the on that page. So we're happy to share that with you. We'll send an email, we'll do all the things, but we really would like your attention on this issue.
Thank you. Susan Shore.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson, thank you for the opportunity to testify at this performance oversight hearing on DOB. My name is Susan Shore. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Sierra Club DC Chapter Zero Waste Committee, and I'm providing the chapter's testimony on building material reuse and recycling, deconstruction, and composting. First up, building material reuse and recycling requirements. The Green Construction Code and the Residential Building Code both require building material reuse and recycling in an effort to divert construction and demolition waste from landfill and incineration. This represents roughly 1/4 of the district's waste stream. Last year, we learned that DOB construction inspections only indicate a pass-fail and do not document compliance with specific code requirements. But I recall in response to a question that you posed, that Director Hanlon indicated that DOB would try to enhance its data tracking to enable it to report on compliance with these rules and recycling requirements. So we hope that this hearing can answer our questions. One, what steps has DOB taken to track, report, and enforce the district's building material reuse and recycling requirements? And is DOB conducting any outreach to contractors to increase compliance with these measures? The chapter's testimony includes several suggestions on steps DOB could take, and we appreciate any progress DOB has made and encourage continued investment in system staffing and reporting that allow the district to verify compliance and continuously improve outcomes. Second, we urge DOB to begin work on updating the Green Construction Code to require deconstruction. Deconstruction is a time-honored practice for the reuse of building materials. Deconstruction is the careful dismantling of a building to recover reusable materials, and it was the norm in the US until the 20th century. Action 5 of the DC Zero Waste Plan calls for DOB to update the DC Green Construction Code to require deconstruction plans for all new construction, demolition, and retrofit projects beginning in 2029. Knowing that building code renovations can be time-consuming, we ask what steps has DOB taken to prepare for the implementation of this zero waste action to date? We urge DOB, if it has not already done so, to begin work on updating the Green Construction Code to require deconstruction. Finally, does DOB have a composting program? The district code includes provisions regarding composting requirements for district government agencies and facilities. These requirements were subject to the Department of Public Works establishing a compost collection program and funding, but now DPW, according to its website and the Zero Waste DC website, has established a food waste collection program in 2024, following a one-year curbside collection pilot. We're aware of 3 government agencies that have established a composting program: OP, DPW, and DOEE. Our questions are, does DOB also have a composting program? If not, does DOB plan to implement one, and what funding or other assistance does DOB require to implement a composting program? I hope the hearing can answer these questions, and thank you again, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Ms. Shore, did you give us a copy of your statement?
I haven't given a copy of the statement yet. It's included in the Sierra Club DC chapter's testimony, which will be submitted to you shortly.
Okay. The difficulty for me is that besides the fact that we're running very late and there have been a lot of interruptions and I have a 5 o'clock meeting now, usually the benefit of hearing public witnesses such as yourself is that it primes me for some questions for the director, except when I don't have a copy, then I can't really rely on that. And I already have lots of questions to ask. So if you get us the statement, we can maybe ask as a follow-up or ask at the budget hearing. That's sort of like a warning, plus Mr. Hanlon is here, so maybe he's been paying attention anyway. So we're going to look for your statement.
Wonderful. I'd be happy to share my written notes if that's of help as well.
Okay, well, I think we'll wait for the statement. Let me see who's next. Eve Hamilton.
Councilman Mendelson, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Eve Hamilton. I'm a concerned DC resident and also happen to be the other co-chair of the Zero Waste Committee of the Sierra Club's DC chapter. I'm here to urge the Department of Buildings to work closely with the commanders to design and operate the new building as a true zero waste facility, not as an afterthought, but as a core feature from day one. The good news, as noted in previous testimony, is we don't need to invent anything new. Leading stadiums and arenas across the country are already proving what works. The district simply needs to insist on bringing these proven measures here. A zero waste stadium starts with the right infrastructure. This includes a dedicated resource recovery room, which allows materials to be sorted and handled properly for reuse, composting, recycling, or landfill. There are examples such as Mercedes-Benz Stadium that use this model very successfully. We also encourage the commanders to incorporate a shared wash hub at the venue, both to wash reusable cups for use at the stadium and to be used by other reusable foodware businesses operating in the district. This is exactly the type of innovative economic opportunity promised by RFK supporters. Finally, the stadium should install water refill stations throughout the venue, something fans increasingly expect and something already standard in places like Lincoln Financial Field, Yankee Stadium, and this building. But infrastructure alone isn't enough. Zero waste also requires clear operational policies. That means requiring reusable cups for beverages, as Arrowhead Stadium already does. It means allowing fans to bring refillable water bottles, consistent with New York City law and practices at MetLife Stadium. If you're not preventing waste, as these measures do, in my opinion, you're not truly zero waste. It means food rescue and composting as well, which is another waste prevention measure. I'm sorry, what did that mean? That beep. I'm okay, sorry. Which Mercedes-Benz Stadium demonstrates is achievable at scale, and which I understand that DC law already requires. Taken together, these measures dramatically reduce landfill waste and waste that is incinerated and pollutes our community's air, while improving efficiency and fan experience. I do want to emphasize something important. LEED certification alone will not deliver zero waste. The current legislation asks the developer to aim for LEED Platinum. While that sounds great, their point system is such that you could achieve Platinum with only very minimal waste diversion, potentially as low as 6%. That's not zero waste. If the district wants the stadium to be a national model, zero waste must explicitly be designed into the project, not assumed through certification. Finally, we respectfully ask DOB to report on what steps have already been taken to integrate zero waste measures into the stadium design. Zero waste isn't a nice to have. It's a critical environmental and community health measure or standard. I know I'm out of time, so I'll just wrap it up there. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Tanganyika Belton. Ms. Belton,
Yes, I'm here.
please proceed.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tanganyika Belton. I'm a proud Ward 7 resident. Over the past 10 years, I have personally observed and experienced and participated in Department of Building inspections. I'm concerned about the enforcement and follow-up. I want to know, during the construction periods, DOB has come to my building and posted official notices on the door. I want to know who followed up on those stop work orders because additions were made to this property as far back as 2016. If DOB is now stating additions were added without permits and without proper evaluation of the structure, then the public deserves answers about how this work was allowed to continue and who kept passing inspections over the years. At one point, the roof caved in due to weather, which caused a major flooding event inside the building. As a result, the building was condemned. Residents was displaced and the Red Cross assisted us. After 2 weeks, residents were allowed to return. This raises a serious question. Who within DOB authorized reoccupancy if the structure is now being described as unsafe, and if the building allegedly lacked required fire safety systems such as sprinklers? If the building was not safe then, tenants should have never been allowed back inside. If it was considered safe enough for residents to return, then the district must explain what changed, what was inspected, and why the danger was not corrected permanently. During the most recent condemnation process, I experienced something that was both confusing and deeply disrespectful. For reasons that were never really clearly explained, DOB staff treated residents as though we were squatters, even though many of us are long-term tenants and tax-paying residents. While some staff were professional, one individual, Mr. Gambino, was extremely rude. His tone felt dismissive and prejudgmental, rather than focus on safety, facts, and tenant rights. To correct this misinformation, I sent documentation directly to DOB and Ward 7 staff liaison, including Ferdinand Gamboa and Amber Wright, showing residents were not squatters and had lawful occupancy. Despite this, the rumor continued to circulate and was treated as fact. I'm asking the council to provide oversight and ensure DOB operates with fairness, consistency, and accountability, especially when receiverships are involved. The district should not treat tax-paying residents as disposable, and DOB should never prioritize a bank's narrative over the truth and the safety of the people who live here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Belton. Christine Brown, I believe, is not here. Peter Wood, who's online.
Good afternoon. So my name is Peter Wood. I am an advisory neighborhood commissioner in Adams Morgan. I'm the chair of our commission, but we haven't had time to review my comments today. So I'm speaking as an individual commissioner capacity for 1C03. And I'll be brief. I know there's a lot going on, and I'm basically just going to reiterate what some people today have already said, which is a specific request and broader comments. The specific request is to do better, that the Department of Buildings needs to do better when it comes to Dorchester House, which is a residential building within Adams Morgan at 2480 16th Street Northwest. As a previous testimony revealed, there was an incident last year that ended in a person losing a limb, and it was because of issues with an elevator. And I say this as someone who's had positive experiences in other circumstances with the Department of Buildings and also with the property management company. I know that they're capable, but for whatever reason, there hasn't been significant, I guess, movement to make sure that these elevators in this building and more broadly are monitored so that things like this don't happen. I mean, ideally, I think that we need to be more proactive as a city in making sure that the buildings that we live in are not hurting the people that live in them, but also being reactive. This is, in my mind, a pretty easy case to make sure that the elevators in a building are not dismembering people. Now, the broader comment is that Adams Morgan is kind of a typical example in the sense that there are big buildings. Those big buildings are old, and if we don't do a good job of making sure that those buildings are in decent shape, we need to do something. Now, this building is in historic preservation district, so that's kind of a separate conversation on a bigger picture solution to old buildings aging and being unsafe. But short of that conversation, at the very least, we need to make sure that there's trust between agencies like the Department of Buildings and the people who live in buildings in DC. A lot of residents have come to me as the chairperson of the Adams Morgan's Commission and Advisory Neighborhood Commission, saying that they don't really know where to turn because they have gotten responses from people at DOB, which is helpful, but it's not the types of responses that have led to the substantive changes that we need. So like I said, I know that you're aware of this. Just want to really reiterate these points because it's scary and a lot of people are worried in this building and elsewhere that something similarly tragic could happen again, and obviously really want to prevent that. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Skylar Dean, I believe, is not here. Janavi Jagannath, who's virtual.
Yes. Hi. Thank you, Chairperson Mendelson and committee members. My name is Janavi Jagannath, and I'm a DC resident, an attorney, and a legal fellow at Empower DC, a citywide grassroots organization. I'm testifying today on DOB's refusal to enforce its own crucial zoning regulations. As you probably know, there's a toxic chemical facility located in Ivy City called National Engineering Products. It's zone PDR1, and it shares a wall with a residential zone and a home. It's an understatement to say that the continued operation of NEP poses serious health and safety risks to Ivy City residents. The regulations that we need to put a stop to this harm do exist. They're just not being upheld. The DC zoning regulations of 2016, subtitle J, governs setback requirements when a PDR lot directly abuts the residential zone. So in summary, there should be a stone or brick barrier, a 25-foot setback on NEP's land, and 8-foot tall, healthy evergreen trees between NEP and residential zoning, not a shared wall that leaks chemical odors into a resident's home as we currently have. Subtitle U governs use, stating that regardless of any other permissions, a lot within 100 feet of a residential zone cannot be used for chemical manufacturing or storage or a parking lot. So basically, NEP cannot manufacture or store chemicals or have a parking lot on its lot, which is 0 feet from a residential zone. And obviously, non-conforming structures and uses can legally continue, but there are rules to this continuance, and Greg Caston, the new owner of NEP, is breaking them. Last spring, long after these regulations were passed, Caston paved over the green rear yard of NEP's site to create parking for his pro-fish hauling and delivery trucks. Section 201 governs non-conforming structures, stating that they cannot be expanded, they have to be strictly regulated, and any addition has to be devoted to a conforming use. But Greg Caston expanded a non-conforming use and devoted it to another non-conforming use with no permits. After we requested more information for almost a year through meetings, complaints, and FOIA requests, we finally learned that NEP was advised of a zoning violation, which is great, but that violation has had no material effect. In November, Caston applied for a permit to add a 9,500 square foot parking lot to the existing structure. OZA has said since December that they are reviewing this application. It's now February, and this application doesn't require months of review. The law is not ambiguous. Adding a 9,500 square foot parking lot less than 100 feet from residentially zoned property blatantly violates Subtitle U. And while we're waiting for DOB's review, NEP continues to exhale plumes of smoke and noise and pollution, noxious odors, cancer-causing chemicals, fire hazards into the lungs of Ivy City, which is a historic Black community in DC. This new parking lot raises Ivy City's impervious surface percentage, lessens tree cover, and raises temperatures in a neighborhood that's already 10 to 20 degrees hotter than other parts of DC. Why would we create prudent and thoughtful zoning laws and regulations if they don't apply to the most egregious violators in the first place? DOB needs to find a way to enforce compliance with current zoning laws, working for and alongside DC residents, not in deference to business interests with no regard for common sense or public health. DOB has the power to make zoning effective in DC, and we ask that they begin doing so. Please ask DOB Director Hanlon to clarify and strengthen the enforcement efforts being undertaken by the Office of Zoning Administrator, and through your ongoing oversight, work to ensure that the important enforcement responsibilities of the office are not being ignored. My written testimony provides more information, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jagannath. Salim Adolfo, Commissioner, I believe is not here. Vera Watson, I think is not here. Caroline Hennessy, who is online.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to read my testimony now. I also know that Ms. Vera Watson is joined by phone and is available to provide her testimony as well. My name is Caroline Hennessy. I'm Program Director of Tenant Services and Housing Counseling Services. I've submitted written testimony for your review, so I will try to be as brief as possible. We have in the Tenant Services Department, we have worked with tenants at Museum Square, which is what I would like to focus on today. In our role supporting tenants navigating all kinds of housing conditions issues, my team and I frequently rely on city agencies such as the DOB to conduct inspections, document, enforce housing code against unsafe issues in which the tenants often experience in the buildings where they live. We collaborate with DOB frequently and other agencies that play this crucial role in making sure that recurrent issues, repeated failures to maintain habitable and safe housing are addressed as quickly as possible. DOB is collaborative in their approach and highly responsive to inspection requests. Often, however, they're unable to take necessary actions due to the reality of the regulations that they enforce. Further clarity is needed in the housing and property maintenance codes to ensure that DOB has the tools it needs to protect the safety of DC residents. One ongoing example that I'd like to focus on today is Museum Square Apartments at 401 K Street, where tenants recently experienced a full elevator outage for over 2 months, and on and off outages for 2 years. Museum Square Apartments, it's a 302 unit apartment building, vast majority of residents over 60 years of age. Most have lived in the building for decades. Many have mobility issues, some are in wheelchairs. For 2 months, tenants were essentially trapped in their apartments. as all 5 elevators, 4 passenger elevators, as well as the freight elevator were completely non-operational. Many tenants couldn't get groceries, toilet paper, medication that they needed for health and well-being. Many missed essential medical appointments, holiday celebrations, funerals. During this time, outages were reported to DOB multiple times, and every instance, inspectors followed up in a timely manner to inspect. Unfortunately, the issues were not addressed by ownership. I also want to say prior to the outage, that this full outage that lasted for 2 months, issues with the elevators were ongoing regularly for over 2 years. During that period, typically there was 1 functional elevator out of the 5 at any given time. And that 1 functional elevator would often take over 15 minutes to stop at a floor. It would not stop at all on some floors. It would cease to operate between the first and ground floors, making it essentially useless for people in wheelchairs and so forth to be able to come in and out of the building. DOB was also responsive when we or tenants called about the issue, took reports, and came to the building multiple times. Ultimately, though, the agency was unable to cite the issue and hold ownership responsible unless all 5 elevators were non-operational at the same time. And this was the case even when the 1 functional elevator posed serious and repeated safety concerns for residents. And the reason for this was the interpretation, and still the current interpretation, of the Housing and Property Maintenance Code, which DOB has explained requires only 1 elevator to be operational in a residential building, no matter the size of that building, and without adequate specifications around what is considered to be operational. So changes to these codes and further definition of what it means for an elevator to be operational would help give DOB the necessary tools able to meaningfully enforce these codes and resident safety.
Ms. Hennessy, you're a minute over your time.
Okay, I will leave it at that. And there's more in my written testimony. Thank you.
Okay, have you submitted your written testimony? I don't
I
have
have.
it, but okay.
I did today, yes.
All right, thank you. Give me just a second, then I'll have some questions. Sorry about that. I did have a couple of questions, I think. Mr. Zhang has gone from online to the audience, but you testified about Museum Square, correct? That's what I thought, which is the same as what Ms. Hennessy did. With regard, Ms. Hamilton, listening to your testimony, what went through my head was this. Why don't you guys reach out to the commanders and just meet with their either their president or their senior people and talk about zero waste? When we were negotiating with them, we did talk to them about zero waste. It doesn't appear in any of the requirements, but they are committed to being environmentally good. I realize that's a vague term. And, but I think that if you can work with them, and I don't mean confront, but I mean work with them, I think you might be able to talk them into doing some of the things that other stadiums are doing.
Thank you. That's actually exactly what we'd like. We've been trying to reach out to them unsuccessfully to have a friendly conversation about these topics. Director Hamlin did pass along our contact information to the commanders, but no one has gotten back to us, and that's been quite a long time. And I've tried to identify people at different meetings, but it's not going anywhere at this point. So we would really appreciate the assistance of the Department of Buildings in setting up a meeting with the commanders so that environmental stakeholders can have this conversation and share the information that we have that would facilitate them implementing a really sustainable stadium.
Understand that this might require a discussion over a period of time.
Absolutely.
So like you can talk to them about the recyclable cups or the reusable cups, I guess that's what we call them. I mean, they're going to say that's expensive. They're going to say that requires facilities for washing them, for sanitation. Other stadiums do it. So you can respond by saying, well, let us get you some additional information. My point being that this is not a one and done, but this is a conversation. When I talked to them about some of these ideas, they didn't rule them out. We didn't require them in the documents, but they didn't rule them out. And I think that they're open to understanding and seeing how they could implement some of these ideas. And it may not be opening day, but which is 4 years from now. I know that's a long time from now. But what I'm trying to emphasize is I think a collaborative discussion could result in some success here. I think it's a good idea to try to get Mr. Hanlon to coordinate this meeting. If he's not able to do that, I suppose you could circle back with my office.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what we'd like, is to start, a dialogue, an ongoing dialogue that allows for collaboration on these issues. Because to your point about costs, we do have information about that we'd love to share. Because I think there's a lot of misinformation or just simply lack of information that some of these actors have that we'd be happy to help with.
Yeah. Let me turn to Mr. Gilliam. I'm a little perplexed. So you said several times you want Brian Hanlon to be removed. You cite two things, that there was a falling object and also that there was this emergency evacuation. Your sister local had also talked about the emergency evacuation. I don't think those incidents are defendable. On the other hand, I don't know that they rise to the level of firing the director. But you're upset that there's not been oversight. You sent me an email in January with regard to, I think it was the emergency evacuation. And in the email, you said it was a step 4 grievance. Well, that says to me that there's a grievance procedure. I don't see a role for the council getting involved in CBA matters when there's a process that's set forth.
Well, thank you for that, Chairman. I appreciate that, but included in the email communication, I was just looking at the impact of the actual metal pipe coming down through an occupied workplace. It's just, honestly, it's lucky that it didn't strike one of my members. It came close, it came down crashing on the desk. And as well as you said, I'm well aware that we got a grievance procedure. I followed the steps of the grievance procedure. But what really was upsetting was the agency's response to the step 4 grievance. And that's why I'm like, they didn't take no accountability. It's my opinion, if you have a situation and you provide a grievance response and you're being reactive, you're not being proactive, it just shows, it shows this display that you don't care. And I feel like that shouldn't be becoming of agency leadership.
I'm not going to defend the response as you described it. Isn't there, so what happened with the grievance? Was it, I mean, doesn't the grievance go to, I'm trying to remember, it goes to arbitration or PERB or something?
Yes, it can go to arbitration, but we had, what I have to look at as the president of my labor organization, do I want to actually spend resources to go to arbitration and what's going to be the result? They made their corrective actions, even though in my opinion, I feel like it was reactive, but they eliminated the threat. They made some steps to make sure it doesn't happen again. What my problem was, if you was being proactive, this should have never happened because you had active construction, a floor above where my neighbors was working and you didn't have a buffer zone. And I just don't understand, if you're a construction professional, how you even allow that to happen? If you got people working on the floor beneath, first, my major issue is, why are you even doing construction when my members at work? When the government provides an option for situational telework. But it's this push to have my members in the office, and this situation could have really been dangerous. I just feel like we was lucky that pipe it landed on a desk. I'm just glad it didn't strike one of my members.
Sure. So in any event, I did not respond to your email because you indicated it was a grievance, step for grievance. And so there was a process in place for that.
Well, the grievance is concluded now, and he's about to come up. You can ask him some questions if you choose, Chairman.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you very much. Hugh Ying Liu. Ashley Everett. Tamisha Monroe. Victoria Bruce. Kenneth Whirland. Timothy Church. Ismail de Leon. All right, nobody has come forward. Nobody's online. I'll repeat the names. Last chance. Hugh Ying Liu. Well, if you want to testify, you have to come up to the table. Ashley Everett. Tamisha Monroe. Victoria Bruce. Kenneth Whirland. Tiffany Church and Ismail de Leon. Okay. So are you Hugh Ying Liu? Okay, and you are? Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. 我想讲一下，今天我们的 building 呢，现在呢有5个电梯，他一个人没有修理，我们2个多月都就爬楼梯上去我们的个房间，造成很不方便。还有
Pause. Are you translating?
So she just said,
Microphone.
right now in our building, there are 5 elevators. All of them are broken or in poor condition. And for the last 2 months, we've been forced to climb up the stairs, and it's been very inconvenient for us. Okay, 你可以讲。
Yeah. 我们每天上下班都要爬楼梯，有的残疾的这走路不方便的嘞，要摔倒到在楼梯里面，都没有人来理我。
Oh, so she's also saying that, every day climbing up the stairs, the landlords and the folks who are managing the buildings don't take care of them, don't help them out with groceries and things like the like.
有时候我们买的菜啊，买的东西啊，我们要自己爬上去，还要分开来几磅要爬上去。我是住在8楼，有一天我爬上去啊，好像是断气一样啦。
So she lives on Miss Liu lives on the 8th floor. every day, I mean, when they have to take up groceries, they basically have to break it down into multiple trips because there's so many groceries, and every time she's up there, she's completely out of breath, extremely like fatigued and tired.
你现在想讲吗？
还有这
OK
个卫生的从来没有搞过，这个后尾啊，以前呢我们住在这边很好，每一天有来拖地，现在的从来都没有了，是地下很脏，还有房间呢还有老鼠，什么都爬了，咬了我的东西。
Yeah, so in the past, there used to be a maintenance and cleaning crew, but now in recent times, there just hasn't been any at all. So she's had a lot of rodent problems and sanitation problems as well, rodents eating her food.
OK，现在你讲了 OK。
OK，
你好，我
Microphone.
哦，
怎么做？哎呀，
可以了。
你好，我住在市里25年了，可是我现在就是很麻烦啊，你什么电梯2个月都没有，我们都要爬上去。看我现在已经80岁了，我这里骨头也2根断掉了，那是我就是自己要慢慢的拿上去。
So Miss Lin has been living in Museum Square for 25 years. She has similar complaints about the elevator situation being very inconvenient for her, and she's actually broke 2 bones in her ankles very recently. So it's been especially challenging for her to get up and down the stairs.
对，我就是说，他叫我帮因为我有过敏的地毯，不是地毯，所以我没有帮，所以说，我问他为什么，他叫我帮走到2号去，OK，就是意思说叫我帮我不帮，所以你有事情我去找经理，他都不管我。
你说房东还是？
对，经理，我找经理，我不找房东，我找经理。
经理。
Manager.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, when she was speaking to the manager, they're really not being helpful at all, and it's very clear to her that they're trying to get them to leave and kick them out.
还有，后来他就逼我们帮，就是我们帮，还有现在里面蟑螂、老鼠都很多，我们只好那住在那，因为我有过敏，所以我的地板不是这个东西，是那个塑料的。他说叫我搬到2号去，要花4500块钱去装这个地板，没办法。
Yeah, so the landlord, she's also facing issues with rodents too, and it's particularly bad for her because she has allergies. She was also, she asked for her landlord to replace an issue with her flooring, and what they were trying to charge her. 你说4400
4500块。
4500. Oh, she was asked to pay $4,500. So
Has to pay $4,500 for what?
For like a replacement flooring. 就是你地板是不是？
对，我是塑料地板了，我已经20年了，因为我有过敏。
Yeah, she was having medical issues because of the flooring was causing her allergies. So and they've been, the flooring was essentially falling apart. It's 20 years old or older than 20 years. So she was asking for a replacement, and that was the price that they gave her.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Thank you for.
Yeah, of course.
We're going to turn now to the director of the department, Brian Hanlon. Give me a second.
Sure. Of course.
Director, are we dispensing with your statement?
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, Chairman, I understand you've got something to get to. We have submitted our testimony, so we'll just advance.
Give me a second. I think I'm going to have to reschedule zoning because I have a 5 o'clock meeting. I'm looking at the chair, Ms. Barden. I'm sorry about this. There've been some things going on which has slowed everything up. I mean, if you want to wait, or I could come back at probably 6 o'clock and continue with you all. So, and I know I dragged the chairman with his foot or something. So at any rate, let's reschedule. I don't quite know what that means. And I apologize for that. But that gives me just total focus on you.
I love it.
So maybe I should go to some questions. Is that okay?
Please, thank you.
All right, and I do have your statement, and I'm sorry you can't read it. Can you just, so I've heard testimony for the last hour or so about Museum Square. I think another was Tenant Square, which I'm not sure if that's a different building or I heard it wrong. Dorchester House elevator is not working. What's going on with these buildings? And Museum Square, I think we heard about at the last hearing, maybe.
We did, and I'll start just by saying that a part of the issue, frankly, is that in the United States, elevators kind of writ large, there are systemic problems in the industry. It's not, Europe does not have these issues, and other nations around the world tend not to have these issues. It's an American problem. The parts are not manufactured here. When they break, when they need to be replaced, they have to be ordered from overseas and machined, and it causes a significant delay. And so when you've got older buildings with older elevator and equipment, and those things tend to break, it does exacerbate the issues. I think there are other issues going on at Museum Square that with regard to the landlord and whatever motivations they may have. The complaint history from the folks that testified, I think we need to kind of work with them to see if we're not always getting the complaints that they raise. So there's some work to do there to make sure that they're coming to us to make us aware so we can go out and inspect. But I think I'll ask Keith to expound on some of the other properties.
Thank you, Director Hanlon, and thank you, Chairman. So Museum Square is a property that has been in focus for the past 2 years. And we are really sympathetic with their condition. Our data does verify that the elevators were out for about 2 months from November through January. And the reason that it does that is because the folks at Museum Square have been better about getting complaints to us so we can go out and verify. We encourage them to do that even more. We don't know things unless we go out and verify them. So the latest that we've done on Museum Square at the start of February is we issued a correction order telling the property owner to fix one of the elevators at least. At the time, all 5 were down, to get an assessment from Otis about what it would cost to fix all of the elevators permanently. And that's because we strongly suspect that we would not have the money in the nuisance abatement fund to repair an elevator, but we figured we might as well ask the property owner to get that estimate for us so we know what we're talking about. And then they have maintained to us that 2 of the 5 are permanently decommissioned, but they haven't done the paperwork that DOB requires to decommission an elevator, so we ordered them to do that as well.
Well, can you take a more aggressive approach? For one thing, you can't have 5 elevators out at once unless there's been a significant amount of deferred maintenance, to put it politely. And I mean, it says to me that one elevator is not working so well and they don't do anything. And then the second elevator is not working so well and they don't do anything. And then the third elevator is not working so well. That's how you get to 5. It seems to me this is what, a 9-story building maybe? So the elevators are almost integral to habitability in the building, and you heard the testimony. So can't DOB be more aggressive here? And require them maybe to get 2 elevators working? I don't want to really pick a number, but the point being that if there's 2 working and 1 breaks, there's still 1. If there's 1 working and it breaks, then there's none again. And to like be all over them, what do you mean you decommissioned, but you didn't file paperwork? And what, 2 months without an elevator? And maybe they need to order parts now for when the elevator breaks down in November. Get what I'm saying?
I do, Chairman, and the correction order is designed for us to escalate, because if they don't comply with the correction order, then that's something we can take to the Office of the Attorney General and ask them to get an injunction related to it. So that is the planned escalation for Museum Square, is if the correction order isn't fully complied with.
How about creating some financial pain as well? So I get that NOIs, there's a deep history of them not all being paid, but that could help. And maybe there's some other levers that would affect them financially. Is their business license current? I'm just thinking clean hands, some other ways to put some financial pressure on them. I mean, sounds to me like maybe they want the tenants out. So if all the elevators fall down and you condemn the building, then they're happy. So that's not a solution either.
I agree, Chairman. That is the end logic of treating the elevators as a life safety habitability issue, is that you go further down the road towards the building is uninhabitable and would have to be closed and the tenants displaced. As you know, we have not done that at this time. You can't use elevators for egress. And so, essentially the baseline habitability and safety of the building can be accomplished with adequate egress through stairs.
Let me move along here. There was testimony at the very beginning of the hearing. You may have missed it, although I'd like to believe you were watching the hearing. Tenant at 751st Street Northeast and the property next door, 704 51st Street. Department of Buildings condemned the building. There was little notice to the residents, I think 5 days, if I remember correctly. They were all forced to move. They were only given 14 days in alternative housing. The landlord is Sam Rajuzin. Is that who the Attorney General went after today?
Raz Julian, correct.
Why suddenly uninhabitable? Why only 14 days temporary housing? Maybe I don't want to use up my time that way, but so maybe you could get back to us on that. But
Sure.
Is there something you can do for the residents who are like really in trouble here?
Well, I think we'll have to get back with specifics, but I will say that we have been going hard after Raz Julian this year and have, I think ratcheted up the pressure to a greater degree and working in cooperation with the Office of the Attorney General. I think we can develop some specific responses to those properties and any other questions you may have regarding his other properties.
Okay. I also had testimony from Mr. Levine regarding 105 6th Street Northeast. You familiar with that one?
I am, yes. I don't know all of the details other than he's got a tenant and there's a lot of, and I'm frankly sympathetic with his situation.
So I think the goal here is to make sure that the housing code is not being weaponized.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, and I think we have to talk internally about how do we, there's some needles that we have to thread on an issue like that. And I'll be working with Keith on that.
All right, maybe you can just get back to us on each of these properties.
I'd be happy to.
That's a way of sort of moving this along. The dissolution of the Construction Codes Coordinating Board. how do I phrase this question nicely? What are you thinking of? Does the construction code, pretending that for a moment that it hasn't been dissolved, does it have adequate staff?
The Construction Codes Coordinating Board, which has been in existence now for a number of years, has been comprised of individuals who are all volunteers.
Yeah.
About half of them are district employees and the other half.
Okay, don't use up all my time here. I said, do they have, before this week, did they have adequate staff?
The CCCB,
Yeah.
in my opinion, no. That's why we have moved into a different direction.
Okay, so hold
We
on.
now have dedicated personnel to do this work. So that's,
Well, how do you find dedicated personnel when you didn't, when you're the staff and you didn't have
we're
adequate staff?
hiring them through grant program, and we've got people coming in to be full-time dedicated individuals. We have a whole plan mapped out. I'd love to be able to, we can provide that for you if you like.
Well, please do,
I will.
because that would certainly help with the questions. I mean, my reaction is that the Construction Codes Coordinating Board is has the benefits of public-private partnership. You've got some government officials on it, and you've got private industry expertise, and they're all working together. I've never heard complaints about they're not working together. But they weren't adequately staffed, but now somehow the department is taking it over and miraculously has adequate staff.
We're going to administer the process, but we will continue to engage with industry professionals and subject matter experts. It's my hope that many of the same individuals, if not all, that have been on the CCCB will continue to work with us. We're frankly deeply appreciative of the work they've done, especially, I'm going to say Mark Fetterman, who's been the longest serving member. And we'll have a lot of public engagement during the process, which will provide you kind of the plan, and you'll be able to see the logic to it.
So I'm not sure it was, so you say you have a detailed transition plan?
We do.
Okay. Not quite sure why that would not have been shared with the committee before the committee had an oversight hearing where it was going to ask you why, what were you thinking?
We'll
So
make
if you
sure it
could-
gets to you.
Excellent. And could you also, when you follow up, provide the rationale for the dissolution and
We certainly will.
Oh, I have this here. CCCB approved a package of amendments at the end of 2023 that are still undergoing executive review, meaning they're over at the EOM or in IQ. So it seems to me that the problem with the slows isn't necessarily the CCCB, but the so-called IQ process.
Well, we think this is going to accelerate the process, and we'd be glad when we give you our, the plan and the schedule for how this will work. I think seeing two side by side will help illuminate why we want to go in this direction.
Okay, so you're going to provide the transition plan. You're going to give me the rationale for the dissolution. You're going to explain why I can be confident that the code revisions are going to happen promptly. But why don't you also include in that an explanation of why the 2023 package of amendments never got out of the executive office of the mayor? Explain how you will incorporate input and feedback from experts. I hope somebody's taking notes. And how the dissolution of the CCCB impacts the amendments that have already been approved from 2021 through 2023, but have yet to get over here.
Yes.
Okay, of course, you can always play back this part of the hearing,
We will.
but somebody's going to have to suffer through 5 hours of listening to the tape before they get to this point.
I think they can speed things up.
I have a colleague here. I have a few more questions. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Director Hanlon and
Good
members of the
afternoon.
team. I'm going to forego my opening remarks just because I want to get through as many questions as possible. My first question, Director, is you are the Director of DOB as well as the Executive Director for the RFK redevelopment site. How are you juggling both of those responsibilities?
Well, what I would say, one of the things that I was focused on when I came on as director of the Department of Buildings was frankly to build an incredible team at the Department of Buildings. And I'm joined by a number of those people here today. To my right is Nicole Rogers, who's our chief building official. She's also a mayoral appointee. To my left is Keith Parsons, who is also a mayoral appointee and heads the strategic code enforcement. Kathleen Beaton is, she's not present today, also a mayoral appointee. And then I've just got great leadership at the Department of Buildings. I want to say my office is still at 1100 4th Street. I am there just about every day. I have regular contact with not only my senior leadership team, but also downstream leadership at many levels. So I remain very engaged. And is it more work? Yeah, it's hard work, and we're committed to do it. I have an incredible amount of confidence in the team that we have, and incredible gratitude for the team that we have, and we're doing this together.
Thank you, Director. My next question: how is DOB working to improve its abatement rate, and when barriers are preventing the remaining violations from being resolved?
Thank you. Great question, Council Member. I might ask Keith Parsons to expound, but I would say, we continue to work on improving our abatement rate. We've had success in the last couple of years since I took the helm in May of 23. And in some ways, great success, but it also is one of those issues where we can always do better. One of the areas that we've really been kind of focused on is through engagement. We have an outreach and abatement reconciliation program, and ART, which is an alternative resolution group. And this is just person-to-person engagement with folks that have issues, and then we work through them. And that's actually, our abatement rates have increased dramatically. So I'm going to ask Keith to expound if he needs to.
Thank you, Director Hanlon. So yes, the best way to increase the abatement rate is to engage with landlords to make sure that they, in fact, abate things. The other primary way we're looking to grow the abatement rate is by direct abatement. So we're looking to grow our use of nuisance abatement funds to directly abate housing code violations. That is a work in progress, and it is limited by about $1 million in nuisance abatement funds for that purpose.
If I could just add that our recovery rate when we use that route is actually through special assessments is actually, I think it's at like 73%.
That's correct.
Thank you. Could you speak to what is your escalation process for properties that have constantly received violations or citations?
Well, Keith can walk you through the steps. I mean, we do have a process where we go out, we inspect, and then we have to go through some escalations, and might be helpful for us to provide your office that detail. But Keith, can you expound?
Certainly. So you saw the end stage of that escalation process in action this morning when the Attorney General filed a RICO lawsuit against Samraz Julian. But to start from the beginning, it all is based on the day-to-day inspections and folks calling us in to give us this baseline impression of the building. Once a building starts collecting unabated violations and is identified sort of as a problem building, that's when we're going to be doing direct outreach, either through the ART team or outreach abatement and reconciliation. If that is not fruitful and the landlord is not responsive, that is when we look to escalating through the Office of the Attorney General or other methods to make sure that they come and work with us to fix the property.
I saw that in FY 2026, you all were planning to launch the DOB Business Hub initiative that has noted plans to coordinate with agencies such as the SLBD. Could you speak to what specific coordination strategies are underway?
we're working on that. Nicole to my right will expound, but we're working with DSLBD and also we'll be working with DLCP. And it's all about, making it easier to do business in the district, and certainly is kind of centered on person-to-person engagement, and also in just improvement of our platforms and systems to make it easier to do business. Nicole, can I ask you to expound?
Absolutely. Thank you, Director. And thank you, Council Member, for your question. A part of our coordination is going to be creating more engagement directly with customers through workshops, clinics, and being able to really utilize aspects of our pop-up permit initiative. We had a lot of prospective applicants, and we want to make sure that we help give them opportunities in navigating our process along with other agencies.
And just a follow-up question, how many staff will be dedicated for this initiative?
So at this time, we are utilizing existing staff, but in, I would say, the near future, we will have at least 2 dedicated staff that will focus on this initiative.
Thank you. Director, given that Ward 7 has one of the highest concentrations of vacant and blighted properties, how many pop-up permits have been issued in Ward 7 to date?
I don't have that exact number. Be happy to look and get it for you. And I would say, I would suggest that we have been, I think, having some active engagement with Ward 7 community groups, but would like to work with your office to increase that and do more active engagement. Main streets, those types of engagements where we can make people aware of what the pop-up program, how it works, when it works best. I will say here now, I don't want to use all our time, but it works best when it's kind of a plug and play thing. When the use that is being proposed, it kind of already works in the space. We are working on a pop-up 2.0, which will allow for a longer lease term and maybe some small capital improvements. So we'd love to meet with you and your constituents to talk about that.
Thank you. Director, as you are aware, illegal dumpings on vacant properties is a major concern amongst my constituents. Could you explain what your agency's process is when someone reports illegal dumpings on vacant properties?
Sure. Thank you, Council Member. And Keith may have to expound, but I'd just say when we get notification, we do go out and inspect. Our first stance is to work with the property owner to have them do it. We have to husband our resources carefully as we go through the year. And so our hope is that a landlord or property owner will respond and take care of it. If they don't, then we may have to step in and be much more actively engaged and do it. Now, if it's something that's, we've had a couple of instances where there was just an outlandish amount of debris and trash and other issues. We may have to actually work directly with the Department of Public Works, and depends on the volume and what we find. So we've had a couple of different ways of dealing with it. Keith, would you like to expound?
Thank you, Director. The only thing I'd add is even when we are moving to abate ourselves and moving about as fast as we can, that process's turnaround is a couple of weeks because we have to provide notice in order to place a special assessment lien.
Yeah. Another major constituent concern is illegal construction, with some cases this year resulting in property damages or displacement. Could you speak to what preventative measures are in place to identify and stop illegal construction?
Sure. I would say, and Nicole may want to jump in here too, but I would start with, one of the first kind of bulwarks to help us thwart illegal construction, frankly, is the eyes and ears of the community. So your constituents, folks throughout the city, ANC commissioners, helping us become aware. When we are made aware, then we inspect. If we see things that are dangerous, we're going to immediately put a stop to it. And if it's terribly egregious, we're going to put in correction orders and other measures to make sure that the condition is remedied. But the first step is making us aware, and that we are reliant, frankly, on the eyes of the community. Nicole, would you like to expound?
Thank you. I would just add that one effective proactive tool that we've done previously through ANCs and council is we've created blitzes. So we can prioritize certain areas and work with you to identify what those areas are.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes, and I'm going to try and be efficient. Let's say 7 minutes, just to keep me honest. Director, it's good to see you. In your testimony, you mentioned that there were 41,000 inspection violations with an abatement rate of 41%. How much are the fines that we've collected related to these inspection violations?
Thank you. Great question. I don't have that number in my head. Keith may, and if not, we will make sure that we get back to you with a full breakdown of that. Keith, are you able to provide a response?
Certainly. So let me give you the forthcoming.
Use up his 7 minutes.
Okay. While he looks for that, how long does it take a notice of infraction to be issued once the inspection is completed? We've heard from some residents, especially those that struggle with technology, that they never hear back or there's inconsistency in how they're hearing back.
Sure. Why don't we focus on the process and then we'll get you the fine amount as a get back if that's okay.
Yep.
So
yeah, certainly. So generally speaking, from inspection to issuance of the NOI is going to be probably between 5 to 7 days. So,
and is that like in code? Is that standard? If it's not within 7 days, what should residents expect could or should happen?
So the resident should expect that they put in their inspection request. They will receive an automatic acknowledgement. They will be told when the inspector's coming out. The inspector will contact them to come out and get in. They will do the inspection. After that, the inspector results the same day that the inspection occurs. And we try to get out there within 7 days or sooner for emergency violations. And you can see those averages on our dashboard if you want to keep us honest. After the inspector results, there's a couple of days for the management and the civil infractions office to review, and then the civil infractions office will issue it after that.
Okay. And if neighbors have an issue with this, because this keeps coming up, who should they reach out to in Department of Buildings?
Can you clarify what do the neighbors have an issue with? A particular NOI?
Specifically that inspectors aren't showing up when they say they're going to show up.
For a question about an inspector's timeliness, I mean,
in fact, it recently happened to a family member where they took off work, they were waiting, and no one ever showed up.
If it's a housing code inspector, reach out to my department. The housing code inspectors are under me. So.
Okay. That is helpful. On illegal construction, which is an important factor for Ward 5, you stated in your response that 6,189 illegal construction inspections occurred last year. What steps do you take if illegal construction is identified?
Well, it depends on what we're seeing. And if it's, first thing, we're going to stop it. We're going to just stop the construction. If there's no permit, or if they're working beyond the scope of a permit, we'll put a stop work order on it. If what we see indicates that there's a dangerous condition, we're going to take more aggressive steps, and it may all the way up to a correction order and issuance of fines. But I'll ask Nicole to expound.
And before you all jump in there, something we're seeing in Ward 5 in particular is that when you put that stop work order, some companies just come up with a new name or they operate under a new entity. And how are you addressing that? In fact, that house or building that collapsed in Ward 5's Carver Langston community, I think that was part of the circumstance.
I think I would want to look at the specific circumstance to be able to generate a fuller response.
Okay.
And I understand that there are bad actors out there, but it would be helpful to actually allow us the opportunity to look at the address and kind of do a little postmortem to see what our process is and what happened, and then we can see if there's a gap.
Okay, in my last 2 minutes, I'm jumping ahead because we all have to run. What specific rules, statutes, or decisions is OZA responsible for enforcing?
I guess writ large, the zoning regulations. I mean, it's the Office of Zoning, Office of Planning essentially, generates the kind of the framework for zoning regulations. Office of Zoning comes up with the regulations themselves, and then we enforce them. So that's what the
And is
OZA
there
does.
any data available for OZA's enforcement actions?
Yeah, I'm sure we've got data. It depends on what the question is. I'm joined by Lisa Vitale here, who's our Deputy Zoning Administrator. This might be a bit of a data dig, but if you've got specific questions, we can certainly respond with, we've got a really good
If
data team.
possible, selfishly, I would be interested if you could follow up with Ward 5. What were the enforcement actions from OZA in Ward 5? I imagine the chairman may want that citywide.
Sure.
But curious, and I imagine you may not have that in front of you.
I may ask, I mean, this would be interesting to see. I may ask for if we can maybe generate a comprehensive list of questions that we could then respond to and provide
Happy to.
some, yeah.
I have 1 minute and I'm going to be a good model here and give back time. Director, I do have more questions, but I'll share that with the committee and I'll follow up with you directly on the other issue.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Director Hanlon, your Schedule A showed 54 vacant positions as of January 1st. Do you still have 54 vacant positions?
Right now, we're tracking 52, and we've got about 15 individuals that are in active recruitment. That means that the positions are posted, or we've actually made a selection, and we're right now in the process of refining position descriptions for 16 vacancies that we want to fill. We've got pretty incredible leadership now in our HR department.
I'm going to cut you off because I'm out of
I want to
time.
brag on Rhodey, so.
I believe that as part of the budget process, that your agency, all the agencies were asked to submit possible reductions. Have you, on the other hand, submitted any requests for additions?
No, we have not, sir.
So this year you're going without any enhancement requests?
We have made no enhancement requests, yes.
We've heard from witnesses the department has not yet implemented the Migratory Local Wildlife Protection Act. Why? We funded it.
I would say that we're going to work on that this coming year, and we'll be
This year is like 8 months?
Correct. Yes.
8 months. Now, we passed a law, I think, in 2022, said it had to be implemented in 2025. The last I checked, this is 2026.
Understood. So yes, we're behind, and we'll work
So
to
is
get
it being applied at all?
I would say that we've got building owners that are actually doing it of their own accord, but we're going to work through a process this year to make sure that it's in the code by the end of the year.
So does that literally mean December 31st or September 30th or?
It would be in December, I believe.
Now, let me just register for the record.
Calendar year.
Let me just register for the record. I don't think that's acceptable, but that's an answer. AFSCME testified, and they had some specific requests. Required DOB to submit a workforce alignment report within 60 days detailing how current responsibilities match official classifications. Are you able to do that?
Yeah, I believe so. I would have to check with my team, but I believe we can do that.
There were some complaints about Permit Wizard. Establish a formal process for monitoring critical programs like Permit Wizard, including clear lines of authority and performance metrics so the public can trust that these systems are managed effectively.
Is there a question? Sorry.
Are you able to do that? Willing to do that? Establish a formal process for monitoring critical programs like Permit Wizard?
Yeah, I think we do that. I think that what my understanding of the complaint was is that the individual that was doing the work, they believed did not have the, he was at a different grade. So we'll be working through a alignment to make sure that we're fully responding to the question.
AFG Local 2725 was pretty upset. I think you were in the room.
I was.
Did they prevail on the grievance?
I would have to get back to you on with a full response. I believe we did, we went through, if you're talking about are you talking about the pipe incident?
I do. Well, they complained about both the pipe incident and the emergency event.
Yeah, I think that went through it. We have a full report. Would love to provide it back to your office. And I would say, the contractor that, allowed that to happen. We also responded pretty forcefully with them to make sure that they got their site in order. I was in the building when that happened, and it was very upsetting.
Have you considered drills for evacuation?
We do those, and I would be happy to give you a report on that.
If you want, yes, put it on the list. You have not yet issued the final corrected after action report on the V Street collapse?
Forgive me, I'm not sure where is that still in process, Nicole? And if not, we'll make sure we get you what you need.
Well, I'd like to answer, is it in progress or is it done? The V Street after action?
So that report is published on our website. There is a final report. So I want to maybe clarify.
Well, we had testimony. I don't look at your website that often. DOB has yet to issue final corrected written public findings. Oh no, that's not quite right. All right, I think I'm misunderstanding this.
If there's a question, we'd be happy to reply back.
The testimony here is DOB has yet to issue final corrected written public findings as demanded by the local ANC 1B. So that sounds a little different. Can you get back to us on what because I'm not aware of what ANC 1B asked for? And if it's reasonable, why haven't you done it? And if it's unreasonable, why is it unreasonable?
Okay, we'll take a look at it.
C of O delays.
Yes.
It's taking a long time for, I don't know if I say tenants or property owners to get certificates of occupancy.
Yeah, I think I may ask Elisa to expound, but I think what I'd like to see, if I could, is the specific instances. I know some of them are, processed very smoothly, and there may be others where there's some sort of entanglement that I can't really respond to without seeing it.
But you could look to see what the average time is to issue them. So my recollection is that years ago, one could get a certificate of occupancy in a day. And I'm hearing over and over people complaining that it takes weeks.
I'd be happy to provide the data on that and to try to be able to diagnose where the issues may be.
Okay, I did give you a warning that I was going to ask about this.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure that we get full.
You don't remember that?
You want to jump in, Nicole?
You don't remember that I gave you a warning?
I get.
Ms. Rogers.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I can jump in. I think what we found typically is that there are stops in the review when there's additional information that's needed. We have a goal of completing our full review within 7 business days, and that includes scheduling of an inspection. What we found often is that we might complete a first inspection, and then there are things that need to be corrected, and it takes time for the applicant to correct those items. One recent thing that we actually did to help resolve this is we published a checklist that helps provide customers on the preparedness of an inspection. So in most cases, we do require an inspection for a certificate of occupancy, with one exception. And 9 times out of 10 of what we found is that people were not prepared for that inspection, which led to longer delays and re-inspections. So the goal in being able to provide this checklist will guide customers so that when the inspection is scheduled at the first inspection, they're prepared and set up for success.
I think I'll have to leave it at that. I apologize that I can't ask you more questions.
If there are other questions you have, we'd be happy to reply and get back.
Yeah, so probably we'll send you some questions in writing. We are rescheduling the Office of Zoning. I don't think we will schedule you for additional time, but that's a possibility.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
So sorry that this has been a little bit disorganized. This has been the third of 8 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on performance oversight with regard to fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26. And I'm going to leave it at that. The time is 5:02 p.m.